Welcome back to the live stream here at Teesside Autodrome. As we've established a couple of laps ago, we come back to you with a yellow flag. People are just spinning on, it looks like every corner. The track is now damp. So for those of you who don't race competitively, it's like driving on oil. There are two karts there off at the first corner. I believe that's the 23 and the 22. They set off side by side. The 23 just making the jump there. You saw them head off. The damp track warning is back on. I also do see a marshal with a black flag getting ready. The conditions are getting treacherous. The rain is coming down harder than it has for the last this is the hardest it's been actually since we started here at Teesside yesterday, almost 24 hours ago, including practice and qualifying. Of course, one of the groups in practice there. Oh, there goes the 32 off behind the barriers.
It's a big off.
That is a big off. He's trying to get that kart restarted. You should be able to see it very shortly. There's another one off as well. It is getting horrible for these drivers out there.
Lap times are tumbling as well, Zed. We've got
a 138
for our leaders, a 135 for BUKC in second. It's getting to the point where they're 20-ish seconds off the pace. It's definitely wet conditions now. It's still not absolutely flooded, but yeah, the grip is no longer available to these drivers.
No. The York driver has just gotten the kart restarted. He's now going to join that group of cars. That last corner is absolutely treacherous. Nobody is going near the curbs now. They don't dare. However, it looks like it's making people just that little bit racier as there is a mixed group of abilities here. Oh, and there goes the number 2 kart of Brumpham Pass again. That is his second accident in the same lap, pushing just that little bit too hard. There's a yellow flag there for good measure. He doesn't lose the engines though. He keeps it running, but no, it's getting horrible for the drivers out there. In comes the kart of Minecart, currently in 15th place and with a gap of 39 seconds. So I don't know if it's a refueling stop. If it is, they will lose out on track. There is another accident there, as the accidents also. Having said that, when there is an accident, even if you're not a part of it, it could mean you lose out. If you are on the wrong part of the track at the wrong time, you will have to slow down and you will be overtaken. So it is literally a game of be in the right place at the right time and keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what's needed at this point in time, and keep it pointing the right way on the black stuff, which some drivers are struggling to do. Just looking at the hairpin, you can see Yusuf bin Soil of the dancers. They are indeed.
Allowed the drivers to sort of get close to each other. There is an off at the hairpin. Oh, and he was hit again. He is now completely in the grass and is going to have to, it looks like, can he get that kart moving? It doesn't look like it. He was spun off at the first instance. That's the number 53 of Reading between the lines. Marshall coming over to help him, but that was nasty. He was spun off track and then was hit again to confirm that, to confirm his place in the grass. He looks okay, which is the good thing. Having a little interaction there with the marshal. Can't figure out what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what... seemed happy parked by there, and Marshall's now dragging both the kart and driver back towards the tarmac. Helps if you get out, really. Just makes the whole thing a bit lighter.
Yeah.
It's more pushing and shoving going on.
He's just spinning his way through the track. It really makes Teesside live up to its name as a drift circuit as well. I know this wasn't intended to be a drift event, but it has somewhat become that in these wet weather conditions. You can still see that Marshall trying to get that kart replaced. There's another driver off there. Having said that, under yellow conditions, so that if we are following BUKC rules, John Vigor will not be happy with that. Watching at home.
Away they go then. It looks like it was a case of just stuck in the mud, although they've... Oh, that's the Marshals' yellow flag. We pick up a big gaggle of
So
carts
many
there.
lines there. Some taking it really wide, some narrow.
That's our 4th place team, Rexy Racing, and their stablemates, Coventry are, I believe. Eduardo Pozo is racing for them. And then we've got, I think that's the 8, is it? The number 8, Senna Squadron, who are also quite high up in our order. They're 8th for the number 8. It is indeed.
They are really close together now. So
there.
as they come down into Rib Bend,
the benefits of being a big group like that of reasonably competent drivers is you'll see the lines that they're taking. As you said, there's multiple different lines being taken.
Yeah.
But if you see someone you know or someone you have a bit of respect for, at the very least, taking a different line through a corner helps you figure out where the grip is on the track for next time round.
Of course, some drivers I have spoken to have somewhat sacrificed their stints in the hopes, their first stints in the hopes of learning the lines from the better drivers there. So the leaders at the moment, Paul Gokartney, Baguette Motorsport and Never Overtake Sheffield, they've had a strong hold on those number 1, 2 and 3 positions as we follow this group of cars into the last sector here. There was a move made there by the 42 kart on the number 5, if I can see correctly. That line is getting wider and wider. I was out less than an hour and a half ago and we were taking that pretty much still flat out right against the white line, but now they seem to be going ever further away and more towards the banked section of that track. Really wide track here. Of course, they do run car racing here at Teesside, so it does give that just a little bit more of a chance to take different lines, to go just that bit wider and maintain your speed, especially in the wet. And there goes the 8 kart off the track there, but keeps it on and might lose 1 position there, if that.
So yeah, we're following a group of karts that includes 2 Coventry at the front. Ed Pozo in his distinctive orange suit in the Coventry R. That's the 43. I think the 42 of Rexy Racing, the big green Bigfoot behind them. Yusuf Bin Sail of the number 15 kart, the Lap Dancers, is in the mix as well. So there's Ed Pozo. Second in the train has been taken over by a back marker, I believe, or someone who's being lapped by this longer group of karts that we've got. Yes, indeed. Now we see Rexy Racing go up the inside of the hairpin. Yusuf Bin Sail follows through. There's a couple of our mixed squads in there. So we've mentioned Senna Squadron. We saw them going wide at turn 1. I think the Iron Dames Racing, our all-girls team, is in the mix as well as they come round the carousel. Once again, raining here at Teesside. Lap time is 20 seconds.
A yellow flag. Again, that same driver, the full white suit. We've been calling him the Stig. However, it doesn't look like he's living up to that name at the moment. This is his 3rd accident that we've seen in the last couple of minutes. He's stationary out on track. It looks like the marshal's trying to help him get that engine back on.
Certainly not the wet weather Stig, is it?
No. It could be the Stig's cousin from Yorkshire.
Illegitimate Yorkshire cousin.
Still just not able to get that engine restarted.
Perhaps there's some trouble which is causing the strife in the wet weather that we're seeing. Still very close to the front then. Paul Gokartney. Should we go through the order?
Let's go through the order.
You promised to go through the order then.
Yeah, we got a bit carried away there.
Too much action.
So, as it stands, with 5 hours and 20 minutes to go of this race, Paul Gokartney lead by 1 lap from Baguette Motorsport from Never Overtake Sheffield. Rexy Racing just outside the podium positions with the ex-Swansea team 3 laps behind them. Brumdog Millionaire in 6th, Coventry in 7th, Senna Squadron in 8th, Ix's Icons in 9th, and Team OC closing off the top 10. The rest of the field, as it stands, go from 11th, Communism, Yuki Spinoda, Imperial B, Podhub, Minecart, Lufton Loaded, Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, Ringo Kart, currently in 18th, but Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast currently in the pit. The Lap Dancers, which did hold the lead at one point during my last commentaries and have dropped back quite a considerable amount. I believe that was due to a mechanical, but I'm not sure. I was very, very fast asleep at that point. His Yorkshire cousin is on the track. I think we're okay. That can be our marker for how wet the track is.
Yeah, a good meter stick. But yeah, we haven't seen anyone pointing the wrong way in the last couple of laps. As you said, I think people have found their rhythm in these new conditions, which are the first proper wet conditions we've had over the course of the race. And most people, as I said, have found a friend out on track, maybe made a friend out on track, but utilised the benefit of having another kart, try out some different lines, and figure out how to get round in. Well, lap times are actually tumbling now. I was going to say they were still wet a moment ago, but we're back down in the low 30s now, which is still 10 seconds off the pace, but not quite the 20 seconds off the pace that we were seeing just a few laps ago. In fact, Baguette Motorsports and Never Overtake Sheffield, who are very close on track, Callum Barnett, and I still haven't figured out who's in that 47, back down into the 28s, which is approaching dry pace if they carry on going quicker and quicker like that.
As we are inching ever closer to dry conditions, there is another group of cars that have have gotten very close to that. Is another double overtake for the man in the green helmet. We can tell you who he is very shortly as they come round the final turn towards the
race leader.
Straight. It is our race leader. The 38, the 21 was the kart that was
not
overtaken.
The race leader, but another Beatles kart.
Ringo kart.
17th overall.
17th overall, so that could have been somebody on
Leaders
a different lap.
are in the pits, Ed.
Are they? Okay, Paul Gokarni, this could switch things up now. Baguette Motorsport and Never Overtake Sheffield do have a chance to take the lead here. Paul Gokarni, if it is a longer pit stop, if there is any mistake with the ballast, if there is a fueling, there he is. It is a fuel stop. So we'll see what happens there.
There's Never Overtake Sheffield, number 30 coming through, and Sam Spinell in the 47 coming through as well. So yes,
it looks like
a lap difference between them, but Sam Spinell might be coming around to put another lap.
Oh, and that's a spin. He just bumped the card in front. That is the number 4, I believe, of the number 4 kart of Edinburgh Napier. Still struggling out of track. He has gotten himself moving in the wrong direction. He is now going the right direction around Teesside. And they go 3 abreast there as well. Incredible. It looks like drivers are getting just that bit racier now. I think the fact that it has gotten a bit brighter out there has helped as well. It is very, very difficult to race in the night as well, especially if you don't have a radio. It can be quite boring. At one point, we were considering putting out riddles on the pit board for our drivers.
I'd like that.
I think that'd be brilliant. I was saying.
But then I'm quite like a puzzle fan. Some people would just be like, "Oh, leave me to it." But no,
I think I'd quite enjoy that. Just hold a little pit board out, have a riddle, come back to me in 2 laps, keep me awake.
How do you know that if without a radio, how do you know that the drivers solved the riddle though? You could just be pumping out riddles, and they could be 5 riddles deep, still trying to think about the answer to the first one.
Probably wouldn't
that
be
wouldn't
me.
Be great.
Either way, would keep me on my toes just a little bit. Let's hope that we're seeing now Paul Kulkarni still in the pits, and Baguette Motorsport
down to the same lap.
Down to the same lap, 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind. Will they keep the lead here at Teesside? It's gonna be close. and it depends also who they put on. If they put on a driver who hasn't raced in a good couple of hours, it will take them a short while to get up to speed. There is a move there through the S's, one of our favorite overtaking spots here at Teesside. We'll come back to you with who that was. BUKC Motorsport currently coming down the back straight, as is Never Overtake Sheffield. Having said that, they are still one lap behind. They're coming through now, the S's, towards the double chicanes there, approaching sector 3. Paul Gokartney is out of the pit, so it looks like they have maintained their lead, although they are now, we'll see it as the confirmation comes up, they could be, the difference is going to be about 50 seconds, I'd say, 45 seconds now.
I'm trying to spot them out the window. In fact, there they are, going to the hairpin now, and their competitors are about to cross the line. So Callum Barnett now in the Sheffield kart. There you go, in third, refreshing on the timing, and yes, so we're all on the same lap, I think.
Yes.
It's hard to tell with BUKC Motorsports and Never Overtake Sheffield being so close together. And Paul Gokartney navigating through the final part of the track. I think I've lost them as I was looking at the timing, but I'm sure there they are. They will reappear very, very shortly.
Yes, so it is currently that part of the race where, again, people are a bit more spaced out. So about a second between most of the drivers. Having said that, a second on track. In the actual timings, some will be some laps ahead, some will be some laps behind. But the order as we approach the 5 hours to go mark will start coming back to us, and we will see the true race order formulate as the last of the pit stops are going to start being made. For those with fewer drivers, we should see 2 more pit stops, 3 more pit stops, I'd say. For those with 8 or 10 drivers, there should be just a few more, maybe 4 pit stops to go. There's a driver going slowly just past the S's. He's been overtaken by everyone. He might have lost an engine or something. Should show up in the stream shortly, but he is going
I think
at a safe speed, but not at a race speed. There are the S's. Everyone's still single file, I think, in this wet. Oh, that was really close there from the silver helmet. He almost hit the back of the car in front of him. But it looks like it's got a little bit dry. We are seeing dry lines being taken now. So it looks like they are back up to racing speed in terms of lap times.
Back down in the 22s.
Back into 122s. So it looks like the dry line has formed. That was an overtake around the outside of the King on the first corner. That was an incredibly brave move. I don't know who that was. I caught it out of the corner of my eye outside of the commentary box window. But that was brave to go around the outside of the first corner. Late Breakers Anonymous currently in the pits. And yeah, we're about to reach 5 hours to go here at Teesside.
5 hours to go, about 2/3 of a lap, the difference between first and second, with a further 95% of a lap, I think, back down to third. So it's still very, very close in 24-hour terms.
You can't see it on your screens, but out of the commentary box window, the number 6 cart has just been asked if they need fuel. So that is a potential pit stop for them. The number 6 cart is
one of our mixed teams.
It's the first one.
Ike's Icons is up.
Number 6 is the Miles Shelby squad, so St. Andrews. We were talking about St. Andrews on the drive up. They have a tough time getting to some of the BUKC races. Clay Pigeon would have been horrible for them.
Yes, all Edinburgh
as well.
Yeah, all Scottish unis have a bit of a drive, especially down to tracks like Clay Pigeon, Buckmore, and the southern-based tracks. You can see a sign that says video loss.
Sure what's going on there. We do apologise for the temporary loss of video. So while our stream has been cut into a radio broadcast, as we are now approaching the 5 hour mark, we can run you through the order while we wait for the on-track action to resume, which it has just resumed. I will still run you through the order. However, Paul Gokartney lead from BUKC Motorsports, who are 50 seconds behind. Never overtake Sheffield, just fallen back slightly on that last lap. They are just about one lap behind BUKC Motorsport, but they are inching closer together. Rexy Racing still maintaining 4th, X1Z still maintaining 5th. They are all quite distant, so I don't see the top 10 changing too much over the course of the next couple of hours. Having said that, some drivers will be coming into pit and others will be staying out, as mentioned. So if the order does change, it should somewhat come back to us, unless one of the top 10 does have an accident. Senna Squadron, however, only 6 seconds behind Ix's Icons, who are in 8th. That could very well be a position change, and a really important one for them. Team OC, a lap behind them. Brumbacart, 4.9 seconds from... oh, no, sorry. My apologies. That was the lap board showing the number 31. In 10th place is actually Yuki Spinoda. So to run you through the rest of the order: Communism, Pod Hub, Imperial B, Minecart, Left and Loaded, Ringo Kart, Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast in 18th. And then behind them are I Still Have Trouble Reading, which is what I was doing because I clicked on the wrong thing. The Lap Dancers in 20th, Two Girls on Piston Cup, Laybreakers Anonymous currently in the pit, the Jack Doohan Inspired Team in 23rd, Nottingham Smiths Racing 24th, and the Iron Dames Racing wrapping out the top half of the entrance so far. So we are still somewhat struggling with the live stream. We do apologize for that. But we do see... Was that another spit of rain I saw? I can't... If I am correct, there might be a tiny slither of rain coming back. It does look like it, but I think it's going to be light.
I think we're okay for now. Yeah, it's not enough to send the lap times tumbling back down towards the 1 minute 40s.
No, I think we're going to maintain... I think at least within the 120s. But having said that, the drivers are getting more tired. The chicane here just after the S's, it's not what you would call a dry line. They're taking it like it's a damp track, but I think it's because they are just exhausted out there. We still are experiencing a bit of a video loss, so we have switched into a radio broadcast of sorts. Having said that, the spirits, I could lie and say they are high, but it looks like most people are now just praying for us to call the checkered flag. However, that is in 5 hours and 2 minutes time.
Got some hot competition on Instagram for the best Bigfoot. It's within 3 votes for 3 contenders: the Yeti, Lightning McQueen, and what I've called Lap Dance McSauce. Brumdog Millionaire, not quite the favourite there. Doohan Your Mum is currently winning the best team name vote from Brumbacart. If you have a favourite out of those two, make your way over to the Instagram story and cast your votes. We will be deciding the winners before the end of the race. As we just said, 5 hours remaining on that. We've got some lovely prizes to give away.
If you do have a hot opinion as well, do come down to the commentary box as well. It would be nice to have some interviews, as we still are experiencing video loss. Make it a little bit more interesting for all of you at home, at the track, wherever you are watching, or whether we are just annoying you on the tannoys at this point. I think we have kept a few people awake. So I do apologise for that. However, that is all part of the BUKC charm. Of course, a race, a 24-hour race in the middle of August, in the rain, in the middle of Yorkshire. What more could you ask for? So, the 5-hour mark is about to hit us. 53 seconds to that. It looks like the track's gone quiet anyway. You're not missing out on much. There was... Oh, I say you're not missing out. There is a driver there, driver in the Kingfisher outfit, going completely over the gravel there. He has been overtaken by one. It looks like he's just maintained that position. He is slapping the side of his helmet. He is not happy with the driver behind him. That looked like a self-inflicted mistake, though. I will say the drivers are making more mistakes out there. They are getting so squirrely there. Oh, I wish you could see this. They're hitting each other now. That is an incredible battle forming there. The man in the Kingfisher outfit losing about 2 or 3 positions there. They're coming down the pit lane now. The number 28 kart, which is the number 28 of Cambridge. Absolutely livid there. But all starting from a self-inflicted mistake at the S's. Maybe not completely dry out there. There are still some damp patches. But the front runners clearly knowing where they are and avoiding them.
Yeah, not going too good for Cambridge. They're down in 36th place, trying to catch up to Edinburgh A and B, who...
Imperial A now in the pits. We'll see if they get overtaken. Leeds Gentleman a lap behind, but if it is a longer pit stop, especially if there is a ballast change, that could definitely be a move there. The York driver driving really slowly down the pits. He looks like he's going to be overtaken any minute soon. I think he was, but they just come out. So the video is back up now. Welcome back to T-Side. Our radio has turned back into television. Although I do promise we aren't in the 1950s. We have now hit the 5-hour mark. 4 hour 58 to go. And is that somebody off? The camera has zoomed into something, but I can't see what that is. There is some focus going on there. Maybe there wasn't. 2 abreast, the number 31 and the 36. Those are the drivers of Franz Hermann from Wish and John Lamar going side by side down the pit straight. Drivers now going down the back straight 2 by 2, and the last ones going 1 abreast, 1, 2, 3, round the back straight, round the S's now. They could have done with a camera shot there to sort of replicate Monaco, because that is a brilliant part of the circuit. Really, really fun too to drive. However, it is not fun after you've done it about 55 times in one stint. You do get a little bit tired of it.
We've got 4th place Raxi Racing in the pit. It's getting to the point where there's only going to be 2 more pit stops after this. If you're in that Raxi Racing car, you're going to go for the next hour and a half until there's 3.5 hours left, maybe a little bit longer, because yeah, an hour 35 stint at this point would leave you with 2 pit stops remaining. We think Paul Go-Kartney will need to make at least 2 pit stops, if not 3, given that they stopped, what was it, a good 15 minutes ago now.
Shouldn't be for a while.
They might struggle to make it without doing that 3rd stop. BUKC Motorsports and never overtake Sheffield. Yeah, at this point, if you're not in the pits, you've got 3 remaining, I think, is safe to say. So
currently the 2 drivers in the maintenance bay are Minecart and Rexy Racing. As we're following the on-track action, looking down the main straight, it is quite bumpy out there. It can get a little bit, just that little bit tiring. You'd expect the back straight to have a little bit of time to sort of ease your hands. Is that a move there? One of the carts going a bit wider. This is the brilliant thing when you have about 5 or 6 drivers all together. There are lines being taken everywhere. One of the carts there being overtaken by everyone. He might have lost an engine. He is going a bit slower than everybody else and has lost 3 positions into that first, into that hairpin there. He could be coming into pits. I don't know. We'll see very, very shortly. There is another move there for position. As we're now following them, they're a little bit spaced out, so no moves there. Yeah, that was an interesting one. I think he might have lost power. Some of the carts are struggling with one of the engines. It seems to be cutting out, and that either destabilizes them and causes an accident, or just slows them down, neither of which you want.
Certainly not ideal at this stage of the race. We've just had a personal best for Callum Barnett, a 1:21.1. The pace is very much there at the minute. The track must have really dried up.
I believe.
But yeah, a lap 8:06. He's on 8:07. But last time round, Callum Barnett went faster than anyone has gone in that Sheffield kart
Incredible.
so far. And he's at a 22.0 as well on the last lap. The leaders are back in the 21s as well. 21.97 for them.
Incredible, incredible. So it looks like the rain stint that we saw just a few moments ago has now ended, and the track is back to dry. So no need for race control to be putting out those the yellow and red flags. There is a yellow flag being waved. I don't know why. It is the barriers again being hit, the concrete blocks on the pit lane. So if you haven't seen, to go into the pits, you keep on going straight from the main straight, and you have to do sort of a Monza turn 1 for you Formula 1 fans. And that is a yellow flag now being waved while they repair the concrete barriers. You kind of have to do a left and then a right and then another left before you come into the pits, which has a 5 km/h speed limit. Of course, the pit procedure, you go stop on the weighbridge, cut your kart if you are getting refueled. If not, you make your way over to the driver swap area, swap your driver, and maybe swap some lead as well, depending on the weights of every driver. So we are now currently watching the driver exchange area. It has been just a few drivers just sat there sometimes, just getting ready. As communication dwindles, some teams' radio's not working, I've heard, in the paddock. In goes one kart. I couldn't see what number he was, but we will get that confirmation for you shortly. It is BUKC heading into...
Sorry, it was...
or Reading between the lines.
Yeah.
Coming into the pits there, my apologies. We have 4 drivers now taking the chicane. One a bit wider than the rest. He's going to have to make that up by taking a much tighter line than the rest of them. But as we follow them now through towards the main straight, it's the 18 kart, the number 41, the driver at the back, I said has to make up the time by taking those corners a bit tighter. I did not mean off the track and cutting through the grass. These karts were not intended to be lawnmowers, but we are seeing drivers closer and closer. In goes the 45, the 36, the 28, the 31, the 35, the 48, the 24, and the number 2 kart, all relatively close together. We are following a battle here. There, is he going to make the move round the outside there? It looks like he's just... it doesn't look like he's made the position, and he's been left vulnerable to the kart on the inside there. He has made the move, so he tried to make a move to get to the front of that pack, but has left him exposed and lost a position, which is what I was saying earlier is the problem. If you don't have enough racecraft, if you're just, there are some drivers that are really, really quick on a single lap, but if you don't sort of hold and wait and just sort of make sure that you can make that pass, it can leave you vulnerable. It can leave you exposed to the karts behind, especially if you're close together. I know I was definitely holding some people up, especially if they were a little bit annoying. I was taking a slightly wider line there. There is another move there around the S's as we're following that gaggle of cars. They are all still very, very close together as they come towards the pit straight. One of them is... shaking his arm around. I couldn't figure out what for. There is one driver going slowly. He's been overtaken by 2 drivers on the pit straight. We are now following that same group of drivers into Rib Bend. Very aptly named Rib Bend. We don't have a camera here in the commentary box, but if you could see my ribs, they are all at Rib Bend. As we are now following just behind the marshal there, that group of cars is still very tight, still very close to each other. One mistake could lead them there. Those sort of cars towards the back a little bit closer than the front runners of that group. I think he was testing out the rain, was he not?
Potentially, yeah.
Is it spitting again?
Yeah, you can see on certain camera shots. Can't quite see out the window of the comms box.
No.
But yeah, we did get down to an incredibly dry state where people were setting personal best lap times. So I say people. Callum Barnett was in 3rd place. I'm looking down the order now, and it doesn't look like many others managed to, although the leaders were back on very low pace. Leaders still are on very good pace. What I've been told is the Liverpool Rocket, as it's known in the paddock. The 20 card is still lapping in the 1 minute 21s, which at the minute only one other team is able to match, and that's Team OC down in 10th place. Who's this we've got in the pits then, having a quick top up of fuel?
So that is one of the carts currently in the refueling bay. He isn't being helped there by his friend after that stint. That's not very nice from his friend there. After our stints, we just sort of
fastest lap of the race.
Oh, that is a 120.7 from Never Overtake Sheffield. Could they be on a late run here? They are one lap behind. Never say never. It is endurance racing.
Callum Barnett is a man on a mission. I think that's the the only lap we've had in the 1 minute 20s all race.
Especially as it started spitting as well. He was on a mission that lap.
Teams have completed, 813 is how many laps Paul Gokartney's done. We're probably an average of around 770 across the course of the field, but no one has lapped in less than 1 minute 21 until now. Callum Barnett on the last lap, by quite a margin as well, set the fastest lap. Must have got a hell of a bump draft down the back straight. In fact, I can see him in a group of carts coming around to complete another lap now. Just at the back of this group here, he's following the 33 at the minute. He hasn't just put a lap on another cart, but he will be low on fuel as well. I'm pretty sure Callum's been in that cart since I jumped in the comms box an hour and 10 minutes ago. Sal Spinell behind him has been in the Baguette Motorsports. I say behind him, physically behind him, actually in terms of the order, just ahead of him in second place. Both of those will be looking to come into the pits very shortly. Obviously, we've seen Paul Gokartney in the last half hour or so. Second and third should be pitting soon.
Yes, so we are seeing a few more moves being made. So despite being exhausted, despite being absolutely just not in a good way to race, there is one beauty. As I say that, there is a yellow flag being waved. One of the drivers there is off. That is the number 18, if I see correctly. You're currently following a different part of the circuit, so you didn't see that. There goes one of our other Stigs. I don't think the Stig that we were following earlier is currently on track. I think he might have pitted. There is also...
It might have actually been the 19, who's a red and black Cardiff University looking suit, and the 19 is Cardiff. So double check that when they come back around, but I think it's a facing the wrong way moment for Cardiff University.
There is also a black flag for Brump and Pass. They were going to have to come in to serve that Brump and Pass. Currently they are in...
Oh, black flag as well. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, for both? There's never to overtake Sheffield. That is not going to help their race there. So Brump and Pass currently down in 46th. They're not going to be too bothered about that. But the big news, never overtake Sheffield with a black flag. They're going to have to be coming into the pits sometime soon to serve that penalty. And that gives Rexy Racing an opportunity to come back into this race for a podium position here. That's blown this race wide open. As we said, never say never in endurance racing, but Rexy Racing could potentially be on for a podium finish here.
I'll see if I can find out what Sheffield did. It's all very well and good setting the fastest lap of the race, but you can't break the rules when you're doing so.
To finish first, you must first finish. So, to let you know what's happening in the top runners, Paul Gokartney lead Baguette Motorsport by about 55 seconds. Never Overtake Sheffield are still on that edge. They're still sort of moving between 1 lap behind and 1 minute 8 seconds behind. Having said that, there is a yellow flag on the track again. It was again to repair the barriers. The drivers are coming into that pit lane with some speed. But we're going to see now if Rexy Racing can capitalize on this situation.
So both black flags, both Never Overtake Sheffield and Brump and Pass overtaking under yellows.
incredible. There has been some overtaking on the... I was overtaken on the yellows.
Shocking. Shocking.
Incredible.
Some
At
of the
BUKC
behaviour-
as well.
Some of the behaviour on display today.
But
I
having
won't stand
said
for it.
that, you
Wait.
guys were strict with the licenses this year.
Wow.
Having said that, you don't need the license to race at the 24 hour, do you?
You don't.
You don't. So maybe that is the reason why.
Potentially, yes. Wait till I get them back in those briefing rooms at the test days of Wilton Mill in October. I will be laying down the law, I tell you.
Oh dear. I actually didn't get my license the first time.
Did you not?
I didn't. I didn't. We don't know what happened because I thought I was okay. I was 4th place in one of the.
I can
the
find out
sprints.
for you if you want.
Can you? I think that'd be quite funny.
I probably can,
Should
yeah.
let's find out what
Give me a
happened there.
moment and I will find out why you didn't get your license.
Because I can't
go
actually remember.
investigate.
I think our team captain might have emailed, but I don't think there was a. I haven't heard back. Having said that, I did then get the license at Buckmore. That was a good day for us. Ooh, it's interesting to see my profile from the admin dashboard.
Okay, so, yes,
Wilton.
Wilton Mill,
Here we go.
October. Let's see what happens. So, if I go into... Where's your name? There you are. You were in Rookie Group C. How do I... Excuse me, I'm struggling quite badly with hay fever. If I do
Oh, tell
manage
me about it.
licenses on here... No, that doesn't tell me.
Oh, never mind.
Um,
There was a reason, though. I'm sure it was well-founded. Having said that, I did quite enjoy the test day at Wilton Mill. But we did come back at Buckmore stronger, which is the point of the BUKC. You don't give up. You keep trying. And at some point, you make it. Having said that, I have quite enjoyed this year's BUKC. The calendar was brilliant. I think out of the 4, GYG, I think, is my favourite.
GYG is a big favourite amongst drivers. Yeah.
Despite being absolutely sent on lap number 1, it was a brilliant track. I think of the tracks that...
Lovely part of the world as well.
It is brilliant. It was a nice little drive up. It was the one race I didn't actually drive to, so it was nice to actually appreciate the scenery instead of focusing on the Welsh 20 mile an hour speed limits.
There's not too many of them around GYG.
You do love a national speed limit.
Oh yes, we're very safe and secure in Wales.
Safe and secure, of course, by all means.
So Sheffield have come in for their black flag, presumably.
Now we can... now Rexy Ration will be told to push. They are 3 laps behind, so what is the black flag for those at home who don't know? What is the penalty? How long does that take?
30 seconds. So there's a 30-second penalty area in the pits, which is in the driver switchover area. Cars have to pull over to one side as there's an incident at the hairpin. Sorry to divert from my explanation there, but yeah, I think the 21 tried to go up the inside of whoever that is facing the wrong way at the hairpin.
And one of them has lost his
21
engines.
of Imperial has got going again. Their victim is still facing the wrong way, and looks like they've stalled the cart.
And Imperial A have just been given a black flag as well.
That will be that incident, I believe.
Yes, it is also a part of the part of the race now when those warnings will start adding up. As the number 17 and number 4 go 2 abreast into the first corner, there is that same kart still stranded on the side of the track. It is just too busy to get him going. The marshal just stuck on the other side of that tyre wall. Obviously, we are running 52 karts around this 1.2 kilometer track, I believe. There does seem to be a little gap here, so he should run off the track now. Yes, there he goes. So he should be getting going shortly. On your screen now, that is the York kart being overtaken by 1 and then by 2 karts. York hasn't been having the best of days. But you know what? They've shown spirit. They've shown some good character out on track today.
Speaking of good character, I've got some excellent news for you, Zed.
Oh, yes.
If you keep looking out the window, not Yusuf making big arm gestures like that, there's nothing to see there. There's the 21 and the 8. There is the 38 going round. It's not quite the 38 that I was expecting to see.
Is that the 39 car going ahead?
It is indeed.
Oh my word, that has just brightened up my day.
Can they catch Edinburgh Napier? 28 laps to make up.
It's a stretch. It is a stretch.
It's not 28 laps, sorry, it's 53 laps. And if we said 28 was a stretch, then 53 is a stretch and a half.
He can do it. He can do it. He can do it.
I'll keep an eye on that.
What we could do is I'll start instead of showing him the pit board, I'll start waving that wooden flag, the wooden spoon. That'll motivate him to make up the 50 laps that we are in the that we are trailing by. Unfortunately for us, that just came about because of a lack of drivers who are able-bodied to continue this race. Having said that, I think for us it was mainly about being here. We did know. We did come here knowing that it would be difficult to finish the race, especially with 6 of us. That would equal 4 hours in the kart each. One of our drivers had to pull out at the halfway point due to injuries, and myself included. I had a huge off. I'm not going to name names, but I do believe it was one of the Liverpool guys who did push me off.
Paul Gokartney. I'm putting it out there. There's 4 of them, but I'm just accusing them, the race leaders.
I'm not naming names.
I'm going out there. This is based on absolutely no evidence, by the way. I will clarify.
We are not accusing anybody of pushing us off track, but I think I did see a Liverpool tag on the back of that.
You had a good little interaction with the barriers down here at the end of the straight, didn't you?
I did. So I was saying on my last stint, I think what happened there, we were having some trouble with the right engine in practice, but we did end up deciding to keep the kart. And what I think happened, I can't remember because it was lap 1, I wasn't really concentrating on the engines as such, but I think I did lose the engine, and with propulsion only going to one wheel, it destabilized me, especially coming out of the S's, sending me into the barriers. Not how I intended to start this 24-hour race, but how it panned out. What resulted then was a couple of minutes wait in the mechanical bay, which was unfortunate, but in the end, I don't think it mattered. With a 53 lap deficit, my 4 or 5 laps are in there somewhere. But coming back to the track action, you've got a few karts together, some a bit lonelier than others. There go one of the leads teams just out of shot. That's one of the more interesting nose cones. It reminds me of one of the Porsche teams in the Porsche GT Cup that have the little dinosaur livery. It is a pink car, all over TikTok, not promoting them, but interesting to note. Do we have an update?
I'm just tidying up the Instagram story. I'm getting rid of the preliminary rounds of the best team name voting, so that people can get to, and you've got 5 minutes to get to the best Bigfoot vote. We will be deciding on we'll be finalising the outcome of the best Bigfoot vote in 5 minutes time. It should be easier to get there now that I'm deleting the preliminary rounds of the best team name vote. Those quarterfinal and semi-final of those. So the quarterfinals are in the bin. You can still see the results of those quarterfinals. The semi-finals are being deleted as we speak, but there is a vote available for best Bigfoot. It's been very, very close between 3 contenders: the Yeti, the Lap Dancers, and Lightning McQueen, which I think is a Coventry effort.
If it's the Lightning McQueen car that I saw in the pits, I'm not sure I was a fan of that. It looked a bit... If that's... Oh, that is a different one that I saw. I saw one that had just stickers of some of the car's characters.
High quality efforts only.
There is definitely a selection out there. There are some funny ones. We have seen one with Jeremy Clarkson in the aerial atom. That was a funny one. Not sure if it counts towards... It
was entered, but it hasn't made this shortlist for the final. Lightning McQueen is final. 2 votes in the lead at the moment. Get your votes in. We are at around about 100 votes. Just over 100 votes at this point. Get yourself over to the Instagram story if you want to vote. Meanwhile, in the best team name, Duan, Your mum is beating Brumberclark, but
It seems like a
it's
clear
not over.
victory.
No, it's not over yet. There's still a good, if you consider how many votes we had in the semi-finals.
Okay. So
We
there's still a
saw.
chance.
I've lost the number of votes in the semi-finals. Not quite sure what happens there. But yeah, 588, 600 odd people will be seeing this story, and we've only had 100 see the
Looked like there was a card off
team
there.
name final so far.
I've just had a look to my right, and I have found the wooden spoon.
There it is. Yes,
It is here. Should I take it as the preliminary?
I think it's safe to say
I think it's safe to say I can take that to the team.
you'll be getting the wooden spoon. Yes, I will at some point be wanting a photo opportunity with you and the team. How are we getting on? 6 seconds. I mean, significant speed. If you look to the bottom of your timing screens, BUKC My Life are 6 seconds a lap faster than Edinburgh Napier. If they
6
carry
seconds.
on like that for another
4.5 hours.
4.5 hours, they could be within 50 laps by the end of this.
Yeah.
Who knows? Edinburgh Napier could crash out. Where are they? Let's try and find them on track.
Where are they on track? Let's have a look. What are
Number
they?
4.
Edinburgh Neighbour number 4. If we go to the live timing, which is
That one.
here, Edinburgh Napier number 4. Where are they? They are just approaching the uphill section after Rib Bend. So when the camera pans to them, we'll give them just a little hello from the commentary box. They're coming down the back straight now.
It's the Marlborough looking.
The Marlborough cart, yes. They've just crossed your screen there. They just went past the camera shot.
Distinctive white and red Bigfoot. You'll be able to pick them out as we're following again the big gaggle of carts that involves Yusuf, who's been overtaken there on the exit of that corner, which you won't enjoy. Tucks in for the bump draft. Coming out down in towards the hairpin. I think that's Icons that Yusuf's tussling with there, the number 7, I want to say. Or it might be the Miles Shelby squad, actually. I'm on completely the wrong event on the admin team. Yes, it is Chris Thompson in the Miles Shelby squad card that we're seeing there with the pink Bigfoot squabbling with team number 15, who are once our leaders, now down in 19th place. It's not been the overnight shift that those guys wanted. We did say just before I went to bed, Yusuf tapping his head there. That obviously means something to someone, or at least I hope it would, because it means absolutely nothing to me. He's still tapping his head as he goes through the first couple of corners. Perhaps he doesn't know where his teammates are watching from. But a few hand signals going on across the start-finish straight.
We've seen some interesting hand signals over the course of the last 20 or so hours. We've seen head taps. We've seen some head shakes.
A vigorous head shake we saw earlier in my first com stint. We had, I think it was Rexy Racing actually. They have the longest fuel tank, or at least the biggest fuel tank out there. We were wondering when they were going to pit. And the driver came round once and stuck a finger in the air as if to say one more lap. And then came round after one more lap and shook his head so much that his helmet nearly came off. As if to say, no, I'm not coming in. Perhaps they decided that one more lap wasn't quite cutting it and they just wanted straight up, no, I'm not doing it. You won't see me in the pits.
On track at the moment, York, despite the high spirits don't equal fast laps. They have lost one position there. It looks like he's going to lose another one around the inside. And that has also again left him vulnerable. He managed to keep the position for now, but he's on the inside as they come around the end of Sector 3. This section of cars now, this group of cars I should say, all very close together. And as there goes the 37 off the track again, the 37 of Late Breakers Anonymous, just losing control. There is a yellow flag. Is that another barrier? That's the 4th time we've had a barrier being moved by people coming into the pit. It is. I'm getting cart number 15, which is. I can give you that. The lap dancers. You're in a bit of trouble there for that barrier. You think that they are heavy things. So the fact that they are being moved and with such force, that was quite a big shunt of the concrete block there. You'd think that the cart starts to struggle. So we'll see if that turns into a mechanical. Hopefully not for the teams, but we'll follow that along on track now. We're following the Iron Dames behind two other races. That's the number 3 and the number 35. Made one move. They have one car to go. That's the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire. Again, just cutting that corner. It's been a hotspot for drivers struggling out there. That's if you take the line wrong there, it's all about the exit. Every part of that section counts. If you take the first entry wrong, that leaves you exposed for the middle section. If you take the middle wrong, then essentially it's one of 3 curbs that you're going to be struggling with. You either on the outside or on the inside, one of which you're going to have to sacrifice and hurt yourself there. Hopefully not for the drivers on track right now. We are back up running with all 52 carts. There was a temporary retirement from the Royal Holloway team. However, they are back in the race. 28 laps. It does show 28 laps, but having said that, Royal Holloway are about to complete 700 laps here at the BUKC. They are absolutely flying. That is a 121.4. That is just over 8/10 off the fastest lap. So Royal Holloway absolutely flying down the road. The road is a little bit away from them. They just clocked a 122.8 here. Edinburgh Napier, 753 laps in. So it seems like we have lost a little bit of time. But yeah, to run you through the story, we had an absolutely monstrous start. We started this race in 44th, made our way up to 12th, and then the series of accidents and lack of drivers have taken us back down to near enough where we qualified. Speaking of people in the pits, Miles Shelby squad was in the pits. The Guan Yu Zhou inspired team was in the pits. They have just exited. Spin and Tonic and Who's Your Daddy all currently refueling and or changing drivers.
They could be suffering mechanicals as well.
No,
they could be suffering mechanicals as well.
That is very, very true.
They could have given up.
They could have given up. Is there a chance? Is there a chance?
I mean, they are
70 laps ahead. 69 laps ahead.
Yeah,
which is the number we were sporting last year.
That's a good.
We had the.
It's a full stint ahead, but not impossible.
Not impossible. I'm going to put that wooden spoon to the side here,
just in case.
Not going to hold on to it yet. It does have my my fingerprint on it, but
they
I'll
are
clean that
all
off.
back out bar Spin and Tonic now. So
now we do have to be impartial here as commentators, but oh no, they've gone out.
Yeah, never mind.
Oh dear.
Ignore the
oh
last
dear.
minute of conversation. Just speculation.
We are.
This is the Miles Shelby squad actually. Back out on track. Number 6. Going down through the final section.
There is the one of the
Cardiff.
Welsh teams, Cardiff, there in the pits, making a driver change, I assume, but currently in the refueling bay. Another marshal has been called over to inspect that nose cone, I think to add in a pin that must have fallen off. They're having to get that cart just moved out of the way as they now wheel it over to the driver change program. There is the medical car. The 2 medical staff here on track at the moment. Absolutely brilliant team. And when I was in the medical tent, one of them was saying that they have had a non-stop flurry of drivers since midnight, so doing incredible work there. The paramedics, the first aid team here at Teesside.
Our third place team are in the pits, never overtake Sheffield, so we saw them come into pits for a black flag not too long ago. That's Callum Barnett in the number 3030 cart. Not sure if they are changing drivers. I know one of their drivers has gone home. I say gone home, Adam Nather has gone to Germany, actually. He's probably there now.
Was that the commentator that I replaced
That
earlier in the
was,
stint?
yes. Adam left at around about 11 o'clock last night to catch a flight. About 4 this morning in Manchester. So, yeah, Adam's gone, so he certainly won't be replacing Callum. I can't see their car in the pit either. We didn't see it.
Could it be in the mechanical?
They might be a mechanical. They have had an absolutely amazing 43 pit stops, including this one, which is
That's incredible.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm reading their grid position.
Oh dear.
I was going to say that's a significant amount.
Yeah, I was going to say
this is the
43
16th pit stop.
16th pit stop.
43 pit
Still
stops.
higher
You'd have
than
no chance of being third, would you?
Still higher than most. Some teams as few as 12 pit stops, some as high as 20. As we are approaching 831 laps completed here at the 24-hour BUKC 2025 race.
Yeah, a couple of teams on 21 further down the order in terms of pit stops. 23 being the most for both BUKC Life, the Royal Highway team we've mentioned, and Edinburgh Napier. That gap's still 53 laps, so I don't think much progress is being made in that regard. But yeah, the top teams are looking at 12, 13, 14 pit stops between them. Very few things going wrong for those guys. The probably the best off of the multiple pit stop teams just had a contact warning, actually. Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. They had a 3 pit stops in 3 laps issue, or at least 3 trips to the pits in 3 laps issue earlier when they were running top 5, I think, early on in the race. Still doing pretty respectable, 18th place. I think Bristol will be happy with a top 20, although a top 10 maybe crossed their minds earlier as we get a yellow flag.
For the concrete blocks again. Yeah. Or is that not that's not a concrete block, that is just
26 is smashed into those blocks.
A small barrier. Is that a penalty if you smash into those, or is it just a
it's doing
slap on the wrist
team as well? I think it's a slap on the wrist for hitting those concrete blocks, but try not to do it if you are listening to the live stream. Speaking of which, the comments section should be available if you do want to comment on anything that's happening on stream. If you've got any questions for us, please do send them into the chat. In fact, if you have any questions for founder of the BUKC, Willie Chew, he'll be joining us in just 20 minutes time, so send in your questions for Will Chew. You can ask him literally anything. I will pose him every question that goes in the chat, within reason, obviously. You've heard us pronounce certain team names, so Will's romantic history perhaps is out of bounds for that Q&A. But otherwise, stick your questions in the chat. I'll ask Willie Chew as and when he joins me in the comms box. Right, where are our race leaders? They are coming down the back straight. They look
Having
flawless.
said that, Paul Gokarni are currently 2 pit stops behind the rest. Now that could be because they have a smaller team, but if they have to make another stop, that could blow this race wide open. They are currently only 56 seconds ahead of second place of BUKC Motorsport. It is close. It is a pit stop in between them. So we'll wait to see how that plays out over the next 4 hours and 21 minutes. But we can't say, like some endurance races, we can't say we have a clear-cut winner just yet. Never Overtake Sheffield, I think, threw themselves out of that race with that black flag. They are 3 laps behind. Never say never, as usual. But I think it is now between Paul Gokani and Baguette Motorsports.
Let's see if we can see on the lap chart. When did Paul Gokani pit? He got, yeah, that's the long lap time. Was lap 7:99.
It's about
So 35
laps ago.
ago. I think they've still got 3 pit stops to make. You can probably go around about 3 hours and 20 minutes with just 2 stops, and there's 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. I think they're going to struggle to go to the end, and Baguette Motorsports and never overtake Sheffield. When was the last time Baguette Motorsports pitted? They haven't pitted in a long time, actually.
It's been a while
in the
for
last 40 laps or so. So Baguette Motorsports are due a stop. They might have to stop 3 times as well, but Never Overtake Sheffield have just stopped. They had the black flag, and then 4 laps ago they stopped. So I think they'll only have 2 left. So that might bring them back into contention, with the other teams stopping one more time. Never Overtake Sheffield are in a decent position, as are Rexy Racing, having pitted 25 laps ago. Maybe they can stretch out. But that kart, if I remember correctly, is, as I said, the longest fuel tank on the grid, or at least it's appeared that way in the early stages of this race.
Following the on-track action now, we have some drivers going really, really close by each other, bumper to bumper. My favourite line of the race at the moment, a lonely race for some. And it has been lonely. My last stint out there was quite lonely. I didn't actually get much action, apart from my hit from the Maybe Liverpool team. One of you guys, I'll be keeping an eye out for you. Again, not saying that it was you, but
Paul Gokani. It's Paul Gokani.
It's Paul Gokani.
Yeah.
The marshals just didn't see it.
Yeah. If they win, I will say on the podium, but this is a tainted victory. And I won't explain myself, but they'll know. They'll know.
Paul Gokani. We're following now some of the drivers. That's the number 4 of, I believe, Leeds, if I'm correct. No, it was Edinburgh Napier. My apologies for that.
You didn't recognise your main rivals.
I didn't
your arch
recognise
nemesis.
I didn't give them the light of day.
No.
That's how I go. There's no friends in
I
motorsport.
respect that.
Everyone's settled in a little bit. No wild on-track action. There are a few bumper to bumper. As you can see in the middle of your screen there is a small trio of karts coming in to the hairpin at the back.
It's one of the Liverpool karts. I think it's Ringo kart, the 21.
Yes. They're all close together. Are we going to see a move here? He thought about it. He took the racing line back. They are still very, very close. He thought about it again, but decided not to. Portsmouth are in the pits. Will he be able to make that move at some point? It's not looking like it.
Is it they're battling with?
Shot back just a tiny bit. He did take quite a lot of curb on that exit, as we're now following all parts of the track here. Drivers spaced out, trying to just finish their stint. Interesting to see here, some people completely avoiding the chicanes, and there goes right along the curb, riding it along the next. I don't know who that was, but that was not comfortable for him at all, and he will be feeling that, especially if it was a long stint for him. The backs of these drivers will not be doing brilliantly.
Here's your boy, the Royal Holloway kart.
Oh, brilliant.
Currently in last place, but ploughing on, trying to get rid of that wooden spoon. Gap is still 53 laps.
I think we'll be taking
considerably
home.
quicker than Edinburgh Napier. We've lost now, so they're coming down there. Where is the Napier kart? When's it going to become 52 laps? That's what I want to know. How close are we to one of the first of 53? Oh, okay, the Edinburgh Napier kart is about 100 yards behind them on track, so a lot to make out. It's 53 3/4, I think, the deficit.
It's doable. It's doable.
Absolutely.
It's doable. Just set a few fastest laps. Contact warning for the number 30 cart. Warnings are starting to add up. We are seeing some black flags now. The latest. It's been a while. It's
Contact warning coming in for third place. Never overtakes Sheffield. I haven't seen who's out in that kart after Callum Barnett's last pit stop. They are coming through the final section of the track now, so I'll keep an eye out. Sam Spinell still in Baguette Motorsports kart. And I can't see Callum's distinctive orange helmet. So it is probably a driver swap for Sheffield. Is it someone with a distinctive enough helmet for me to recognise? It isn't. I'm not quite sure who that is in the number 3030 in the all black helmet. See, Callum is joined in that team by Adam Mather, who we mentioned, but also Harry Williams, Seb Chadjigoko and Zach Finney. It's not Dante Dillon, I know that for sure. Dante Dillon didn't for them earlier on in the race, so it's Harry, Seb or Zach in that 3030 cart. Still lapping at decent pace and hoping to keep hold of that podium place, but 21 seconds now the gap between them and Rexy Racing, the 42.
There was a little brush with the grass there for the new holder of the title of Stig. He was a 33 there. The 33 of, I believe, Nottingham Smiths Racing. Congratulations, you now hold the title of Stig with your very, very white suit. A little brush with the grass there. Managed to keep it on the black stuff, but ended up losing position because of it.
It's definitely the 33, because there's a very Nottingham-suited driver out on track at the moment.
It might not have been.
Perhaps they're moonlighting for another team.
Potentially. I may have. We are very, very heavily detrimented by a lack of sleep and by the Yorkshire pollen here in Middlesbrough.
Yes. So if anyone has any antihistamines, if anyone's watching this stream,
do come up to the commentary box.
Has antihistamines on their person, I will love you forever if you bring them to the commentary box right now. I
actually have some in the car. I'll finish my stint in about 10 minutes.
That would.
When I hand over to Will Shoot, I'll come back.
A long way.
And I'll bring some antihistamines. I've got the whole plethora. Would you like acrovastine or citrazine or?
Citrazine is what I normally go for. Yeah. Anything will do at this point. I'm desperate.
I'll come by with a antihistamine for you.
Thank you very much. Those viewers more familiar with my voice will probably remember it to be slightly less nasal than you're currently hearing. The Swansea grads are in the pits. There they are. There's Sam Taylor, who arrived at about 3 o'clock this morning to support the team, scratching his bum there. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, and who's that? I think that might be Mike, the ringer. It was driving on, just came out of the car. Doesn't look like Sam was getting ready to go in. They had some great pace over the course of the race, but some early mechanical mishaps led to them dropping down the order.
And in terms of track action, everyone we can see out of the commentary box window, apart from the ones you can see on your screen, are very spaced apart. That was a good move there from the man in the red helmet. If I can see, what car number is that? Is that 14? Was that? I
want to say that's a Bristol car, if I'm based on the suit and helmet
it
combo. Bristol
could be
being what was their team name? Remind me. It's the Go Fast Gaslight. Go Fast. Yes, Gaslight. Gatekeep. Go Fast. It's the 14. I
do quite like that
right
name.
In the identified. It's very distinctive. Yeah, they are the 14. The bright reddy orange helmet and the blue suit. The colour clash and the opposite of yourself, I would say. Your suit and helmet combo is on the money. That red and blue monstrosity is at the opposite end of the fashion scale.
At least we'll be able to find him in the in the order. There he is.
Being chased by your teammate.
Oh, come on! Let's at least let's have a few good on-track battles from the Royal Holiday Car.
An overtake.
Let's follow along here. He's on his tail. He's about half a second there behind him. On track, probably about 100 laps on the timing boards. There is that Douglas Smith?
It is.
That is Douglas Smith in the 39 kart, following closely behind the Bristol kart that is sporting a lot of red, a lot of blue, and a lot of green. They clearly didn't have a look at the color wheel when designing those suits, but nevertheless, doing better than we are.
Yeah,
So
do not turn up to Milan Fashion Week. There's 3 carts ahead of them.
there's a move.
Who's that in the light blue? It's the 7.
7 making move on 23.
It's the one of the mixed teams. Icons, actually. Not quite sure which of the team it was in that cart, but yes, we might see a Royal Holloway overtake on the live stream very shortly.
I made a good few overtakes on my stint. I haven't actually watched the live stream back. I'll be doing so at some point this weekend, but I was quite happy with my second stint. I think after a dosing of electrolytes, I was feeling a lot better for that evening stint. I was actually on the sunset stint. It was a very pretty sunset. Maybe distracted me a couple of times.
An enjoyable
Couldn't take
one, I think that, isn't it?
the racing line, but it's always brilliant having a sunset or a sunrise stint. Sunset may be better, you'll be a bit more awake. Iron Dames Racing was in the pits, have now left the pits.
So I've just refreshed the stream, and we do have some comments coming in. What happened overnight to the lap dancers? Don't know, Sophie. I was in bed.
I think I was very, very much asleep, but from what I've heard, I think it might have been a mechanical. If you are part of the lap dancers team, do come by the commentary box and share your story. Having said that, you have 7 minutes until the founder of the BUKC will chew, and that is an untoward hand gesture from our contender for the Milan Fashion Week, the Bristol kart. We do apologise for that for viewers on the stream.
Speaking of fashion, I do need to ask, where did you get your helmet from?
So, the helmet, it is from a company called, nearly fell off my chair there, a company called By City. Not to plug, but it is, they do some brilliant motorcycle helmets. It is not actually my helmet, it is on loan to me from Mr. Nigel Pereira. Didn't attend this year's BUKC race as he had other events to attend to. Clearly we weren't cool enough for him. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it is his helmet, so
Okay.
I'm sporting it. But I didn't have a helmet at the start of BKC. I was using the Club 100 ones because I did not have it on me.
Very much an upgrade, though.
No. I did pick up Nigel's as a loan. We did think for Clay Pigeon we wouldn't be able to organise it as he was away. And there was a brief time where we were considering using a Just Eat helmet.
Okay.
It would have been an interesting one.
That's a downgrade.
It is a downgrade, very much so, but it would have made it would have at least allowed for some interesting commentary during the quiet parts of the races. So we didn't end up going for it. We managed to sort it out, but
I love it. A few more questions in the chat. What are people lapping at ATM? What's the fastest lap? People are lapping in the low 1 minute 20s, 1 minute 21, 1 minute 22. The fastest lap overall, never overtake Sheffield. Callum Barnett set that a few moments ago. That's a 20.5. Callum's the only man who's made it into the 1 minute 20 second barrier. But yes, leaders 1:22 last time round. In fact, everyone in the top 3 did a 1:22 last time round. Speaking of the top 3, second place are in the pits. Sam Spinale, whilst he was taking time out of the league. Yes, thank you, Greg Barnett, for pointing that out. You will have just seen him in the pit lane, so not sure who's going back out for Big Motorsports. We'll keep an eye on that one. But second place in the pits for what will hopefully be one of the last 3 pit stops that they'll do in this race. We've also got, do we know which unis are in the top 5? I'll just recap that for everyone who's watching. Paul Gokarni, Liverpool. Liverpool have 4 Beatles named karts in this one, and the Liverpool Rocket, as it's colloquially been known around the paddock for the last 20 hours or so, Paul Gokarni are leading this one for Liverpool University. Big Motorsports are a mixture of unis, but if you had to assign one, it would be Coventry. It's half the Coventry team that won the BUKC back in 2020, Sam Spinell and Tom Fox, who were previously of Aston and Hertfordshire Uni, but they've teamed up with Sam Johns, who went to University of Wales Trinity St David, and a ringer whose name eludes me, but one of our BPEC contingent has joined them, so that's a team of 4. Big M Motorsports. Never overtake Sheffield, the clues in the name, Sheffield University, with a bit of help from a Nottingham Trent graduate. Rexy Racing is one of the Coventry teams, half of this year's Coventry A team and half of perhaps their B team as well, but current Coventry drivers. And the ex-Swansea team are, as the name alludes, a former Swansea team. Brumdog Millionaire, Brum implies Birmingham. Coventry are, again, a Coventry team. Ike's Icons and Senna Squadron 7th. Carter 7 and 8 in 8th and 9th are a mixed team assigned to St Andrews officially. And 10th, TOC, Carter number 52, in 10th place overall. That is the York team. So that is the universities in contention for the win today.
In terms of what you're seeing on the live stream, we have our favourite outfit at the moment, the Bristol team, coming in for their start, refueling. We are very sorry for our commentary, but we have to be honest about our opinions here. They are just wheeling that cart over to a driver with a little bit, maybe a little bit of a softer colour palette, that's softer on the eyes. He's gone all black and white.
Yeah. There's fashion transcends impartiality, I believe.
Yes.
And if anyone does want the official verdict on their look, whether it's the Bigfoot, the suit they're wearing, or the helmet, please do get in touch on the BUKC Instagram via the live stream comments. Let us know if you want to be judged. I will happily judge you. Greg Barnard's helped me out, but fourth baguette is Jake Richardson, in brackets pork chop. Yes, that's right. Jake Richardson was the name that eluded me. I'm not all too familiar with Jake, having only just met him as part of the 24-hour. But yes, Jake Richardson is the wildcard entry for that. You are allowed to have one wildcard driver if you're a team of 4. It's a maximum of 25% of your team can be made up of wildcard drivers, and by wildcard we don't necessarily mean someone who is a wild character, but someone who hasn't raced BUKC before, because of course this is the BUKC 24-hour race.
And as we approach the 4-hour mark, the time is 8:30. 4-hour mark, 4 hours to go mark, I should say. We have been racing for just under 20 hours. This next minute will mark the end of my commentary here for the BUKC, as enters
Hang on time.
the founder, Will Chu, right on time. It's a sign of a good commentator, calling it exactly on time. So this marks the end of my commentary. Thank you for listening to me for the last 2 hours and then the 2 hours earlier in the night. It was a pleasure to have read you all a bedtime story. It was a pleasure of all to commentate for these 4 hours and let this mark down as the number 5 skids through that corner.
And well, Zed will be back soon with a antihistamine for me, thankfully. Looking forward to that. My nasal voice is not my usual tone. I'm going to be joined by Willie Chu, and we're going to have a really nice chat, actually, me and Will. I'm going to just take you off mute there, Will. Welcome to the comms box.
Hello. What do we do here? I've never done this before.
You just talk. You can make jokes if you want.
Can't swear though.
No, can't swear. Absolutely not.
Man.
I will punch you in the face if you swear.
Okay.
And I've never punched you in the face. Known you a while now.
Please don't. You
Punch
have
most
the
people
urge
in the
to
face by
punch
this
me in the
point.
face right now. You probably do.
Right now,
All the
whenever
time.
I see your face, well,
It's
to be honest with
understandable.
you. So this is 10th running, 11th year of the
11th
24 hours.
11th running.
11th
Yeah,
running. Last
yeah.
year was the 10th year. I missed last year. I don't count last year because I wasn't there, obviously. Does it really count if I'm not
Did
there?
you do the first one in 2014?
No.
No?
No. I didn't start coming to the 24-hour until you started asking me.
Aww. But not even as a racer, Jacob.
No, we never used to do it as Cardiff team. Cardiff, whilst they are in this one, in 37th, solid effort from
Not too bad.
the lads. We never used to do it. They did another 24-hour race when I was in Cardiff Uni, but I won't mention which one because we don't like them. But yeah, we never used to enter. I think Cardiff started entering around about the Fraser Brunton kind of time.
Yeah.
And by that point, my invite was lost in the post. But yeah, give us a little rundown of the history of it.
Oh my God, where do I start? I don't know where to start. I mean, well, how's the race been going, by the way? Let me ask you that.
How's this race been going?
Yeah.
So we've got Paul Gokartney, one of the Liverpool karts, in the lead. They're currently a lap up on BUKC Motorsports, which is a mix. It's got Sam Spinell, Tom Fox,
team.
Sam Johns, yeah.
Okay.
And never overtake Sheffield. We're catching up until Callum Barnett decided to overtake someone under yellow flags and have an extra trip to the pits for his trouble. Rexy Racing's Coventry and Sam Taylor's team, the ex-Swansea lads, in 5th overall. So it's not done yet, but
yeah, it's all to play for.
We got a bit of a brief interlude in the action, shall we say?
Yeah, 4 hours to go.
Although cart's almost 4 wide going into the final corner there, there's certainly some cart to cart going on. But yeah, so you started this back in 12 years ago.
The 24-hour race, yeah. The first one was in 2014. And it was Cat and Paul's idea, actually. You should run a university 24-hour race. I was like, oh, sounds good. So yeah, it's 2014, and we ran it just on the national track, so we didn't have the extension, the international bit.
How many carts did we have?
We only had like 32, 35 maybe teams. I can't quite remember, but it was it was really good fun, and we had so you didn't go down the far end, so we had a big lorry and so on in the mid sort of infield section, sort of, on the grass area over there, which looked really cool, but because you're going around the national track again and again and again much more regularly, that the big right-hander at the what would have been turn 1, and then the big right-hander, what's the name of that bend down the end?
I call it the carousel.
The carousel.
Call it safe.
There you go. All right. Well, carousel and turn 1, people just go round. They're losing their necks. We had so many people just with wobbly necks.
Yeah. Not like me. I mean, strong neck Harris, isn't it?
Strong neck Harris.
Yeah.
That'd be your WWF, WWE.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we had lots of people who couldn't finish the race because their necks were giving way. But it was still a great race. And then the first time we had the international circuit was 2015. And we had our own team then as well. We had a bunch of the Club 100 boys racing.
I was going to say, you've competed yourself.
That was a lot of fun. That's 2015. So quite a while ago now. But yeah, we had Nicky Richardson, the Club 100 test driver and British kart champion back in '92, I think it was. And
Nicky the Nose Richardson,
as we like to call him
in WWE.
That's it. So Nicky and Barnaby, I don't know if many people know Big Barn.
Pittingale.
Barney
Former British champ as well, isn't he?
He was easy kart world champion 3 times.
There you go.
And he should have been 4th time world champion, whether or not for all the Italians been funny. But he's put on a lot of weight since then, so he would not be invited back into my team.
Who hasn't put on weight in the last decade or so?
Too.
Let's face it.
But yeah, so we had a really good team. It was me, Barnaby, Nicky, Owen Genman, who does a lot of 2-stroke racing still, Joe Wiggin and Johnny Goddard. Lots of Club 100 drivers there in that team. And we were winning it for a long time. I went out the second stint in the wet. It started raining in the wet. Started raining halfway into my stint and absolutely got soaked. So yeah, it was really good fun. And then we were winning till I think about 3 o'clock in the morning when I got a black flag for speeding under yellows. And then when I came into the pit lane, I was going too quick, and I got another black flag. So Nicky was a bit peed off. The whole team were peed off, understandably so. But we worked our way back up. Well, Nicky did, and the rest of the team did. And then Barnaby went out. And Barnaby, if you've ever seen him drive, I mean, he was a bit big back then, but he looks like Bowser from Mario Kart. So he had a tendency to smash into the curbs, and as a result, lost the front right wheel. But we came second overall, despite all that.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Despite all that misfortune and misadventure.
Yeah.
So that was 2015.
It was great fun, yeah.
And then it just got bigger and bigger from there?
Yeah, I think we had 40-something karts that year, and then the 24-hour races, it's always been around 50-something karts. 53, like we have 52 today, I think, 52, 53. Maybe the most, I think we said 54, so it's always been around that kind of number. last sort of 9 years or so. Yeah.
And we've had a variety of teams racing, winning. We've had teams that don't race the BUKC proper. We've had Dublin in the past, haven't we?
Yeah.
Come on.
I think they've won it twice.
They haven't
Doubled
been.
the number of the wins.
As written on the little notes in front of you that Jake Palmer was kind enough to leave behind. Our last winners were Exeter, but the two prior to that were, is it TUD, Technical Technology University of Dublin or something like that?
Yeah.
The official name, or DUT, Dublin University of Technology.
Something like that.
Not here this year.
No, it's a shame. They were good. I don't know why they haven't come back, to be fair. Let's have a look.
Yes, strong history for the Irish teams as well
Mhm.
in the British Universities Car Championship. You can see all previous results, which is what Will's currently doing on his phone.
Yes, Heriot Watts.
Heriot
Watts, University of West of Scotland. They had a joint team back in 2016. Who did we lose to in 2015?
You did 2015 as well.
That's the
Oh,
one.
sorry, that
that's
was
the
the
one
one
I did.
you were referring to.
And Oxford Brooks. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not entered this year. Oxford Brooks.
Some of them. Maybe I have BUKC logo on my tombstone one day.
Yeah. So yeah, so 12 years of the BUKC 24-hour. I think this year was 25 years of the BUKC in general, wasn't it?
Not quite. So next year is the 25th year of
That's
the
the one.
BUKC. We may even do a 24-hour race next year. We'll see. I'm going to chat to Cat and Paul.
Very confusing.
25 years of the BUKC in 2026, which is, I can't believe how quick it's gone. It's remarkable, really. Like, I was 21 when we got it going.
Wow.
Fresh-faced. Skinny.
Young Willie.
Yeah, strong.
Investment banking guru.
No, I hadn't even started that. I look like Simon from The In-Betweeners. So,
that's not bad luck for a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
He's the one that gets a girlfriend.
It was sort of, yeah. It's the story of my life. Yeah. Well, Imperial College anyway, and anyone who goes to Imperial College will appreciate that. we put all our energies into karting and beer. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, 25 years ago, man. Wow. I feel old.
Hell of a stint running the best karting championship in the UK.
Yeah, man.
By far.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of competitor numbers, both on any given event day, such as now, we've got 52 teams. We must be averaging about 5 drivers for each team.
I think we've got 300 plus 316 drivers, I think.
316 drivers, which in terms of competitor numbers is as big as any event in the UK gets, really, especially over the course of one day or whatever.
I think the only other bigger event would be the British 24-hour race, where they have owner drivers and rental carts. They have like 90 teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, the BUKC. I guess I am quite proud of. We started off in 2002 was the first season, and I only set up the championship because I wanted to race 2 strokes for my.
Selfish, really.
I'm very selfish, as all racing drivers are. Right, so I just wanted to race 2 strokes for my university, and I could tell you the story actually. So when I was at Imperial College, I'd never really done karting. I'd done a couple of indoor bits, and then I got to Imperial College, and we had a kart club. We had 2 TKMs, 100B National, which was incredible, and 2 Rotax karts, and I started. We had these little sort of test days, practice days, where the university would take maybe 12 drivers to their local track, like Tilbury. It was gone now, so but anyway, like Lids, we used to go to Lids, Rye House, Bayford Meadows, those kind of places. Occasionally Wilton, and I just took to it. And I absolutely loved it. It's like, why can't we race these kind of karts? And I didn't understand anything about karting back then. I had no idea, but they said it was too expensive. People said, nah, it's never going to work. It's too expensive. The karts are too fragile. And then someone suggested I started racing in Club 100, and I did. So after my 3rd event, I was racing the Sprint Championship, 2001 I think it was. And after my 3rd event, top 10 in the A final, my 3rd event, it's not too bad.
How many were in the A final?
Huh?
How many were in the A final?
12. No. I remember it must have been 20 something in the A final, but like, for someone who hadn't done any karting really, a 3rd proper race event,
absolutely.
I came 9th actually. My mum was watching, so that was lovely. And then literally the day after, I thought Club 100 could be what we need to set up a 2-stroke university championship, and it took me probably a month maybe 2 months to build up the courage to email John, because you know what he's like. He's quite daunting, especially in the older days. He was even more daunting. So eventually I built
Prime JV.
Prime, yeah, in his prime. He was bigger back in those days and looked meaner. He softened up a bit. The years have done that. The years have done that to him. So I emailed him, and I thought I've been putting it off, and I eventually said, "Oh, see what happens. This could be cool."
Worst you can do is say no.
Exactly, precisely that. And I've always taken that with me. Never leave a meeting with stuff unsaid, which need to be said, or all that kind of stuff. Anyway, if you're trying to get a deal with someone, if you're not going to get a deal if you don't ask, for example. So. Emailed John, and he wrote back very quickly. He said, "Yeah, I've been trying to get into universities for a while. Let's have a meeting." So, Imperial College was in London, still is, and JV was based in London. Club 100 was based at Streatham Kart Raceway. It's indoor track in Streatham, an old bus station. So it was a good little track, actually. So John was there, and I met him, and this was, I think, July 2001, when I was working for an investment bank doing an internship at UBS. I went to see John at lunchtime, and we started getting the BUKC going, and it was cool. We had this plan, and it was quite funny. We had our university at Imperial College at the time. They said that we didn't have to charge VAT. For some reason, the accountant, this guy called Dave Parry, who smelt disgusting, strangely, smelt of fish. It was really odd. We called him fish breath, as you do as a student, right? So he said, yes, you don't have to. I hope he's all right, by the way. This is like a long time ago, 25 years ago, so he must be retired by now. But anyway, thanks, Dave. The first year ever, he said, you don't have to charge VAT, so that's great. So we didn't charge VAT, so it was 17.5% cheaper back then. I think it was 160 quid, believe it or not, for a round. So it would be half
For a team of four.
For a team of four,
Wow.
so it's half a day, which should have been 200 quid with the VAT. So So anyway, so we got the championship going. So basically, Imperial College messed up, and they effectively subsidised the first ever BUKC to the tune of about £7,000.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyway, we got the championship going, and it was four endurance races, 4 2-hour endurance races. And I think we started at Wilton Mill. We had testing as well. And my God, the testing in those days, Jacob. We had like a 4-hour test. And, Club 100 would turn up, do a 4-hour test and then go home. But it was like teams of 8 in 4 hours.
Yeah.
We had no 15 minutes this, 15 minutes that. It was just everyone out for 4 hours.
It's quite similar when I first started.
Yeah, you remember those days?
Wild West. I think it was 2 hours at that point.
Yeah.
And you typically had 4 per team. You could do more if you wanted to, or fewer.
Yeah.
And it was just, here's your cart. Track's live.
It was carnage.
Do what you want.
It was how on earth we got away with it. Looking back, it was just madness. And we had so many red flags. John, the first ever test day, October 2001 at Rye House, and it was wet as well. It didn't help. And so many new drivers who'd never been in a two-stroke before, and it was spinning out everywhere. I don't think there was a single lap where it wasn't didn't have a yellow flag at least one corner. And I think we red flagged it 3 times or whatever. John giving a massive go at everyone, and he hasn't changed in that regard. I mean, he's less mean, but 2001, 2002 was the actual championship, and as I say, Wilton Mill, Rye House, Buttmore, and Clay Pigeon. And the finals
doesn't change much either.
No. We haven't got enough tracks in this country. Although we got a new track for next year, which I can't announce just yet.
I think I've...
You might have done already.
Not on live stream, no.
Okay,
I think
you
I've got
might
an
know.
inkling.
Yeah, and then we are actually talking to Silverstone as well.
That was the inkling I had.
Nah, we've got another track coming for next year, which we've never been to, which
There's
is
a lot
good.
of tease.
I know, but we are talking to Silverstone, and I don't know we'll make it for next year. Hopefully we will, but we'll see. Which is really cool, so it's really exciting. But yeah, when we finished at Clay Pigeon in 2002, the first ever season, 4 2-hour endurance races, that's all we did. 160 quid a team. It was mad looking back, but it just took off from there. The following year, I think we had 43 teams. So the first year, 32 teams when I was racing, 43 teams in 2003. Again, when I was racing, we had a really good team that year. We came second. We should have won it. My mate Palmveer, who became a Club 100 driver after that, I had 3 Super 1 drivers back in my team, plus me.
And you only finished second?
We finished second, yeah. We got
When you put it like that, It makes it sound like you were the reason.
No. I won my races. I won all my races. So yeah, it was really good fun. I loved it. We just got too many black flags, as you do, and we didn't take ourselves too seriously as well, which was fun. So good times. And then 2004, I think we ended up having proper double headers and more teams. I think we went up to 54 teams in 2004. I can't remember, but yeah, and it stayed around that number just in the Premier class, if you like. And then we introduced the Rookie Championship, I think it was in 2012, which is then turned into intermediates and so on. So that's what you started,
that's my era,
wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't start in the rookies. I started, been chucked into mains, and I was
Good
awful.
God.
I
You
think
was.
The
You were.
2012...
Yeah.
what was it? Yeah, 2012. I kind of saw the rookie event, and I thought, well, do you know what? I fancy that. And I did the rookies event at Clay Pigeon, and that was the first time I felt like I was actually able to compete. I'd turn up and I'd look at all these guys in their custom suits and fancy helmets, and I think, right,
Want to be like them.
yeah, I mean, I'm a long way away from them. I'd been karting, mostly a spectator in motorsport at that point. But yeah, gradually grew into it, and now I'm not the worst driver in the UK.
Yeah.
So I'm proud to say I can beat at least 3 people at go-karting.
Do you ever use Strava, by the way? Yeah.
I do.
Right.
I say I do. I have.
Right.
Back when I used to
Okay.
do Deliveroo in lockdown,
Yeah.
I used to record my bike rides.
Right. Okay.
Why'd you ask?
Well, because they had that like ranking thing. They could show you on the board where you are in the UK. Right.
I never looked at it.
Ah,
I
okay.
just used it to track my rides.
Top half, that kind of thing. So we should do that for.
You could do that in Alpha, couldn't you?
Yeah, that'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Oh, look, we've got a go-kart stopped on the back. Do you reckon that's fuel?
Wacky waving inflatable arms. That's not a leader, is it?
Who is that?
It's one of the Liverpool carts.
Oh dear.
Surely not the 20.
He's trying to get started again.
They are showing us on the back straight. No, our leaders are safely coming through. You can see them at the bottom of your shot there.
Oh,
So it's
that's a
not
shame.
the 2020 in Strife. It'll be the 21, 22 or 23, I think. And it looks like the 21 to me, which is Ringo Kart. I think it was the second. Yeah, they're currently in 17th place. Although they won't hold 17th place if they carry on like that. Not carrying on. So yeah, a bit of trouble.
Is this the moment where we have a bet why they've stopped?
I'm going to go with mechanical.
Yeah.
Don't think he fancies a rest. Certainly not with that arm waving.
You don't think it's a fuel thing?
Maybe he really wants to chat to that specific marshal.
Yeah, just
There
want
you
to
go.
chat.
Engine stopped. No, he's
Okay.
it
wasn't fuel then.
back. Slow down is the instruction from the marshal. Yeah, they under their own motive power again.
Hey.
Going quite slowly. Might be an engine failure. One of the engines maybe struggling to get going, and the other one
I
perhaps
was
cutting out. And
given a tip: if you have your one of your engines go down, just come in straight away because it can ruin the other engine. These carts are quite heavy, so
yeah, it looks like they'll be making their way around to the pit with
Yeah.
that 21. So yeah, 17th position is gone. Actually, they've been overtaken by 2. They've been overtaken by I Still Have Trouble Reading and Gaslight Gate Keep Go Fast. We've got a bit of support in the chat as well. Silverstone confirmed ? In the chat. Well, I think that's a no. Someone else is confirmed, but we're not saying who.
Silverstone
in the pipeline.
We are chatting to them as every single championship in the UK is
We
chatting
are
to them.
flirting with Silverstone.
We are, yeah.
I was chatting to a couple of drivers about that earlier, actually.
Yeah.
Very exciting prospects, isn't it? It's nicely placed
Yeah.
in the middle of the country.
It's good. In fact, John and I went up to Silverstone 2 years ago to help them a little bit with how to organise the layout of the building. So we've had some input, which has been quite fun, So yeah, hopefully we'll, if not next year, then possibly the year after. But it does depend on, it's midweek in winter for us. Oh, they stopped again.
More trouble for
man.
the 21. Yeah, they've lost 17th place. They've lost 18th place, and I think they're going to be overtaken by the lap dancers as well. Our former race leaders. Bit of an all-star team. You mentioned your own all-star team earlier on. The all-star team this year, or at least one of the all-star teams. The car number 20 is not having the best day of it. They're certainly not going to finish the lofty heights of third that you guys managed.
I thought it was second.
Way
I
back
was
when.
convinced it was second. So my memory, I just can't trust these days. It's too much beer. In fact, we really want to we've been chatting to the boys. We really want to come back next year, and we're all in our 40s now. So yeah, which is ridiculous. So come back and
And Nicky's ribs up to it. He's struggled with that the last couple of years, hasn't he?
yeah, I think so. But
Is Barnaby's weight loss journey going to be?
we're going to stick him on
complete by then?
Ozempic, like high dose of
I was
Ozempic.
going to say, yeah.
Yeah, both legs.
Apparently sees better
Really?
results. Yeah.
And we get sponsored by Ozempic. So yeah, we're trying to get the team back for next year. We could all lose some weight between now and then, I think.
I'll sit patiently and wait for my invite.
Yeah, well, you can wait a long time then.
If you wait until 2027.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was going to say when you mentioned about making it a 25-hour race, you'd be devastated if the 1 year you're in the lead of the 24-hour race. At the 24-hour point,
You got a
it
mechanical.
was a
or something.
25-hour
Yeah.
race, and then you got a mechanical in the last hour.
That'd be bad. Or if you thought,
There'd be a very angry email in your inbox on the Monday morning, wouldn't there?
or if you thought it was a 24-hour race, you just came in after 24 hours.
Speaking of coming in, our
Yeah.
leaders are in the pits. Paul
Mhm.
Gokartney. We think this is the first of 3 pit stops they'll need to make between now and the end of the race. Will they be able to go? I think they'll be able to manage 2 more,
They
or
could
maybe
do-
1
yeah.
more.
3 hours 40.
If they go for an hour and a half now, they'll
They need to do 2 more, I
Yeah,
think.
they need to do 2 more.
Unless they got very fuel efficient engine and
Yeah.
so on.
Lots of lift and coast
Yeah,
might
lift
get
and
them there.
coast.
They're in the pits
Yeah.
currently. BUKC Motorsports are out there. They've just crossed the start-finish line. I haven't been keeping track of who's in at the BUKC Motorsports, but I think it might be Jake Richardson, as I've not seen Sam Spinale, Sam Johns, or Tom Fox out on track, and Jake would be the one that I don't recognise. Can they reduce the deficit now as we see the Liverpool car of 21 being recovered? So one Liverpool car in the pit about to be joined by another. Hopefully for the 2020 is Tom Fox actually in the second place, 47 BUKC Motorsports. He's coming round through the last section of the track now. Can't quite see in the pits there if the Liverpool, I'm going to assume they're Liverpool A, Paul Gokartney. They're not refueled, so they should be back out on track. Keep an eye out the window for them. Liverpool in very distinctive blue suits. Always easy to pick them out because of it. But maybe they're just behind the hill at the moment. So yes, in the pits, our race leader, indeed Tom Fox, comes around to put himself, I think, on the same racing lap. Yeah, still showing in the pits. Keep an eye out the window. It should be coming back out reasonably soon. There's a Liverpool car, but it's not the one we're after. Could be. Oh, they are back out on track. There we go. They've just crossed the start-finish line. So the difference is 2 minutes 27. That seems like a kind of odd measurement. That's more than a lap. Maybe they're not on the same
yes.
racing lap.
That's because they came in the pits. That's right.
So yes, we'll see what the deficit is next time around when the timing updates.
Yep.
But we'll see Paul Gokartney come into this shot soon, I think, as we go to follow the
Coming
6 or
through
7.
the chicane now.
There they are. Yes, Paul Gokartney. So 2 more pit stops after this one, we think. So still all to play for. Still 3 hours 34 minutes.
Yeah, 1 black flag can change all of that.
1 black flag, 1 mechanical,
Yeah.
1 trip to the gravel, perhaps,
Yep.
even. Not that we've seen many people down there at turn 1 over the course of this race, even when it rained earlier.
So
Where were
you
you when
haven't,
it rained?
you haven't raced this before?
Never. I took part at one point, but not properly, just had a go kind of thing, in a car that had, been retired
Yeah.
due to team not fancying it. But no, never entered as a competitor.
Maybe we should ask if anyone would have you next year, Jacob.
Maybe next year I'll do what you've done
Yeah.
and get an all-star team together.
Yeah.
Yusuf bin Sail is the goat wrangler, as he likes to be known,
Okay.
and gets various BUKC superstars. But I have thought about it. I've thought, shall I just slide into the DMs of every good driver I know and
Yeah.
see if I can put together a squad that
Would
can
you be
take
the
it
team manager or? No?
I'd be the team manager, and then I'd go in for like the last 10 minutes just to say I won.
Take the glory.
Yeah. Let's face it, I'm not in that tier of drivers.
I
And
mean-
I am very, very heavy at the moment
Yeah,
in
but-
comparison to BUKC drivers. In comparison to other people of my height, I'm sure I'm very much in the normal range of weight. But yeah, carrying 95 kilos upon your person does
I remember when you were
suit you well.
skinny, Jacob.
Yeah, I used to be skinny. Then I had food.
Yeah.
My metabolism slowed down. Age
Yeah.
caught up with me.
It happens to us all.
It does. Time makes fools of everyone. So yes, it is within a lap, the lead gap. 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Oh, so it's less than a lap. Nice.
Paul Gilcartney and Beget Motorsports of Tom Fox
Yeah.
are on the same lap. Paul Gilcartney 1:22.2 last time round, and Tom Fox 1:22.0. You'll need a little more than 2/10
Yeah.
a lap to close down a 1 minute and 3 second deficit. Although you have got 3.5 hours to do so.
And I forgot we have the track time column. So we have, Paul Go-Kartley had been in there for 3 minutes, and you can see on the live timing, on the desktop view anyway, that team number 47 been out there for 33 minutes. And I think if we do our sums, that's 4 hours. They've got to stop twice as well. I
Yeah.
think the leader's got to stop twice. So that's pretty much what we see here is 1 minute and 3 in 4 hours. They could catch that up.
The Sheffield team, I reckon they can get away with stopping twice. They can go for another 40 minutes here. That'll get them to 1 hour
4 hours and a
50.
bit.
They might have to stop three
They need-
times.
I think they
Yeah.
can stop 2 times. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for them.
Or did I do the sums the other way round? Ooh.
It is.
Oh, no. I got that wrong. So, number 47, I think, can stop 1 more time. 3 hours, yeah. No, 2 more times. Sorry, I was right. Okay, ignore me. That's all to play for, the top 2 teams at least.
It's a long way to go still. 3.5 hours. The full length of an entire endurance round of the main BUKC plus a sprint
That's
left
a lot, isn't it?
in this one. That's a lot of
Yeah.
racing. Yeah.
So what have you guys been talking about for the last 21 hours?
Stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
About the race?
Bits and pieces. Lots about the race. Yeah. We've had a number of competitors in here sharing their experiences of what it's like on track. We had Zed from Royal Holloway, Etienne from UCLan? Apologies, Etienne, if I've misremembered your university there. Molly has been team principal, I think, for Leeds. So she doesn't actually race, but she does a lot of the team management. So there's a bit to talk about there. We've talked about BUKC in general. We've talked about previous 24 hours. We've discussed whether or not Sabrina Carpenter is a modern feminist or whether she panders to the male gaze.
Who's she?
Sabrina Carpenter.
No idea.
Wow, you're really showing your age with
Oh,
that
man,
comment.
no.
Well,
Yeah.
she's a very famous pop star.
Oh my God.
You know,
Yeah.
you must have heard Espresso or Please, Please, Please.
How's it go? I only remember
I'm not going to sing
jingles.
Sabrina Carpenter on
Come
live
on.
stream. Apologies.
Do it.
No,
Do, do, do,
that
do,
thing
do, do.
is reserved
No?
for karaoke on Friday night for me. Yeah, she's one of the biggest pop stars in the world right now, I'd say.
Really?
She was dating that Irish actor with the weird face, Barry Keoghan.
Who?
Guy from Saltburn.
Who?
You seen Saltburn?
No.
Again, very popular film. Netflix last year. You know how Murder on the Dance Floor came back into
Oh yeah, Sophie
The
Ellis Bextor.
modern
That's
vernacular?
my
It was
time.
because it was in Saltburn. At the
Oh,
end of
right.
Saltburn. Saltburn's about this working class kid who goes to Cambridge and pretends to be middle class and gets in with this very posh country manor family.
Right.
And one by one, spoiler alert, kills them all and inherits the mansion. And then at the end, the very last scene, he blasts Murder on the Dance Floor and dances naked around this massive estate house in the
Right.
country.
So he won.
So yeah, that guy dated Sabrina Carpenter, who is currently under a lot of scrutiny for sexually suggestive poses and what some people perceive to be demeaning herself in a sexual way, pandering to the male gaze, and trying to
GAZE, I presume.
yes,
Right.
trying to take feminism back to the 80s.
Oh, I
Other people
see.
say she's
Okay.
satirical and she's doing it in a
Yeah.
way which makes a mockery of.
How did that come up on the BUKC 24-hour
It
live
didn't.
stream?
I made that up when you asked the question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what all the topics of conversation have been. We've been talking, though, about
Yeah.
our social media
Yeah.
competitions.
Yes. Some great names for team names, which we've got a winner, haven't we? Is that right?
We are still running a vote.
Okay. And
We
the Bigfoots,
have.
have we got a winner for the Bigfoots as well?
We're going to announce the winner of the Bigfoots. We're going to do it now. I'm just going to get to the
Ooh,
vote.
I'm excited.
So, we've got
Drum
4
roll.
options in the winner of Bigfoot. I'll show
Yeah,
you them.
here we
We've got
go.
Brumdog Millionaire.
Primdog Millionaire, you need to zoom in a little bit, these, don't you?
We've got the Yeti. The big
Okay.
googly-eyed Yeti.
I like that.
A fan favourite.
Did that light up at night time? I had to go back to the hotel.
It didn't. We got Lightning McQueen.
Okay.
From the Pixar film Cars, and then we've got the lap dancers effort with the one where I'm giving JV a lap dance. We got Bonnie Blue on there as well, and some
Bit naughty,
photoshops
isn't
of
it?
all their drivers, as well as some choice quotes. So the voting currently, as it stands,
Yeah.
Lightning McQueen is out in front,
Blimey.
and we are going to call it for Lightning McQueen. So Coventry
Yay.
have won the best Bigfoot. Coventry win. That is an official announcement. Coventry, come to the comms box to collect your prize for
What-
best Bigfoot.
What have they
It's,
won?
They've won a multi-pack of Monster Munch.
Multi-pack of Monster Munch.
Yeah, roast beef, pickled onion, and a third flavour, which I can't quite make out.
Should we find out?
from my
This is
position.
really important.
It is
Sweet and spicy.
interesting.
Yeah,
I might try those if they're kind enough to offer me a pack.
that would be nice of them. You know, when we used to give out biscuits for winning the BUKC events in the old days. Like we used to, like, third place would get like a packet of Tesco's value rich teas. Second place would get like proper rich teas, no McVitie's, and the winners would get hobnobs.
Okay, that is going straight on the Instagram story. Lightning McQueen wins.
Well done,
You're a fan of
Lightning.
Cars, Will? You seen Cars?
A long time ago, yeah.
Cars 2?
No.
Seen Cars 2? No, me neither.
No.
Apparently Cars 2 is rubbish.
Yeah.
It's widely regarded as the film where Pixar started to go downhill. Another talking point, if you will. BKC 24 hour.
Yeah.
That lead then, 1 minute 5.
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm going to have a little bit of a cough.
Oh, Jacob's not very. Have you got a cold, Jacob?
I've woken up this morning with real bad hay fever.
Right.
Zed promised me antihistamine and he's not come back. He's been gone.
So did you say someone's called Zed?
Yeah, the guy you replaced on the commentary.
His name is Zed.
Yeah.
Z-E-D.
Yeah,
That's a really cool name.
it is.
But
He's the guy with the cool helmet. You know, the green helmet with the extended visor.
Nah. But still, that's cool, man.
Yes.
Good name.
He promised me an antihistamine 35 minutes ago, or
Okay.
even maybe even 40 minutes ago. And
So- This was 1 minute 3 before, isn't it? Wasn't it? Is that right?
yes,
It's now
so
1 minute
we've
5.
it's
Okay.
2 seconds extended. You can see the pace
Yeah.
differential. Paul Gulcartney. It's colloquially known as the Liverpool Rocket, that
Okay,
20
Liverpool
card.
Rocket.
And they've done a 21.8 on the last lap,
Okay.
as opposed to Tom Fox's 22.7.
Did you know, right? Like, I know we got an issue with the live lap times being stored on the server, which is annoying. We're going to get sorted. But we can actually compare lap times against each other. So if you click on one of the drivers
Didn't know that.
and then tick the other team you want to, click on one of the other teams, there's a little follow button
Compare.
and a compare button. So you compare, you choose the colour you want to compare with. There you go. I mean, they're very similar times, so it's not particularly useful. They pitted at the same time, I think. So yeah, there you go. That was pretty pointless.
Nice. And
Yeah.
yeah, you can't see that on the stream, but it was very visually impressive, I assure you.
Jacob, how do I mute this for a second whilst I take my top off?
There you go. It's a very intriguing visual thought for the viewers there as to what's going on in the comms box. I might take my clothes off as well. We'll see how it goes once Will shows off his torso. So yes, 3 hours 24 to go. We'll run through the entire order since we've been talking that button by there. I'll run through the entire order, given we haven't quite mentioned everyone in a while. First place, Liverpool, Paul Go-Kartney are in control of this one. Second place, BUKC Motorsports, a mixture of our Coventry champions and UWTSW, and a wildcard pork chop in second place. Never Overtake Sheffield are in third. Rexy Racing, one of the Coventry A teams, is in fourth. Swansea Grads are fifth overall. Then we've got Brumdog Millionaire, the first of the Birmingham teams, in sixth. Coventry are seventh overall, the 43. Ike's Icons, the number 7, are in 8th. Team OC, as we've been lovingly known by the comms team, the York team, are in 9th, and Senna Squadron, another mixed team, in 10th. Yuki Spinoda are the Brighton team. They've recovered well to 11th after a lot of misfortune. They've also got a Liverpool grad in their team. Covunism, another Coventry team, in 12th. Podhub are Lancaster, they're 13th. Imperial B, clue is in the name, they're 14th. Mine Cart is a Swansea effort, they are 15th overall. Luft and Loaded, the Loughborough Cart, are 16th. I Still Have Trouble Reading, they're in 17th. Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, Bristol, are in 18th overall. And then the Lap Dancers, a BUKC All-Stars team, down in 19th. 20th overall, 2 girls, 1 Piston Cup, the number 36. That is another Coventry team. Coventry just love entering multiple teams into the BUKC events. They're 20th overall, as I said. Ringo Kart, the Liverpool team we saw in a bit of strife in the last half an hour or so. 21 Kart in 21st. Doing Your Mum, the current leaders of Best Team Name, are in 22nd overall, not doing quite as well as they're doing in the battle for the Best Team Name, but that kart, Doing Your Mum, is a UCLan team, University of Central Lancashire. The 23rd overall, Lady Breaks Anonymous, is the other Loughborough effort. Iron Dames, our all-female team, number 5, are 24th. Nottingham Smiths Racing, 25th. And Endurex, number 27, are 26th overall. That's the other UCLan team. Portsmouth, no nonsense team name. They are in 27th. Reading Between the Lines are 28th. Brumbacart, the other contender for Best Team Name, Birmingham, are 29th overall. Edinburgh A are 30th. Metal Gearbox Solid, number 16 of the other Bristol efforts, I should say. They come next in 31st overall. We thought this was a sprint, is Brunel. They are 32nd. Cardiff Union Motorsports are 33rd overall. They've just made up a place, as have Cambridge in 34th, and Edinburgh B have followed them through. George Harris Spin, 3rd of the Liverpool efforts, dropping down, I think, due to a pit stop. Indeed, yes, they've just come out of the pits. Leeds Gentlemen are 37th. Automobilistas, another Leeds team, 38th. Chick Flicks, the number 48, are 39th overall. That's another Coventry team. Franz Hermann from Wish are 40th. Franz Hermann from Wish are the second Sheffield team. And then the 4th of the Liverpool team, John Lamar, are 41st. 42nd, Burger Kings. I think that's Nottingham Trent, if I remember correctly. It is indeed. DMU, De Montfort University, Useless, are 43rd. Imperial A, your old boys, are in 44th. Gurney Gang, a mixed team, 45th. Brumper Pass, the worst of the Birmingham efforts so far, in 46th. Miles Shelby Squad, another mixed team, in 47th. Spin and Tonic, the number 13, is a Leeds team. They are in 48th. And the Guanyanzhou team are in 49th. That's the second of the Swansea team. Woo's Your Daddy are in 50th overall. That's the second of the York teams. Edinburgh Napier are last but one. And it's a black flag out for Car 39, last overall, Royal Holloway. They had given up. Doug Smith's taken over for them. He's broken the rules. He's got to come into the pits.
Oh dear.
to serve time for an ABC, an advantage by contact. Bad Doug.
How many laps down is he?
Lots. Well, yeah, they gave
53
up for a
laps.
while. And whilst Zed and I were commentating, talking about it, I said, do you want me to find you a driver?
Yeah.
It took a while for the driver to find his kit. Yes, they are way off the
131
pace.
laps,
53 laps down on making up that pace. That's why Zed took
On that
the
pace.
wooden spoon with him
Right.
when he left the comms box,
Nice.
because it's safe to say they will be finishing today's race in last place.
Hmm.
But that is your overall lead. What was your favourite team name? Well, out of all of those, would you have gone for doing your mum, as everyone else on Instagram seems to have favoured? Brumbercart's
I mean,
quite good as well.
Yeah, there's been lots of really funny names. So yeah, I'm not going to say because
Yeah, not one that we can say.
they're just so bad, but funny.
Yes. There's a bit of creativity in the BKC 24 hour. You get to name your own team, you decorate your own cards, and, well, enjoy yourself.
It's a great event, isn't it? It's like, the main championship's over, it's warm, it's, usually the longest weekend of the year. You've done your exams, hopefully, all finished by now. Before people go away for the summer and, doing internships or whatever they're doing.
Going to weddings.
Going to weddings, yeah. Yeah, it's a really nice time to get everyone together and just go racing and chat nonsense for the best part of 30 hours or so, 36 hours. We loved it the last time I did it in 2015, so really keen on doing it again. But it's just a nice vibe, isn't it? Especially when it's like this. It's not too hot. It's not cold. It's not raining at the moment. I don't know how much rain there was overnight, but I know there was a little bit when I turned up this morning. But I love this track in the wet, Jacob. It's so much fun in the wet. I mean, it's a great track anyway.
It did get wet for all of 10 laps earlier.
Yeah, that's when I turned
Were you
up.
sheltered from the rain?
I was standing outside in the rain, getting a bit of
Brave
freshness. We've had a crash up the hill.
That's not ideal.
No.
the
Which
number
teams
one?
are that? I can't see those numbers from here.
Looked like the number 1 or perhaps the 7 pulling off there, but the other car hasn't been quite so lucky.
I wonder why we have a checkered flag over number 1.
So that means they're in the pits.
Does it really?
Yes. if you
Okay,
look
well,
on
I
your-
need to take a picture of that and send it to my business partner, who's also called Will, say we've definitely got a bug in Alpha at the moment. He does a timing system, so I'll message him right now. Bear with me a second, Jacob, otherwise I'll forget.
Get that sorted. Okay, you get that sorted. The car in the barrier has got themselves sorted with the help of the marshal, and they are underway again. As Harrison Chapman decided to make his way back to the track. Perhaps we'll get him on commentary for a bit, you reckon? As through the field carves one of the carts, or tries to carve one of the carts. A big gaggle of 5 of them here coming around onto the start-finish straight. Rexy's Racing is involved in that and is now the lead car with that one peeling off. So that's the 42. They are 32 seconds down on Sheffield for that last podium position. The BUKC Motorsports gap to the front at Paul Go-Kartney. It's now 1 minute 9, so that's actually extending out. The pace for Paul Go-Kartney is pretty good. They're in the low 1 minute 21s, as they consistently have been throughout the race. High 22 last time round for Tom Fox in the BUKC.
Oh, Jacob, bless you, mate. Yeah, it's not my presence, is it? Which is
It's
making me
not. It's
sneeze.
the presence of fauna and flora in the atmosphere, I believe. I'm going to message Zed and see what the deal is with those antihistamines. See if I can get hold of one.
Bring it back. Look at that. So, yeah, I've emailed my business partner saying sort this little checkered flag out that should not be up there. It's quite embarrassing, actually, so we'll get that sorted. Yeah. Well, I've never done commentary before, Jacob. I'm a little bit... What do I do? I just go through the top 10, bottom 10.
Just describe what's happening on screen, try and pick out who they are.
We should do like another competition next year, like best campsite or, best awning.
We've looked at those in the past.
Yeah.
Problem is, I started doing a video one year and I got to a decent tent and there's no one in it. I was like, well, now it's just going to be me talking about an empty tent. Plus, people trying to sleep, you know? You
Yeah.
gotta respect.
Excuse me. Wake up, please. We want to interview you for your amazing tent. But it's cool, isn't it? Just look, people chilling out. I like it. Yeah, it's good vibes. So, do we find out which two carts have smashed into each other then?
We didn't, I don't think.
No. What's the fastest lap time? 1:20.5. It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, I've messaged Ed for an antihistamine.
On
I've
lap
promised that I will love him forever.
824.
if he brings
Okay.
me one.
So that's quite recent then. The best lap.
The fastest lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Callum Barnett.
Yeah.
Probably about an hour ago now.
Good.
Setting really quick time. He just at one point decided he was going to lap in the 1 minute 20s, which no one else has done, and some blistering pace. But that was shortly after the rain spell.
Right.
The lap times went up to about 1 minute 40s
Yeah.
during the rain, and then a few minutes later just tumbled right back down. At which point Callum decided he was going to go all the way. There is another
Yeah,
in the
another
1 minute
one,
20s.
120.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a recent development as well. I
Yeah,
think.
that's the only
When
other
was that?
team.
Well,
That was lap 818. Yeah, it seems the 800s were a good time to set good laps. So, yeah.
yeah, not too bad form at all. Little wash for the track, and apparently washed all the
slow
non-grippy
bits.
bits.
The slow bits.
Slow bits
I
off.
don't know what we're talking about, do we?
Yeah, no, this is the least
Yeah.
technically proficient.
We're not very
commentary.
technical when it comes to
No.
the actual karting or
Can't go-
racing
can't go
side or
fast.
mechanical side. No,
No,
definitely not.
sprockets.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
about it.
Maybe the sprockets were
Cleaner,
cleaner.
right?
Yeah. God.
Possibly.
I had someone suggest yesterday, oh, what if we did a 24-hour race, but teams are allowed to maintain their own card? Be a disaster for me and you, wouldn't it?
We wouldn't get going more than
No.
half an hour.
We'd be
Yeah.
where Royal Holloway are right now.
We'd be
53
studying.
laps down on last but one.
Yeah, studying YouTube videos. I think that's what we'd be doing for 24 hours.
Yes. Or just not entering at that point, I think.
Bribing
for me.
people to look after our carts for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Barnaby would do it in your team,
Yeah, Bob Barnaby's a great mechanic. Yeah.
but I'd be stuck.
Yeah.
So
Good.
another black flag going out there, this time for Loughborough. We've had a couple of black flags recently.
that for?
The behaviour is getting worse and worse. In the last 10 minutes or so, we've seen 3 black flags. One for Loughborough, one for Burger Kings, Nottingham Trent. One for Imperial A as well, your old boys.
Boo.
Don't see Cardiff getting any black flags, Will?
Are they here?
Yeah.
Which team are they?
Cardiff are in 34th at the minute in a Breaking Bad inspired team name.
Oh,
Cardiff Uni Motorsport as an initialism.
CUM.
CUM is
Yeah.
typically what they base their team name around.
Yeah. Standard. And then Kingston, I believe, in the early days, I think they've changed their name now, but it used to be Kingston Original Karting Society, KOKS.
Yes.
And they used to have a picture of a chicken. Is that right?
Yes, a male chicken.
Male chicken, yeah. On their race suits. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? I've been doing the BUKC. Well, I kind of handed over the reins of the BUKC to Molly. Everyone knows Molly. She's been doing a great job of organising everything since 20. When did you did it? 2019, so it was 2020. Molly
Yes,
took
it was
it over.
2019.
Yeah, so 2020 Molly took it over. Yeah, I haven't really been involved in the organisation side of things. Bless you, Jacob.
I'm really
Anytime.
struggling here.
You are. I'm going to move away a little bit. Maybe that would
Yeah,
make it a
sorry.
little bit better for you. But yeah, Molly's been doing a great job organising it. But over those years, 25 years, it's something we haven't talked about is BUKC alumni, where they've gone and what they're doing and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Jacob, you're 10 years since you graduated. Is that right? 10 years now.
11 years since I graduated, yeah.
Oh yeah, 2014 you graduated. Yeah. And you've gone to a career like sort of still keeping involved in motorsport through Club 100 and the BUKC and so on, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely.
And then there are people who have, in that last 25 years or so, that be running this championship. It's quite remarkable. Half of the governing body now, the people who work there, are all ex-BUKC. And so when JV goes to Motorsport House to go to various committee meetings and so on, loads of people are saying, "Hey JV, hey JV." It's like, yeah, who are you? Did the BUKC back in 2006 and so on. So like, it's really cool, and this is something which I never ever expected or anticipated when setting up the BUKC. We did it just for fun, just to go racing. But yeah, it's just remarkable now. Like, there's so many people from the BUKC are still heavily involved in motorsport and are impacting motorsport now at the governing body level. We have loads of ex-BUKC drivers now. In Formula One as well. The race engineer for George Russell is an ex-BUKC driver, for example. Oh, here comes Zed.
With an antihistamine for me, I'm going to go on mute and take one of these.
You go
But
on
well, not only jobs in motorsport, but successful races.
Yeah.
Racing BKC.
Yeah, I mean, we've had. Trying to think. I mean, I'd really like to do a page one day on the BUKC of where they are now. That'd be awesome. So, Tom Oliphant, for example, he raced British Touring Car Championship. I think he's in Australia now. We have James Gornall, British Touring Car Championship as well. Dan Gore, who raced around my time, 2003. He's done well. Just a normal job. He's bought himself. This is bizarre. He's bought himself an old historic F1 car, Tyrrell F1 car from 1982, and is racing the historic F1 series now.
Nice.
And Dan started in the BUKC, and he's a really good driver. Lovely chap, very funny. But BUKC, Club 100, Caterhams, and then I think it was Formula Jedi. Richard Morris, of course, he set up Racing Pride, which is incredible to see that growing as well. We've always supported it since he set it up.
First use of Racing Pride stickers, I believe, was at the BKC 24-hour.
It was
2017, 2018.
It sounds about right. It sounds about right. Yeah, and we had it on the. I think we still got it on the website as well.
We had an award for best use of the Pride sticker.
Did we really? Oh,
Yes.
we stuck it all on the bumpers, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I think it was it would have been 2019. Yeah, I think it was the year JV came up.
Okay. Yeah.
The year that you handed over to me.
Yeah. It's got better since then, mate. Just better and better.
Yes.
When it jumped up another level.
The administration side of
did.
things, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I took over at probably the worst possible moment.
Unfortunately, so yeah. Anyway,
It was fun though.
Was it?
No,
Harrison Chapman is calling me. This is a guy from Club 100, so I'm going to
It's
pause for a sec.
probably because I gave him a very cryptic response to his message. He said, "Do you want anything?" I said, "Yes," and he's probably ringing to find out exactly what I meant by that. But never mind. Yeah, we've had some very successful competitors come through, both in terms of the world of motorsport and outside of the world of motorsport as well. Yes, Rich Morris of Racing Pride fame, starting out. I say starting out. It's not as if he was a baby when he came to the BUKC, but he raced for Cambridge, who are currently in 35th in this race. Rich Morris, I think, did BUKC for about 10 years. But we've also had, in recent years, drivers from Formula 3, the old Formula 2, Ramon.
Yeah, Raymond Pinero. He was a lovely
He
guy,
did an
Hertfordshire.
endurance race
Yeah.
at Buckmore with guy on track as of an hour ago, Sam Spinell. They were at
Really?
Hertfordshire Uni, and
That's right.
they won an endurance race in my first year as a BUKC official.
Yeah.
And Sam Spinell is he's one of the 4 drivers for kart number 47. So yeah.
Was it the BUKC Drivers' Championship 2013? Raymond was racing in there, and we started at the back of a heat, and we just made our way through traffic together. It was really good fun.
Nice. Haley Kristovich is in the chat saying antihistamine secured. Yes, I've just taken an antihistamine. You'll be glad to know. Fans of my voice not sounding nasal.
Right.
I've had one. You expect me to start sounding better and better,
Oh.
less aggressive sniffing and fewer pauses for sneezes will be coming your way in the last 3 hours of this stream. I had another example of a famous alumni that's completely slipped my mind. You started talking about Racing Pride and went off. It sort of set me off on a tangent. We got a cart backwards at the hairpin Just parks up in the middle of the hairpin facing the wrong way, which is less than ideal for themselves and all the other competitors.
He's
really,
literally right in the place you want to go, don't you?
don't seem to be able to get going. There we go. You just caught a glimpse of them on your stream. Every other car seems to be
Number
facing
16.
the right way. But yeah, you can't park there, mate, I think is the go-to phrase for situations like this as drivers.
He seems pretty chilled there, doesn't he? He's not
Yeah, no waving the arms
No.
as Marshall now, helping him to the edge of the track. And
I got to say, the all the T-side crew, shout out to T-side crew, Cat and her team, because every year they do this event for us. They're up for 24 hours working the whole time, and they are on it. They're on every single issue, you know. I'm just super impressed by them every time I come here. So yeah, big shout out to everyone at T-side who's helping us. Running this event for us actually. So yeah, he's got going. Woohoo!
Finally, so back running under motive power. That gap of the lead is getting bigger. Liverpool fans will be pleased to hear.
Yeah.
Whilst Tom Fox has upped his pace, well, at least he had on the previous lap. He's just at 24.2, which isn't ideal at all. Tom Fox was down in the 21s, but Liverpool are consistently lapping around that pace. And as I said, they lap in a 22.8. Yeah, that gap is getting bigger. It's now 1 minute 14, and a lap time around here is 1:21. Said, so we might see Paul Gokartney put a lap on Big Motorsports before long. Big Motorsports is likely to be in the pits in the next half hour, and I think Never Overtake Sheffield are due a pit stop. As I say that, they come into the pits. Perfect timing on that call. So yeah, Never Overtake Sheffield, third place, are in the pits. There you go. You've got your little checkered flag icon showing up on your timing tower on the left-hand side. So pit stop for our third place team. This should be the penultimate one for them.
I think so.
They will only need one more after this. They've done 1:22 in this stint, but they should be able to go an hour and a half, I'd imagine, on a full tank of fuel. So yeah, into the pits for Never Overtake Sheffield. There you can see them waiting to be fueled up. Callum Barnett in the distinctive orange helmet, ready to jump in again by the looks of things. His pace was scintillating. He set the fastest lap of the race. That man there, just checking the cart. The gap, as we said, and the lead was now 1 minute 14. These guys are a further 2 laps down. They'll have half an eye on the lead, especially if misfortune comes the way of the Liverpool cart. But they'll be mostly looking over their shoulder at Rexy Racing and hoping to stay ahead of the Coventry boys there and maintain their podium place. They've also got Swansea graduates challenging them as well in the latter stages of this one. You can see there are 2 refueling bays there in full action, and that's the driver swap area as well. As out comes the 46. There's Callum Barnett, the 30, and the 27 follows them out of the pits as well. Well, you've done a full hour of commentary
Already? Fly me.
Isn't that mad?
Yeah.
Doesn't time go fast when you're commentating? Oh, I've got a Facebook message from Callum Barnett. He just said fair enough to something we were talking about earlier. Never mind. That's presumably before he did that pit stop, because I did not see him with his phone in his hand there. Yeah, full hour of commentary. Doesn't it go fast?
It does go fast.
Talking about old times.
All the time. It's what we do when we get older.
Yeah. And
Who else
3 hours of the race to go.
Yeah, who else has moved on from the BUKC and got into what's the name? I can't remember the Loughborough boy. Robinson.
Robinson?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dave
the photographer.
Robinson. No, Dave Robinson. He went on to Caterhams, I think won all the Caterham academies and so on, you know. It's really cool actually seeing people move on and do well. I mean, you know the drivers a lot better than I do in the last sort of 6-7 years since I sort of handed over the administration to you and then Molly. You probably keep in touch with them a lot more than I do. But I'm sure, you know, people going on to continue their racing in other forms, other categories. You know, a lot of people joining Club 100 and doing well in there. You know, of course, we've got Fraser and Dante and so on. I was talking about the people at the top, though, Jacob. You know.
Yeah. The top of heavyweight C2.
We're talking about C2. Well, that'll do. And yeah, it's good to see you still race. I think you've hung up your helmet though, haven't you?
I'm a professional motorsports commentator
Oh,
now.
there you go.
At the end of last year, I offered my services to Andrew Mather because I knew
Yeah,
Howard was taking a step back.
Well,
and
talking about that, Andrew, he's a full-time commentator now.
he is, yeah. He
and
started
that's
at
in
the BUKC.
Yeah, and he's doing FIA karting events now, and yeah, it's really cool to see that kind of stuff. So yeah,
He's great though, isn't he?
Andrew, he's got a great voice. Yeah.
Yeah, him and Howard, blessed by the vocal gods.
Yeah, I mean, from a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife thing, do they like that sort of voice? Maybe that's part of it.
I'd assume so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very much that way inclined towards their voices.
Yeah.
Visually,
Oh, that's not nice.
no, they're just not my type.
Okay. But the voices are
But
great.
voices, very
Yeah.
much, yeah, especially Howard.
Yeah.
Howard's voices.
I wonder if they could do like calming stories as well, like bedtime stories.
Oh, Howard kid,
Really?
absolutely, yeah.
I think Andrew's too much of a sort of
Andrew's the hype
Rev,
man,
yeah,
I think,
hype.
whereas Howard's the
Yeah.
soothing,
like
kind.
the
yeah.
caramel sort of smooth.
He knows it as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't like. He's a very humble man, but what a voice!
Yeah.
What a voice!
The voice. We should get him to do some sleep stories. Talking about sleep stories, did people have some sleep stories last night?
There's a bedtime story. Yeah,
Bedtime
Zed
story.
read us a bedtime story.
And what was it? And who read it out? You did.
Zed read it out. I don't know
Okay.
what story they chose, but they were left with strict instructions to read a bedtime story,
Really?
and by which they abided. Obviously, I gave the instruction, so
Yeah.
be inclined.
Has Ed got a good voice for putting people to
I
sleep?
think we've been joined by a number of new commentators from the BKC perspective over the course of the live stream, not least yourself. But yeah, we've had Jake Palmer, who did the notes in front of you there for the first part of the race.
Very good name.
We've had Jake Connellan, who's been racing for Loughborough in recent years.
Mm-hmm.
Molly May of Leeds, who I mentioned earlier. She's had a good stint. Adam Laffer joined at one point. Etienne Jones, Zed, who you replaced. We had Dom Bessel step in at the last minute.
Wow.
Not new to the BKC, but new to the BKC comms box. And Morgan Jones, I think, did an hour. Not the Morgan Jones you know, but the blonde Morgan Jones, who's here racing for Brighton. So a little run through your order there on screen at the minute, just to give you a better idea of exactly what's going on. You've seen 1st, 10th, you've seen 11th, 20th, now 21st to 30th on your screens. Yes, lots of new faces in the comms box, or new voices rather, because we've not really used the comms box camera, and they've all done pretty well. Some promising commentators. But yeah, in that respect as well, Andrew, full-time commentary now. Piers Pryor, obviously, is doing very
Piers,
well.
of
He's
course.
getting involved in Formula 3, Formula 2,
Yeah.
F1
That's
weekends.
so cool, isn't it?
It is very cool,
We
yeah.
had a guy called Jack Nichols from Birmingham a long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, and he was commentating on the BUKC just on the tannoys and so on for a while, and he went on to commentate for Formula 2 as well. Yeah.
Nice. So Chris McCarthy has
Yeah.
done rounds of the BKC. I think Landau was the last time Chris McCarthy did it, and
I
he's
think he
commentated
was
on that
only
one.
as a guest. Chris was never.
Oh yeah, he's never a full-time
University
BKC
student.
commentator, and
Yeah.
he did have previous experience outside of it.
Yeah,
but,
oh yeah, Chris is a great driver.
someone who's commentated on both the BKC and
Yeah.
F1.
Yeah. I love Chris. He's brilliant. We worked together 10 years ago on Formula Kart Stars project, which was a bit of a disaster for everyone involved in it. But Chris, yeah, he was the commentator for that. And it's amazing to see him now, like, yeah, as a Formula 2 commentator. It's just awesome, isn't it? So
Yeah,
Was
I always
it
find
Formula
it
3?
strange that someone I've commentated with commentates on
Yeah.
Formula 1.
yeah,
I just consider myself to be so far removed from that quality of
yeah,
broadcasting.
yeah. You still are.
It's always been a bit of a mess around for me. But that's where I was heading to, is Alpha Live is, you could say it's a Northampton Karting League creation, but it started in earnest at the BKC.
Yeah. Oh man, that was a lot of fun bringing that together. So this goes back to 2015 actually, when Facebook released a live streaming platform, and I was running a corporate karting event in London called Kart Fight. We
remember.
nicked the name from Red Bull, but this corporate karting event, I just had this idea of like bringing all of these big companies together So check this out, right? So these companies like Facebook entered, and a whole bunch of like tech companies. It's a tech-inspired event where these companies would literally pay us £2,000, right, for a team of 4 drivers to do an indoor go-karting event, right? And but we wanted it to be the best event you'd ever do for a corporate. So everyone had their own suits. We made bespoke suits from Pakistan. We got everyone was wearing these beautiful white suits with like their logos, Facebook logo, and CrowdQ, Cedars, that kind of stuff, and it looked incredible. And when Facebook launched their live stream platform, I was like, right, I really want to find out how we do live stream, but it's all very embryonic, and I couldn't get it going for Kartfight, even though it was an amazing event. And then JV, by the way, got this Kartfight event. Right, so imagine all these teams looking incredible, their own race suits, their own coloured helmet, so Facebook blue helmet, all this kind of stuff, and all the supporters who are invited to be part of this team of 4 drivers plus up to 30 supporters, and we had a free bar, right?
Nice.
So all these supporters were getting smashed out their faces. We had Nicky helping out in the bar, Joe, his brother, and JV was dressed up as a boxing promoter, sort of compare,
Bruce Buffett.
Bruce, the UFC chap is just like that. And we had this like catwalks. All the teams had to come out to the catwalk with lights and a DJ. My brothers, 2 of my brothers and my mum were DJing, and John was doing all the comparing stuff. It was such a mad event, and we had like this like half-hour section in the middle where everything had to be refueled. All the carts had to be refueled. So we had a sort of nightclub thing going on. It was so weird, but it was so much fun. Anyway, I wanted to live stream this event, couldn't get it working. So the following year, 2016, I was like, how do we live stream the BUKC? I was like, I really want to live stream the BUKC. And Luke Austin and James Fitzhugh from Wilton Mill, they were running the Northampton Karting League. They were using OBS, I think it is, which is what we're using here today. So like an open source broadcast system or whatever, but it's basically a live streaming system. It's open source. And they had a couple of cameras, but it was all wired in. I was like, well, we're going from like track to track with the BUKC. We're going from track to track for the BUKC. How do we set this up really easily and take it down? So I have a background in digital image compression and video compression stuff, very geeky stuff from before university. And well, that's clearly the way to go. So we thought we could just beam all the data over long-range Wi-Fi. So I bought all this gear in the company, which I was running before I merged it with Club 100. So it was called 3T Racing at the time. So about 10 grand's worth of gear just to live stream the BUKC. So we had a massive computer, really powerful computer, a bunch of digital video compression things, long-range Wi-Fi, and then we hired some cameras. And the first ever event we did for the BUKC, first live stream we did, was November 2016, and you were commentating with Emma Jones, if I remember correctly.
I was presenting with Emma Jones. Andrew and Howard commentated.
Yeah, that's it. So presenting with Emma, and you're really tall, and Emma's really quite short, so it was quite amusing in the pit lane, the 2 of you. But it was incredible. This was so sort of like pulled together. We didn't know if it was really going to work, and then I wrote the software for the live stream overlay at the time, within Alpha, so we had all that side of things. So
the one that's currently malfunctioning.
Yeah, we've rewritten it since then, quite recently. This is the most modern version of it. We had a very, very simple version of that live stream overlay back in 2016. It looked pants compared to now, but anyway, we got it going. I think we decided if we could get it going on day, it's a 2-day qualifier, but if we could get it all going nicely, we'd run the second day full, like properly.
Yeah.
But I think we got it properly going, like within a couple of hours, and it was stable and it wasn't falling apart. All this long-range Wi-Fi, video over long-range Wi-Fi was working really well. The key was to compress the video data. It's just live stream. You don't need to have like amazing quality cameras and resolutions and so on. So yeah, it got it going, and Andrew and Howard were doing the commentating. You were presenting with Emma, and it worked really well. We had a roaming camera. In fact, I also remember we had this ambition to like have an onboard camera. One of the carts had an onboard camera.
We did.
So I bought this drone camera. So you get these drone cameras in the about 10 years ago, and it was analog. It wasn't a digital thing these days, but it had digital HDMI cable coming out of the back end, the receiver. So we plugged that into the big computer, and we put it on the cart. But it was weird. Every single person who got in that cart it was like it was cursed.
Yeah.
That, do you remember that the cart with the camera was cursed? So every person got into that had a massive crash straight away, or the wheel fell off or whatever.
It got to the point where we were putting it on people. We were like, this guy's reliable.
Yeah.
He's never spun, never crashed.
Yeah.
And then lap 1, 2, and 1, they'd be in the wall.
Yeah, it was weird. So wasn't meant to be. So, but anyway, it's amazing. So after that 2016 event, November 2016 qualifiers, Luke and James had a couple of people in the karting industry get in touch with them, and it was on Facebook. You know, like it was really good.
But
I think
you mentioned the 2 days. I think the first day we did it in the BUKC Facebook group.
Yeah.
A closed group, so only people in the BUKC
That's right.
would be exposed to it. And it went so well. The second day we were like, let's do it on the page,
On
the
the
public page.
Yeah.
And that's when other people were like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and people were sharing this online, like the Kart Bandit, who's an ex-BUKC driver as well, won't say who, but they shared it, and they were like, the BUKC first to do live stream properly, or something along the lines, you know. The British kart champs at the time, Super 1, they hadn't been able to get live streaming done, so it was cool. It was BUKC were the first to do it properly, really properly, and as a result, yeah, Luke and James had a couple of inquiries from various karting and bike championships in the UK, which were Alpha customers. So they came up with the idea they were going to create a company. They're going to give up their full-time jobs, create a company, and they wanted to call it Alpha Live. I just thought it was a genius idea to call it Alpha Live. You know, I was running Alpha Timing. I think it'd been going for 3 or 4 years by the time. So we shared the brand name, and me and Will from Alpha Timing, we put a little bit of money into Alpha Live to get that off the ground. So we have a tiny share of that company, but we share the brand as a sort of co-branding exercise, and it does work really well. There's loads of loads of championships in the UK now use Alpha Live. They've broken into Europe. They're doing lots of car racing stuff now. You know, the British kart champs, they use Alpha Live, Super 1 Alpha Live as well. So James and Luke have done really well, and set the standard actually globally for live streaming. Like last year, they did the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno, which I was there for as well, and they're the ones who do it the best, absolutely 100% the best. And they're always innovating. Like they had a couple of onboard cams this year, and Luke had designed his own 3D printed mounting case and stuff. So really proud of those guys. It's just great to see them keep on growing. So came out of the BUKC sort of, and Northampton Karting League, joint venture.
Slight tangent on that.
Yeah.
As an Alpha brand, do you ever get comparisons, accusations, or likenesses with kind of a whole Andrew Tate kind of thing, and
No.
alpha males?
No.
With the alphas?
You know what? I've never. It took me ages to come up with a name for what became Alpha Timing, and this is going back to 2012, I think, when I could talk about that story a little bit. But basically, I'd written a booking system for JV to manage Club 100, written in Ruby on Rails, like a web-based booking system, and he still uses that today. And my friend, also called Will, who's a little bit older than me, he had written a timing system just for Club 100, and he started that in 2006. Club 100 started using it in 2009. He just did this as a bit of a hobby, really. And in 2012, Buckmore Park asked us if they could have a combined version of our software. So that's how Alpha Timing just got going. But yes, it's a good question. It does sound like, oh, we're the best, that kind of thing, or we want to be the best.
Alpha male.
Yeah, it's kind of funny in some ways, but it's generic as well. It's not motorsport related, really, isn't it? It could be anything. So yeah, I quite like the idea one day of having like the Alpha Awards, like the Alpha Driver of the Year or something. And we got all the data for this.
Not like best timekeeper, best cameraman.
Best cameraman, best commentator. Yeah, we'll do that.
Oh, you don't need to give me an award.
Yeah. So yeah, Alpha is an Alpha Live. They got a really well recognized name. In fact, I went over to the States a couple of years ago with Alpha Timing, and Alpha Timing is growing really quickly in the States now, which is awesome. They have all the same sort of things they're trying to solve that we have solved in the UK, really, and we're still continuing to innovate, blah, 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 right? But anyway, everyone knew the name. They said, oh, you're Alpha Live, man, I love your live streams. Okay, well, I'm Alpha Timing, but never mind. We shared the brand. The brand is really well known because of Alpha Live, really. That's really kind of where I was going at.
I do notice a bit of confusion between the two.
Yeah.
Oh, there's live timing from Alpha Live, and
Yeah.
people say things like that, or are Alpha there today? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's Alpha timing. It's like, oh no, I meant Alpha Live.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, but kind of works. Yeah, we'll see.
But it's very clear to those who've got
Yeah.
some semblance of understanding of
Live streaming company,
Oh,
timing company.
spot a bother there on
Who's this?
track for a lime green helmeted individual. Getting going again, surely. But yeah, it's even I didn't know the origins of Alpha story that you just told.
You not?
Because you've always said to me how its results and timing were two different things, or the booking system and the timing system were two different things, but you've never quite explained it in the historical terms as you just did, and it's interesting to hear.
Yeah, it was cool. It's funny how life just, honestly, I mean, I'm old enough now, and you're getting on a bit, Jacob. How old are you
Catching
now?
up.
30, 31?
33.
Fuck. Oh, sorry. Almost swore there. Right. I remember when you put me in the bin 10 years ago at the BUKC party when I was your age.
Yeah.
He says, with an evil cackle going on. Yeah, it's funny how life just sort of, you do something like set up the BUKC, and it's like you don't have any intention for something to come of it, if you know what I mean. You just want it to be set up because it's awesome to do, and as a result, things happen which you just don't ever expect.
Exactly. That's why I'm here right now.
Yeah.
I messaged you when you said you're going to live stream, saying, let me know how I can help, because I thought it'd be awesome to do. And you said, oh, what do you want to do? And half jokingly, I said, oh, I'll be the presenter.
Yeah.
I didn't even, it wasn't even established that you were having a presenter at that point. You know, not a lot of championships do have a presenter on the live stream. And you were like, oh yeah, that'd be great. And I was thinking, oh, I've dug myself a hole here.
Really?
he probably thinks I've got experience in the field. I've never been a part of any sort of media or broadcast or anything like that. No, zero experience. And here I am now commentating on the most prestigious 24-hour race in the UK.
It's cool, isn't it? And you've been racing Club 100 a lot and so on. And the other thing about it is like the people that you meet over those years and doing those different projects and so on. It's just awesome. Yeah, it's not something you can predict, is it? But I just love it. I love doing good stuff. You know, if you have these ideas and you sort of, okay, they're challenging, whatever, but let's try and work it out, and we do it. Something happens, and then other things happen which you never expected. It's so cool. So I'm sure there'll be more things like that in the long term. Yeah, just for example, like talking about the drivers. Hello. Are we on the tannoy?
Are we on the PA? We are on the PA. We'd like to see the team captain from Liverpool come to race control, please. That's the team captain from Liverpool. If you're listening, if you're watching the stream or listening, if you are watching the stream and wondering why on earth I'm making a public service announcement, I am on the tannoys here.
Are we on the tannoys?
I am on the tannoys. We're on the tannoys.
I had no
the
idea.
commentary is going out over the PA system here at Teesside, and also the live stream is going out over the internet. That's an Imperial car, I think. Well,
they're not having fun, are they?
Your boys? No, unfortunately not. But yes, Liverpool, send your captain to race control, please. Liverpool are in the lead of this one. They're still 2 laps to the good from Baguette Motorsports. Tom Fox has just come in from those guys. I've not seen who's replacing. I think I've just seen Sam Johns drive past, though, so it may well be him, but I'll confirm that momentarily. Rexy Racing have made it up to 3rd. Sheffield have pitted and were 20 seconds behind, but they are closing in on 3rd place, so we're going to get a battle, for 3rd place shortly. I think Callum Barnett went back out in there and is once again setting some pretty decent lap times, so battle is on for the last of the podium places. The Swansea guys are a further 2 laps down. But yes, let's keep an eye out for the lime green Bigfoot of 42. Is that them there, actually, going through there? And the orange helmet of Callum Barnett in the 3030 for Sheffield. I think Rexy Racing are coming round to complete another lap now. So it was them we saw on the stream moments ago.
So,
yeah,
you know what?
exciting.
It's Father's Day today.
It is, yes. I should text my dad.
Yeah, I should text my dad as well. Actually, I don't need to text my dad today because it turns out, and I didn't know this, but he's
Not your dad?
no, he's He has a little house around the corner,
Oh yes.
So yeah, mum and dad. Mum grew up in Middlesbrough, and made the clever decision to go down south when she was young, and met my dad. But anyway, they're up here because they've got roots up here, I guess. And so it turns out they're up here. So Dad's gonna pop in and say hello.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen your dad in years.
Yeah. He hasn't changed much. Yeah. Yeah. But I remember, oh God, one of the BUKC parties, I think it was 2015, where everyone's very, very drunk. We had a marquee back then.
Yes.
Like used to have marquees, didn't we? And then this is before like Wilton had their clubhouse, before Clay had their clubhouse, and so on. We had a big marquee, and my mum, she was one of the DJs. My older brother
Of course,
Mike
she used to do.
Yeah, and mum was the DJ for all of our parties back then. Mike and mum and so on. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Yeah. So, mum used to do the DJing. Mum then went on, I think it was 2016, 2017 even. Mum got invited to take part in Britain's Got Talent. So if you look up online on YouTube, Dizzy Twilight, which is her DJ name, Dizzy Twilight, Britain's Got Talent audition. You'll see my mum, and then you also see my dad whooping and hollering in the background. But they love the BUKC, so Dad will be coming here today to say hello to everyone. We have another driver who stopped. I can't see who that is. What's going on? There's quite a few engines gone down this last 20 minutes or so. I guess it's when the minutes to go. We've had one driver minutes to go. We've had one driver who did 2 stints overnight, and he came in this morning and he basically puked up everywhere. Poor chap, dehydrated and exhausted. I know it's tough. Maybe next year a bit more time in the gym would be a sensible thing to do before the 24-hour race. So what are people up to this summer? Got internships? Have you gone? Just tell us in the live stream in the comments. What are you guys up to this summer? Going on holiday? You working for an internship? Anything exciting? Tell us what you're up to. We'd like to know. Jacob, I was wondering, you're back now, but I was wondering what people are up to this summer. Is this a question we've asked? What are people doing? Are they going on holiday?
Put your holiday plans in the chat.
So we got an internship
Do you have
want to
holiday
shout about?
plans?
I don't have holidays, Jacob. All I do is work.
Do you have working abroad plans?
I've got to go to the States a couple of times this year for
nice.
stuff which is going on. Yeah, some really exciting things for
Any
Alpha
states in
at the
particular?
moment. Possibly California. Oh, yeah. California. Club 100's getting set up in California.
Very
Have we
nice.
spoken about that?
On this stream, no.
Oh, I've got to tell you about this then. I've told you about this a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit,
A
yeah.
little bit. So, it's very exciting. Hugely exciting. Rotax absolutely love Club 100, and so
Who
for the
doesn't?
last, clearly. And it's 2019. John and I went out to Sarno in Italy for the grand finals and chatted extensively. Rotax, they want to see Club 100 replicated around the world. Our concept that we've been running since 1993. Of course, moved to the Rotax engines in 2019. They want to see this concept around the world. So COVID obviously got in the way. Stefan Gruber from Rotax, he came to see us at Wilton Mill for a whole weekend and met a whole bunch of ex-BUKC drivers at a proper Club 100 event. Your mate Matt Isherwood, he was there as well.
Mish.
Mish.
Yeah.
Mish is funny. I miss Mish. I miss those days. They
What,
were good.
what a boy. What a boy.
And Stefan just absolutely loves the whole concept of Club 100, Rotax engine, arrive and drive racing. So we've been working with Rotax extensively for the last couple of years, and John and I have been out to their grand finals, their world championships. So if anyone doesn't know about the Rotax Max grand finals, it's incredible. Honestly, it's one of the most amazing events in the karting calendar. So you have to win various one or two championships in your country. Only a couple of eligible championships. Like, for example, in the UK, we have the UKC, which have a couple of tickets, and the British Kart Champs have a whole bunch of tickets for British drivers to go to the Rotax Grand Finals. So all the different countries which they operate in, which run a Rotax Max Challenge or National Series under the ASN, get an allocation of tickets, and this ticket is incredible. It's completely free. So each driver who gets invited to the Rotax Grand Finals is completely free. They get a brand new kart for the entirety of the event, brand new engine, all the tyres. They don't really have to spend a penny unless they have crash damage. They even get a toolbox, a Rotax toolbox. It's just amazing, honestly. It's like arrive and drive on steroids. It really is. People take their mechanics, of course. They can make adjustments to the karts, but as an owner-driver event, I would say it's the best event in owner-driver racing. It's just so good. And last time we were at Sarno, we saw Rubens Barrichello there. So
My mate.
Yeah, my mate Rubens. It was really cool to see. So yeah. So anyway, the backstory is Rotax, one of the biggest, if not the biggest name in karting.
Sorry to interrupt. Well, we've just had an overtake for 3rd place. It'll update on your timing screens now, but you'll see Never Overtake Sheffield go ahead of Rexy Racing. Or at least I thought we saw that. What I saw out the window doesn't necessarily reflect what's
2.3 seconds behind, apparently.
on the timing screen.
You sure you got your numbers right, Jacob?
Yeah. Carry on telling us about Rotax Finals,
Well,
because I might be wrong.
So just giving the sort of the stage for like what they want to do, but an arrive and drive version, right? So so we've been working with Rotax for the last couple of years about this, planning a world final for effectively Club 100, the best drivers in Club 100, and also the best drivers in this new thing in America called Formula KFX. So if you know anyone who lives in California, basically Club 100 is getting established in California, and it will be known as Formula KFX. The person who's running this is a guy called Phil Pegler. He's an ex-Club 100 driver who happens to live in the States. So there's also people in the UAE, a guy called Guy Sheffield, who runs a fleet of Rotax karts, arrive and drive junior engines, you know. So they'll be putting drivers through to our own global final for arrive and drive Rotax powered 2-strokes.
Sorry, there they are on stream. So that is the 42 Ben Southgate in for Coventry Rexy Racing in the lime green, and then just behind him, the orange helmet, Callum Barnett.
Ooh,
still
very close.
3rd and 4th. Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
Yes, a World Finals.
So a World Finals. We're not. Yeah, whether it's going to be called the World Finals, International Finals, Trophy, whatever, we haven't worked out the name yet. But the date has been confirmed for next year. It's going to happen next year. I can't tell you when or where just yet. It's going to be announced in July.
Oh, sorry, there's the move.
There's the move.
They're side by side.
Go down towards the chicane.
3 wide coming down towards the chicane. Indeed. They come through, and Callum Barnett's got ahead.
He's got ahead.
There he is, tucking inside. So that is a move for 3rd place. Callum Barnett, a man on a mission once more. The fastest man in today's race. He's done a 21.0 last time round, which is pretty quick in itself. But he's capable of half a second quicker than that in this kart.
Pulling away already.
Yeah, he's only been out there for 24 minutes as well, so he's going to get faster and faster as the fuel diminishes in that car. But yeah, he's already gapped Ben Southgate. So this race, 2.5 hours left. These two are going to be going at it for the final podium spot until the end, I think. Well,
wow, that's good. Where is he?
Here he is, coming through past the time in now.
Yeah, so what's that, 3/4 of a second?
Yeah, 8/10 he's built out in the space of half a lap.
Impressive.
So not bad at all. Yeah, 21.3 for him. So yes, there's going to be a big...
There's going to be a World Finals next year in Europe for the whole kind of Club 100 concept. It's going to be called the Rotax Racing Club. Yeah, Rotax are keen for this brand name to exist. So they've got the Rotax Max Challenge. This new thing will be the Rotax Racing Club. So arrive and drive 2-stroke racing. And every year there will be a global final for what we've been racing for so many years. You know?
Wow.
How cool is that, Jacob?
That is really cool. And I'd imagine for such an event, you'd want to live stream it with the current Club 100 commentators.
Quite possibly. Are you talking about yourself?
I'm talking about an all-expenses paid holiday for your man in the comms box.
No, we'll be working hard, man. There's no holiday here. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't worked out the finer details yet. We would like to get Alpha Live to do the live streaming. We haven't really spoken much about it yet. But we have got the date confirmed and the venue. I just can't say when yet, but it's going to happen.
I could do it on my phone if they're busy.
Yeah, okay.
Well. Just let me know. Just text me.
Yeah.
I'll be
All right, cool. So, yeah, looking forward to that. But anyway, so yeah, Rotax Racing Club has been set up in California now. Their first event is in August, so if you happen to be there, you should definitely get yourself down to Sonoma Raceway. But this whole concept, there are other countries which have been invited, which are also running a Club 100 already. There's a company in China, which is literally a copy and paste of Club 100, and possibly Italy as well, maybe Canada, maybe the UAE. Yeah, John and I have been working with a whole bunch of countries which are super interested in the concept as well. So a bunch of Eastern European countries too. So I think it's going to grow really, really quickly. And before you know it, in a couple of years, we'll probably have 50 Rotax racing clubs around the world,
Nice.
all leading into this massive international final. And isn't that cool though? Like we've never had a world final really for arrive and drive racing. I know the FAA have released something recently. It's great that they're recognising arrive and drive karting, but that event is in 4 months' time. So I don't know how they're doing the qualification for it, but who knows? I think it's.
I haven't
awesome.
had my invite yet.
You haven't had your
No.
invite, but isn't it good for for many of us like yourself, Jacob, and me, never had the chance to do owner driver racing, never had the money really.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not even that side of it for me. It's the level playing field.
Yeah.
I don't see. I do see, but from a purely selfish perspective as a driver, if I was at the top, I feel like I'd want to prove myself in equal machinery.
Yeah.
Obviously, F1 is widely recognised as the pinnacle of motorsport, and that is very much a team sport. You know, your team builds the car over the course of a couple of years, and you get the best drivers to race it. But if you want to prove that you are the best of the best, level playing field, surely.
Yeah, and you know what? This is why the Rotax Grand Final every year, where everyone gets a brand new chassis, brand new engine, that's about as equal as you can possibly get. And for us as Club 100, we'll be running the fleet.
Speaking of Club 100,
What's this? Huh? Oh, Sam
man with
Taylor.
a Club 100 on the back of his race suit is out.
We have Sam Taylor in ex-Swansea.
Graduates.
Was it graduates? Ex-Swansea graduates.
Doesn't quite work when you say it like that, because they are Swansea graduates. They're current Swansea
There you
graduates.
go. Ex-Swansea undergrads, maybe.
Yes.
They been racing the 24-hour race ever since 2014. Every year, I think they've been there every single year.
No, they've missed one or two.
Have they? Oh,
yeah.
sad. But anyways, it's pretty much always been the same team: Sam, Luke, Costa, Matt, and I remember the names well. I remember them now. Obviously Sam works for us for Club 100 a lot.
Yeah.
But they are funny chaps, and Costa, who's now 37, is still racing. Costa Christis.
You say still racing.
He's-
Costa loves racing.
He's 37 years old, which is when I hung up my helmet really from racing. Costa is racing, has no intention of doing anything else other than spending all his money on racing. This is awesome.
I remember when you gave me a lift to GYG, which must have been 2017.
It was, yeah.
And Costa rang you. And I was quite surprised, because over the course of the conversation it became clear to me that Costa rang you like quite often just to kind of enter your events and talk about racing. And yeah, it was just quite surprised to me that at that point, like, I assumed your relationship was business owner and customer, but he just rang you, and I think he did want to race maybe that weekend at GYG, or that race event at GYG, but in general he was just kind of, his enthusiasm for racing was the first time I really interacted with Costa. Not that I butted in on your phone call, but yeah, ever since I've realised he just loves it, doesn't he?
He loves it.
Lives for it.
He literally lives for it. Honestly, it's really cool. He races supercars, on the long circuit.
Yes.
And
He does Enduro car as well, the 4K
does,
Endurance Championship.
I quite fancy doing that as well. Actually, at some point we should do that. We should get a team. Yeah, what do you reckon,
A
Jacob?
bit for that.
Do you
Well, I was
reckon
looking
it'd be
at the Citroen C1 Championship
Oh, that's good.
as well, because that's a similar vein, isn't it? A cheap, small car that is readily available and fun to slipstream.
I'd love to do that.
It's reasonably priced.
Yeah,
I'd be up for that, yeah.
yeah. So Costa does everything,
Yes.
and he has, from what I asked him yesterday, it's like, are you gonna buy a house at some point? So no, because it means he won't be able to race as much. He wants to spend his money on racing. So there you go.
He worked at Palmer Sport for a while, didn't
Yep. Yeah. Where does he work these days now?
Okay, I can tell you. This is the first time I've seen him in a while.
Yeah, same
he's
here.
been indulging in other forms of racing other than
Yeah.
the type that involves me.
So yeah,
So-
Costa's ex-BUKC, started in the BUKC and is now a top-level kart driver and car racing driver now as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Well,
It's funny enough, when I mentioned that it was Costa that started the race for these guys yesterday, I mentioned it to the comms team that were on, and Jake Palmer said, the Greek god of speed will be no stranger to fans of Super GT, who is another one of our famous alumni.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. Man, there's more. There's even more. There's another one I thought about as well. So Super GT, yeah, he started at Buckmore Park.
Hertfordshire University.
University, BUKC. Oh man,
Steve Brown back then.
Steve Brown, yeah. He's changed his name by Interpol now. It's now Super GT.
Depol, I think you're going for.
Oh,
Interpol's the
bugger.
international
Sorry.
police.
Yeah, Depol.
You've been the worst behaved commentator we've had. Well,
Don't surprise me.
yes. Apparently, something I found out the other day. You don't actually need to change your name by Depol.
Really?
You can just change it. You can just say, "This is my name now,"
It's very fluid.
and like
Yeah.
start putting it on forms and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, Depol's just like a piece of paper that kind of says, "Oh,
You can
you've
be
done
called
that," but
whoever you want to be.
you can just change your name
Yeah.
apparently.
Everyone's so ambiguous. It's
But yes, Super GT
great. Super GT.
is BUKC alumni.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? So he, started racing, from what I know, Buckmore Park, then BUKC, Hertfordshire, did a bit of Club 100 as well. He's always
A lot
been
of Club 100, really.
Yeah, he's always been a very, very talented driver. And he started his YouTube channel, I think it's 14 years ago.
Yeah, he was Forza Motorsport originally, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And has since moved into other games and Formula.
And it's incredible. He's now got 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Just this week, he had a live stream of him reaching up to 1 million, and he got up to 1 million, which is a hell of an achievement. Steve, we going back to 2012, I think it was. That's when Red Bull actually got involved with the BUKC a little bit. That's when you were racing, Jacob.
I was about.
Yeah. So we had a chap at Red Bull who loved karting. So they sponsored us for a little bit. They never gave us any money. It's just free products, Red Bull branding and so on. But the best thing they gave us that year, it was just so good. And the reason why I say this is Steve Brown was there as well. Steve, he won the super heavyweight class that year, which is it didn't look chunky, but yeah, for some reason he was in the super heavyweight class. So it was Nicky Richardson's brother, Joe Richardson.
Yep.
And Joe's an incredible, talented driver as well. Steve Brown and David Pittard, who went on to, I think, possibly race at Le Mans. David, he was ex-Brunel.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but
He's got a Wikipedia page, I'll check.
Yeah, you check that out whilst we chat. But yeah, it was David Pittard, Joe Richardson, Super GT.
Oh, God, he looks old there, doesn't he? Sorry, Dave. Yes, motorsport engineering at Brunel University,
Yeah.
GT.
Has he put his BUKC career in there? That's the important
no,
thing.
he's just got genetics.
Oh,
That's embarrassing for you,
Why do they
Dave.
all leave out their karting career on these Wikipedia pages?
Nürburgring, 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
I got a gold medal in my BUKC race once. That kind of thing. That should be on there.
It should be.
How many gold medals have you got? So it's those three guys, David Pittard, Super GT, and Joe Richardson, plus the team from Loughborough who won the championship that year at Buckmore Park. And the prize, it was an incredible prize that Red Bull gave us that year. So we were invited to the F1 on the Thursday before the racing at Silverstone as guests of Red Bull. So we got to meet Christian Horner, we got to meet Mark Webber, who was awesome. We got to meet Sebastian Vettel as well. And Mark Webber, he was going through his tough time with Red Bull. He was very disgruntled. This is 2012. And but he was amazing, though. Honestly, he was having his lunch, and the guys who were looking after us, the Red Bull people, went over to Mark Webber, said, "Can you have a chat with these guys? They won the British University's karting championship." And so he put down his food. He came over, shook all of our hands, and was really welcoming. And he said, "So tell me about the championship," and explained it.
Or Charles or George or Kimi or whoever to win it in that vein. But I think probably in terms of people who could win it, it's between the Clarence and Max at the moment, unless there's a massive turnaround in fortunes for Mercedes or Ferrari. Although George is on pole, so maybe that turn of fortune is happening.
Another question I have, right? Let's play some bets, right? So we all think Oscar's going to win this year, right? Even though he's really boring to listen to. I know Formula One's not a popularity contest, is it?
No,
But he's a great driver.
I think he's just a bit dry.
It's a very dry, super dry.
Because Andy Murray had these kind of complaints, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he's a very funny man.
Well, at least he shows some emotion. Like he smashes his racket on the floor and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't see much of that. And Max is a bit hot-headed, which is amusing these days.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
to say the least, after Spain.
Yeah.
That was dangerous, wasn't it?
It was.
I-
We do not encourage that, by the way.
Not the
Yeah.
first time. I said if that happens in the BKC,
Yeah.
we're calling you into the
Yeah.
pits and say, having a word in your ear.
Don't come back again, kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
You can't do that with Max, can you?
I mean, and that's BUKC with the big side pods. You know,
Yeah.
open wheel racing to deliberately make contact with someone else.
I mean, I'm super impressed by the way he managed to do that. Like he hit the tires. It's tire and tire, and it's all purposefully. It wasn't like a
There's
mistake
a
that
fair
he
bit
hit
of
his
luck
tires.
involved in
Do you
that.
reckon?
Yeah.
He makes it look like it's all planned.
The on-board's not bad either because he doesn't
Yeah.
like swerve into him. He's
Yeah.
still. It looks like he's trying to take the corner to the uninitiated.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, cheeky. So okay, another thing I want to get your thoughts on.
Yeah.
What do you reckon to Lewis? Given he's having a bad season and he's not happy with his race engineer, what do you think the thoughts are of Lewis moving on from Ferrari at the end of this year, as in retiring?
No, he'd
No?
see
One
out
more
his
year?
contract at the bare minimum.
Do you reckon?
There's massive regulation change next year.
That's a good point.
You'd roll
Yeah.
the dice at least.
I didn't think that. I don't think he's happy there though.
No,
Yeah.
I mean you wouldn't be if you'd won that many world
Yeah.
championships and you were now, well, in general, getting beat by a teammate or getting beaten by other teams that you feel like you should be on par with. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy if I was him either. And I've, in the past been the first to criticise Lewis Hamilton, but he's at qualified trial again this weekend.
Yeah.
He's getting used to a new car, and I don't think the modern cars are particularly suited to his driving style. Obviously, there's a roll of the dice
That
next year.
first year, 2007, when Lewis arrived on Formula One, that was incredible.
Yeah,
And the cars back then were incredible,
Yeah.
weren't they? And 2008 was great as well.
I'm more nimble,
Yeah, exactly. They were like,
these carts.
yeah, but they were like a two-stroke, like a not an arrive and drive two-stroke, a proper race two-stroke with they were great cars back in the mid to late 2000s.
Yeah, you certainly don't see F1 cars like this, do you?
No,
5 or 6 of them bumper to
Yeah.
bumper,
but
up
minus
the inside of each other, swapping positions
Yeah.
like we're seeing now. One of the Liverpool teams that is carving their way through the field. Is that our leaders actually getting their head down and shrimping? No, I think it's the 23. We got an overtake there on Edinburgh Napier, is the Marlborough branded cart. Or is this 2 Liverpool teams? Maybe is that? Let's get a good view of them as they come around. There's very similar liveries. Yeah, it is. I think this is a Liverpool duo. They're coming past our comms box now. We'll confirm. So yeah, that's the 20 in the white helmet, and indeed a teammate behind them. So our race leader we're following there at the front of this pack, backed up by another of the Liverpool teams. They have had a little word in their ear about making sure they're not using the benefit of having 4 cars out on track to their advantage.
Yeah.
But they are 2 laps to the good of BUKC Motorsports and a further lap ahead of 3rd place Never Overtake Sheffield. We've extended that gap back to Rexy Racing to 12-13 seconds now, which you're currently seeing the deficit to the leader rather than the deficit to the car in front. There are some carts on the same racing lap.
I mean, that is the way to do it, isn't it? This event, if you had multiple teams to work together to push yourselves down the straights and so on. And
Well, we spoke in the first conversation I did with Jake Palmer of Warwick University, how Warwick a couple of years back did exactly that in qualifying.
Yeah.
Alistair Irvine and Sam Cobb stuck the carts on 1st and 3rd because they were bum drafting each other in qualifying all the way down straight. Obviously, it's a random selection as to who goes in what group, but 2 carts from the same university got themselves in the same group and they decided to work together, got themselves right up the grid in prime position to start the race from. But yeah, working together, absolutely, especially if you get someone that's round about on the same pace as you. The trick I feel is finding someone and assuring yourself that they are at the same pace as you.
Yeah.
As a race driver, you kind of want to think, I can go a little bit faster than that guy.
That's
But
true.
you have to tone in your ego a little bit. And
I think it'd be quite difficult to keep up for a whole race. Yeah. Or even a whole stint. Anyway. Yeah.
Yes.
Another someone else from BUKC I really want to do a shout out to, not that he's listening here, is Miles Murphy, right?
Yes.
Miles
Miles has done the 24-hour.
he has done the 24-hour, yeah. That was the year, actually. I was racing with Nicky and Joe. Oh, Joe was racing with the team as well, with Barnaby. Miles, he was racing, if I remember correctly, it was Coventry. They used to call themselves Coventry Climax the whole time.
Yes.
And they used to do some silly Bigfoots. I remember that. But anyway, Miles, it's amazing, actually. He was an owner driver, it still is, and did the BUKC. He loved the BUKC. Just 'cause it's much more relaxed than owner driver racing, for sure. You race with teammates, which is what half of it for me is all about, racing with your mates. You know, it's just really special. So anyway, Miles, turns out Miles, since as a little kid, always used to design. Oh, look, my dad's here. Hi, Dad. Happy Father's Day to all dads in the country. But Miles, he was, as a kid, always drawing helmet designs. So Miles, he drew my helmet, my blue and gold helmet. I love it. I still have it. It's probably out of date. It's definitely out of date, actually. But Miles has gone on to have a career, strangely, like designing the designs on motorsport helmets. So he doesn't paint them, he just does all the designs, all the graphics for helmets, karts, all this kind of stuff. And he does the helmet designs for pretty much half the F1 grid now. He's just got, he's got something to him where he bangs out these designs incredibly quickly. He's got a real great eye for it, but he's also an absolutely super awesome dude. And here you go, you can read some names.
Yeah.
Lando Norris.
MDM Designs.
Yeah, MDM Designs. So if you want your helmet designed, and Miles might be really expensive these days, but if you do want an amazing designer to design your helmet, go and find Miles Murphy, MDM Designs.
Shall I read some of these names?
Yes.
George Russell,
Here we
Fernando
go.
Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Alex Albon, Abby Pulling, Kimi Antonelli, Esteban Ocon, Jack Doohan, Lando Norris, Sergio Perez. And a number of different teams there. Wow, I mean, that's enough. That's enough to...
How cool is that?
Yeah. But
It's
BKC
just-
driver.
Yeah, Miles, BUKC, Coventry. I think they won the championship, if I remember correctly, like 2014.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Based in Wrexham now, is he?
Yes. Yeah. And his mum, Hayley, she does all the accounting and all kind of stuff. And
Yep.
they go to, Miles still races in the British Kart Champs. He does KZ. So he's a nutcase. He's an absolute nutcase. But we love him. And it's just really cool to see people having a career in motorsport and doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And career motorsport, competing in the BUKC 24-hour. Yeah, that must have been the
His
first year I
highlight.
came up here.
Yeah.
When Miles and his mum was here as well.
Yeah. She always sends me
2017.
messages on my birthday. It's really
Oh,
nice.
that's nice. one of those Facebook ones. Yeah.
Oh my God, we've just
Excellent.
had Bob Pope, not just my dad, but Bob Pope, who,
Very Father's Day vibe in here,
who's-
isn't it? I really should text my dad, shouldn't I?
who is one of the original instigators, the people who came up with Arrive and Drive karting. We have Arrive and Drive karting royalty has just stepped into the commentary box now.
Right.
So I've got to talk about Bob and Martin, if you don't mind. I think we've got 5 more minutes before I go. Yeah.
Yes.
Bob. So Bob Pope and Martin Howe, who sadly died last year, bless him. Bob and Martin, they were working for the Greater London Authority in the old council back in London in the 80s, and they decided to, like, it's a youth program they were running, and they had some karts. They were always into karting, so they had some old karts with no bumpers or anything. They used to look after these kids which had challenges in their life. Anyway, they then came up with the grand idea of, like, why don't let's get a warehouse and stick some of these carts in there with some hay bales, and Arrive and Drive karting was born. So Bob and Martin, effectively invented Arrive and Drive go-karting in the 80s, and gave birth to this industry. And honestly, none of us would be here without Bob over here, Martin, as I say, who passed away last year. So it's always awesome to see Bob. To see what Arrive and Drive karting has become because of these gentlemen,
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, not only is there 300 odd people arriving here at Teesside Autodrome and driving in this race, but you've got team sports across the country.
Yeah.
You've got their various competitors, which
There-
you'll probably know more than I will.
there
You've got
are-
Club 100 and all the
Yeah.
the Club Rotax
Yeah, well,
that we were talking about earlier.
That's right. Martin actually came up with the idea of Club 100 as well. I think it was his son, Gareth, who came up with the idea. But Martin and Gareth Howe, who was a British touring car driver as well, a winner as well. But Martin effectively created Club 100 out of Playscape Racing, Playscape Pro as it's called at the time. So, and John became, I think, the second person to run it. So it's run by a guy called Ian Berry, who very funny chap. With Martin, and then Ian left, and then John became the person who took on Club 100 and eventually bought it from Martin. But yeah, I mean, this industry is still growing. It's still getting ever more popular, especially with Formula One just been growing exponentially in the last sort of 5 years now.
Yeah, Liberty.
It's incredible, actually. Yeah, like so, motorsport's so popular, and is ever more so.
Is that a boy, Sam?
Hey, good old Sam. But yeah, so it's karting now, arrive and drive karting, indoor, outdoor karting centres. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry worldwide, and these guys invented it. It's pretty cool. So yeah, take my hat off to them. So if everyone sees this big dude, looks like a silverback gorilla, that's Bob. Yeah.
Is that a compliment?
Yeah. Just don't get the
It
wrong
was meant
side
as
of
a
it.
compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah. The important question: have you got your dad a Father's Day present?
No.
It's a box of
I've
There's a
got.
box of chocolates.
I
over
have
there.
got a card, but not with
Do you
me.
want to steal that box of chocolates?
I could still. Who's this for?
That was for best. That was supposed to be for best team name.
Best
but
team name.
I can give them the pack of dummies if you want, and
No, that's
you can give
okay.
that to your dad.
No, I got a card for Dad, but it's back home.
All right then.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll take those home to my dad.
Dad would probably prefer.
No,
beer
they'd
anyway.
melt in the car, and I'd eat them.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in that order. But yeah, no, it's we are coming to the end of your 2-hour stint.
little
Doesn't it
stint.
fly by?
It does.
But
fly
yeah,
by.
I think we are going to be joined in the comms box by the man who started this race, Reeve.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to come and talk us through to the end of the race because there's only 2 hours left.
Wow,
One
2 hours. In
Commentary
fact,
stint,
there
and
you go.
bang on time.
Bang
just
on
as I say
time.
his name, in comes Reeve. But no, this has been a really good 2 hours
Yeah, it's been
of
quite fun.
BUKC law.
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 Oh, LORE.
LORE,
There you go.
yeah, and karting law in general, and
Well.
the industry and the motorsport. And
It's a strange thing getting older. It really is. And it's weird. It's
just means you got more stories to tell.
I know. Well, there's loads of stories you haven't heard, Jacob.
Oh.
There's ones which
Well,
are not safe for
Perhaps
any.
we'll get you in for 2 commentary stints in the next 25 hours. We call it.
Supply me with loads of booze, and I might open up a bit. But yeah, there's loads of good, funny stories over the time. But yeah, no, we've it's as I say, and when I created the BUKC, it was never ever to make money. That was not what it was about. You know, it cost me a fortune to set it up. You know, like almost £1,000. And we had telephone bills back in those days, mobile phone bills. You had to pay per call. It was like 30 pence a minute, and
Yeah.
I had to call all the captains again and again and again. And my mate Tom, I must actually mention Tom Batho, because it was Tom and I who set up the BUKC together. We had the best time doing it. We really did. And we lost lots of money setting it up. You know, it was very expensive for us, but you know what it's become is just, you know, we're both really proud of it. And now I'm a shareholder in Club 100. You know, the BUKC became fully part of Club 100 effectively back in 2017, end of 2017. And since then, John and I have been just working to grow and make motorsport more accessible for more people. You know, we got the Cadet Championship and Junior Championship, and now we're going towards this Grand Finals, this World Finals, and spreading this awesome concept around the world so that more and more people can love what we've loved for the last, me 25 years and you 15, I guess. So,
yeah, I mean, I think that's a good note to finish this section
Yeah.
on. It's one of the things I enjoy most about participating in the organisation of this. Like, we've given 7 or 8 different people an opportunity to commentate on this race. The same opportunity, as we mentioned about half an hour ago, that Chris McCarthy once had to commentate on a BUKC event.
Yeah.
And now he's commentating on F1, and
mega, isn't it?
it's about giving people those opportunities and getting them
Yeah.
into motorsport, whether it's on the track or off the track. That I think has been a real success for
Yeah.
BUKC and yourself in general.
Well, I'm just really proud of everyone who you know, comes through the BUKC and they do the best in whatever they do, whether it's whatever kind of industry. But
Process mapping. Yeah.
What's that?
Process mapping.
Process mapping, yeah, cool. I'm proud of you, Jacob. And then, but yeah, especially those who still stay in motorsport one way or another and keep on with the love and the passion that they have for it. I just think it's super cool. And thank you for everyone who does that. And also thank you for all the drivers over the years who've taken part in the BUKC and have made it such a fun thing as well. It's not super serious, and I love that about the BUKC. You know, I'm just going to thank everyone and go and say happy birthday. Not happy birthday, happy Father's Day to my dad. And then I'll see you guys all at the finish line. Yeah?
Yeah, looking forward to that.
All right.
Spray of champagne.
Fist bumps.
Fist bumps.
Good, dude.
Solid 2 hours, well.
Yeah. You doing the last 2 hours?
I
With
think so,
Reeve?
yeah. I might try and rope Dante in for a bit as well, actually.
All right, cool. I think he's still in bed.
Okay.
Right.
Tell him to come see me when you've woken up.
All right, see you later.
See you later. So, yeah, that was founder of the BUKC, Will Chew, for 2 solid hours of commentary. And I am being joined by our current resident commentator, Mr. Reeve Taylor, back in for one last go. Reeve, welcome back. The first question I'm going to ask you, Reeve, and I don't even need to wait for you to get your headset on, is, are these your snacks by here? Well, considering no one else is on the schedule to commentate, they are now our snacks. We've inherited 15 cornflake clusters from Tesco, my favourite, not my favourite, but they certainly will be for the next 10 minutes, and a muffin of some variety, plus a Jaffa cake. It's still knocking around. I'm not much of a Jaffa cake fan. I've got a whole roll of Jaffa cakes. Wow. Plus, we've got rewards to get out. No one has collected their Best Bigfoot award. We've given that out in the last 2 hours. We've got the best team name to settle. How's that competition looking? Technical malfunction on the other headset. Never mind. We will sort that out. We've had a few DMs on Instagram as well. Perhaps people finding that the result of the vote was contentious, maybe. Let's have a little look, see if anyone's complaining too much. What have they said? 3 DMs. One from Nicky Richardson, who disagrees with the Bigfoot decision. He says the one with me lap dancing JV should have been the win, but Lancashire have been in touch to say, I see we've won best team name. I haven't officially declared that race over yet, guys, but I will reply to that. Ocean Beach, who unfortunately finished just second in best Bigfoot, says it's a robbery. Nicky Richardson would agree with him. But yes, we are quite deep into the race. We've given out the wooden spoon, Reeve.
Fantastic.
Zed took that with him because, as you can see, BKC My Life are 82 laps down on the next competitor. Gids are 150 or so down on the lead.
That wasn't the case a few hours ago, shall we say.
Yes.
I imagine a bit of a torrid evening for them.
So I think Zed came in to commentate. And he didn't prioritise commentating over racing. He'd had enough of racing, and no one took over from him. I got them a ringer in for a bit, but the ringer failed to reduce the deficit from any less than 53 laps.
Wow.
And has now subsequently given up himself. So yes, the wooden spoon's gone. Quite an early call on the wooden spoon. But we've still got best team name to go. We've given out best Bigfoot, and we've still got a race on our hands.
We do indeed. Less than 2 hours to go, and I can see Paul Gokartney still leading as they were in pretty much the same position about 8 hours ago now. It seems to be just under a lap is the gap between the number 20 cars and BUKC Motorsport. BUKC Motorsport clawing it back, I think, from a bit of a difficult start, so looking good for them.
Yeah, excellent. Paul Gokartney have been in the lead since I woke up at 6 in the morning this morning. They've got a very fast car. I've heard more than one person around the paddock call it the Liverpool Rocket. But that's not to diminish the efforts of the guys behind the wheel who've done a sterling job. But yeah, Motorsports have been there or thereabouts throughout the race, but with a lap down at the moment, don't appear to be making up that much ground over the last 2 hours. Paul Gokartney have just pitted. I don't know if you're there in the pits with them and then you came straight here. Timing would
wasn't
kind of align.
Yeah,
but
wasn't quite there, but I did have a quick chat with
them.
them. I know what they're thinking. Yeah, I know what they're thinking in terms of bringing it home, because we're a bit awkward at this phase of the race where looking like pretty much everyone still needs to make 2 stops, but there's definitely not 2 stints.
Certainly one for Paul Gokartney. You've got to imagine the BUKC Motorsports have got another 40 minutes, so another one for them. Sheffield, we're not sure. Probably, another one for them. And Rexy Racing might need to make 2. Unfortunately, the ex-Swansea team will get away with 1 more as well. It's still close. There's still 2 hours to go, and it's, you know, Rexy Racing are 25 seconds off 3rd, so they're not out of the podium contention just yet. And the Swansea grads as well would be in the conversation should any mechanicals happen upon the lead 3. So yeah, it's still to play for, but Liverpool sitting pretty.
Yeah, it was looking good for them. We'll see if they can continue on that fortune. The snack's getting broken out here, as we can see Automobilistas having to jump in for a mechanical flag there. We've seen them throughout the evening having quite a few moments that they've had to jump into the pits, unfortunately, so things not going quite their way. This is how are you liking my new fashion of wearing a headset? Because this is now how it wants to sit on my head. So this is what I've gone for.
You look good.
Thank you. Yeah, it's somehow the earpiece has completely inverted itself, so I've got the plastic sat against my head, but all will be well. We've still got it very easy, very comfortable here in the comms box. Can't really complain, especially when the sun is shining out like it has been throughout most of this race, seemingly now.
Yeah, we had a rain spell earlier.
Yeah.
When
really?
I first jumped on the comms this morning at 6:30. Wow. We had a spell of rain, and like similar to the ones we had at the start of the race, where it didn't seem that heavy, and we were like, is it actually going to be wet? And for the first 5 minutes or so, lap times were seemingly unaffected, and then it just kept coming. Lap times went up to about 1 minute 40s.
Wow, okay.
For all of maybe 3 laps, and then just started coming back down again. At which point, we had our fastest lap of the race.
Yes,
that
I did
1 minute
spot
20
that.
you can see on there. We've had 2 carts now break into the 1 minute 20s. The 52 is the other one. But yes, Callum Barnett, Will and I were musing about how neither of us know anything near enough about mechanics and grip and stuff like that to understand why that would happen. But maybe the rain cleaned the pistons.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And
It's
gave
always
them more grip.
Yeah, when your engine ingests a load of water, all it does is clean it out. It's really good.
Are we on the Tannoy Reef?
We were previously.
We were previously on the Tannoy. I don't think we're on the Tannoy at the minute. No. At least we weren't the last time I stepped outside the comms box about 40 minutes ago for a little break, leaving Willie to tell one of his stories. But no, we had a great 2 hours. This sounds awful because I was there and none of our new commentators were. But if you are going to rewatch 2 hours of the BUKC 24-hour for non-racing viewing purposes, we just had a great 2 hours of Will talking us through the origins of the BUKC 24-hour, famous BUKC alumni, various businesses that have come about because of the BUKC, plans for Club 100 around the world. Yeah, lots and lots to dissect from the last 2 hours. BUKC Law Hour, I call it. But yeah, honestly, well worth a listen back if you get the opportunity. At any point, kind of, if you're driving home, maybe as a kind of podcast type thing. I don't know. I was also suffering from a very bad hay fever, especially for 6:30 to 8:30.
I did see that message in the
massive,
in the group
massive
chat
struggle. Yeah, Zed said, I've got antihistamines with me. I was like, oh, bring some back. And then he went off the comms box. And like 10 minutes later, I was like, where is he? I need them. My voice has recovered now, though. I'm no longer sniffing on commentary. I'm no longer coming on mute to sneeze every 3 minutes. And I'm ready to talk us through, or jointly talk us through, the last hour and 52 minutes in this race.
Yeah, looking forward to it. 591 laps completed so far, a couple hundred or so to go. Here, our top 3 not changing for a little while now, but so many stories throughout this race. So many drivers who were looking so secure at the first part of this race were pretty much forgotten about now. Look at the lap dancers, for example. Look at how strong of a start they had. They were in a position pretty similar to the Liverpool squad at the front end of the field at the first phase of this race. Had a nice couple of laps, comfortable out in front. Were looking good and have just phased into nothingness pretty much.
Yeah, the lap dancers were the standout leaders when I went to bed. I expected to wake up and see them still in the mix. They had a big fall from grace overnight, unfortunately for them. And found themselves, where are they now? Down 20th? Yeah. Not what they want. not where they wanted to be.
I've just realised my live timings aren't actually live because I haven't got it connected to the internet. So
Yeah, you do need an internet connection.
forgive me for
that.
any incorrect information that might have just been spewed.
Yeah, let's. So we will announce the winners of best team name at 11 o'clock. We've given out the wooden spoon. We've announced best Bigfoot. We'll try and get some guys to come to the comms box to collect their prizes, and we've also found a use for the balloon.
Have we?
So, 2 members of a certain team found themselves with trips to the paramedic / maybe even A&E based on their haphazard pit stops.
Did they by any chance touch the hot bit of the cart?
They did. They fell over. They've maimed themselves. So we're going to give them the unicorn balloon that I bought on a whim in Asda yesterday morning as a kind of a what would we call it? Not the consolation prize. That's the wooden spoon, but the glad you tried.
Yeah, the get well soon prize.
Get well soon prize. That's exactly it. The get well soon prize will be awarded to a team before the end of the race. Let's say 11:30 for that one. And I haven't found a use for the dummies.
No, I've been saying throughout the day, it's kind of we've just accrued a lot of Jacob Harris's tat, and we've been slowly finding creative ways of getting rid of it.
The dummies have been in my car since football presentation. They were for Dummy Club, and I don't know why I took them home. I took everything home, is why I took them home. Actually, I haven't just took all the stuff in my car.
Chairs, tables.
Yeah, that's how the football club works. But I'll give those out at the podium to anyone who wants a Big Blue BUKC dummy. They obviously were Big Blue River Rush dummies until I took them to Teesside, and now they're Big Blue BUKC dummies. So yeah, closest battle out on track in terms of position is for 3rd and 4th, but Rexy Racing are dropping back from Never Overtake Sheffield, so the Coventry team are moving further away from a podium position. Callum Barnett's just in his groove, really. He double stint. Well, I think he double stinted earlier, and then he had a little break, and now he's back in and putting in some really impressive lap times to secure 3rd for Sheffield. Obviously, we had a member of that team in the comm spots last night, Adam Nather. He's now in Cologne in Germany. Quite the change of scenery from Teesside. But yeah, I think he's currently on a 4-hour walking tour of Cologne.
Right. Okay. That's different to what it was about 24 hours ago.
Change of pace, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. For once, I can't imagine he's having quite as nice weather there as perhaps he is having here. Maybe. But
it's a lovely morning.
It is indeed. But yeah, as you say, that Sheffield squad with impressive pace. That last lap of 21.1. This late on into the stint as well. They're looking like they've got about half an hour left of that stint. Rexy Racing, meanwhile, a couple of seconds off that pace. But yeah, Sheffield keeping up with the leaders in terms of pace. In fact, eclipsing them at this point.
Stream numbers are climbing back up to where we previously saw them. Apologies if the commentary does break up at all. Sorry that we experienced a couple of technical problems this morning. When did Coventry R last pit? Asks one person, and Coventry R last pitted an hour and 2 minutes ago. So on your live timing, if you go on landscape view, especially if you're on a laptop, which helps, you've got a number of columns: position, name. They kind of speak for themselves. Best lap, last lap, behind laps. Yeah, easy enough. And the gap. PS is number of pit stops. So that's the number of pit stops the team have had. TT is track time, so that's the amount of time since their last pit stop. You can see there that 13 minutes for our leaders is roughly how long Breathe has been back in the comms box, and grid is where they started on the grid. But yeah, PS and TT are key columns for this 24-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you've not got the live timing up yourself, we'll keep you up to date with the latest information. Coventry are last pitted an hour and 2 minutes ago. They have done 16 pit stops, so their 17th one will be in the next 17th one, and hopefully last for them will be in the next half an hour. In fact, any pit stops from now onwards, pretty much. You can see Brumdog Millionaire are in the pits. That's pushing it. They'll need to do an hour and 45, so there's going to be some lifting and coasting in that car to get that fuel tank to the end. But they're the only ones in the pits at the moment in the top 40 teams. Everyone else will be looking to do one last pit stop in the next half an hour or so. You do see some in the last hour of a race, people who just haven't quite worked out that way. But yeah, ideally you want to be stopping the next half hour and run to the end.
Yeah, effectively turned into a bit more of a sprint format for that final part of the race, where you don't have to worry too much about your pit lane anymore. I think a few of your team members might even tearing down your gazebos, everything, before we head back up towards the outside of the circuit to watch that one last stint there. Just looking at Brundog, actually, currently running in P8, but all the way up from 42nd on the grid. Sheffield 43rd and up into 3rd as well, so some really impressive movers throughout the field over the 900 or so laps that we've had so far. I think as well we're back on the tannoy by the sounds of things. I don't know if you had a message that you needed to read out.
I can't hear myself, but with your choice of headset wearing
Yes.
methodology. For those of you who are at the track and listening to us, please return the suits and helmets if you finish racing. Most drivers, I think, now will have finished racing, bar anyone who's in the carts right now and anyone who's going in those, what I just mentioned, last pit stops. That leaves you pretty much with a maximum of 104 drivers of the 300 odd that we've got here. So 2/3 of you here at the track would have finished racing today. If you borrowed kit from Teesside, please do return it ASAP. And if you're not here at the track, don't worry, disregard that last piece of commentary.
Yeah, steal your
Continue
kit that
watching
you've
the
taken
live
back to
stream.
your hotel. No, don't do that.
But yes, let us know what your thoughts are. We're back up to 84 now. I think peak for this was around about double that. But yeah, this a steady level of 80, 90 viewers has returned for this last leg of the BUKC 24-hour 2025.
Yep, thank you for those of you tuning in and supporting. Thank you for those of you who are crazy enough to be awake and present for most of the streaming that we've delivered so far for this event. Big thank you to everyone at the track also showing the support. Looks like the numbers have built up once again in the gazebo to the right of the comms box. Everyone tuned in and eagle-eyed viewing the final part of this race now. You always see it at this phase, everyone moving away from their little camping setups and getting those chairs right out front with the circuit so we can watch the final few drivers bring the cart home after many, many kilometres of racing.
Yeah, it's been a long old weekend as George Harris Spin makes their way into the pits for... Ooh, yeah, it is pushing it. Excuse me. It is pushing it 22. They've got an hour and 43 left. He should be able to do that. At least I think they'll try.
They'll probably
better
try.
than me, but if it was me, I'd be trying to push that to the end of the race. Unless you were confident in the knowledge they just can't do that much.
I think they've got nothing to lose at this point, really. They might as well give it a go and see what they can do there. And the point I've got to raise with you, actually, Jacob, is come on, surely the Liverpool squad had to win the naming competition with those brilliant puns.
I'm not the general public, unfortunately, Reef, and therefore I cannot give you the exact reasons as to why. But if I remember correctly, they went in the first round of voting.
They were, yeah, very first round they were eliminated, and it just proves that democracy is just pointless. You need communism.
Yeah, so they were in quarter-final 3. Yeah,
7% of the votes or something like that.
18%
Oh, right,
of the
okay.
votes doing your mum by far exceeding expectations, and indeed currently leading the best team name competition. We are looking at a 61% to 39% split ahead of Brumbercart. We've had over 250 votes so far. You've got 10 more minutes to cast your votes. If you are a big Brumbercart fan, get yourself over to the BUKC Instagram and get voted. They need your votes to catch up with doing your mum. I can't remember the last time I had cornflakes for breakfast, and I don't think I've ever had chocolate-covered cornflake clusters for breakfast. I used to be a big Kellogg's Crunchy Nut fan in my youth, but kind of gave up on that when I got to the age where you don't really get up in time to have breakfast. But thank you to whoever left chocolate cornflake clusters in the comms box. Like I said, came in at 6:30 and forgot to have breakfast. And
I forgot to have breakfast as well.
Quite a large man, lengthwise at least, if not width, and need my food. So yeah, those cornflake clusters that I've snacked on in the last 10 minutes or so have really gone a long way to sustaining my human being.
Yeah, likewise here. I don't know what it is about forgetting breakfast if you're commentating, but it just happens, I suppose.
No one's brought me any breakfast, is the thing. Usually I wake up and click my fingers. And
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't happen this morning.
Yeah, I mean, when they ran out of caviar in the green room, that was my toughest moment of the race
I
weekend.
nearly walked out.
Yeah.
I nearly walked out.
Well, you did. You went back to your Best Western, didn't you? Yeah, overnight.
I nearly. Yeah, lucky I stopped at the hotel. I nearly drove all the way back to Newport and wrote a vigorous complaint of email.
We kid, of course. There's been a wonderful effort from everyone involved in organising, putting on and keeping everyone safe at this event. Yep, always goes pretty well here at the Teesside 24-hour, and everyone seems to be in good spirits. You get that sense around the paddock that, I mean, you always have that lull kind of from about midnight to 4 a.m, I want to say, where everyone's tired and everyone feels a bit hopeless, even if they're leading the race. But the sun comes out again. It's that final couple of hours of the race. Everyone's in good spirits and looking forward to bringing the cart home and having a little bit of a celebration afterwards.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the podium. I'm looking forward to hiding from the champagne, but mostly looking forward to just kind of at the end of the 24-hour race, everyone's had a good time. As soon as the race is over and you no longer have to force yourself to drive, everyone kind of says, "Oh yeah, it's well worth coming," and it's a nice time of year. Plus, it's the last event of the year.
Yeah,
I'm not going to see most of these guys until October now, and BUKC test days start up again. Some of them not till November in qualifiers. Some of them not till this time next year because they've graduated. And yeah, it's officially summertime when the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, exactly. A long wait until we get some more BUKC action. So what a nice way to round off what has been, I was saying this in the early hours of the morning on the stream before, what has been another really strong year for the BUKC. So let's hope we have a good couple hours to bring it home. A couple of black flags coming in though. We've got Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast, as well as Spin and Tonic X's Icons with a black flag as well. I think we're just accruing curb warnings by the looks of things. Yeah, curb warning, curb warning, curb warning, curb warning, curb warning. And that means a few cars having to dive into the pits, or maybe even the stewards have just seen one incident that they're not particularly happy with, and that causes a bit of re-education. There we go. Let's get the re-education word in there.
Another black flag for Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast, who had the black flag controversy earlier on of coming in to the pits too fast, being sent around again by the guys at the fuel. Once upon being told and leaving, they stormed out to the pits in a auto-vehicular manner. That correct terminology? Yeah, stormed out in an auto-vehicular manner. I drove off far too fast and hadn't learned a lesson, so got sent round again once they got back in for that. And then they had to come round for a third time and actually fuel up because they needed fuel. It was lucky they still had those 2 laps in the car to do. So yeah, 3 stops in the space of 3 laps for them, which is why they.
I was going to say, yeah.
Why their pit count is at 23 and our leaders is only at 15.
Wow.
I mean, 13 for Rexy Racing, who we identified early on as the longest fuel tank on the grid. But yeah, 10 more stops for them because, those infractions of the rules, and a further one just now, which has brought them in for the latest black flag. Cut number 14 in 14th place.
Yeah, it just goes to show how quickly a race can turn around here in the 24-hour. Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast we're at the upper end of things earlier on in the early hours of the morning. But as we say, now find themselves tumbling down the order, just like the lap dancers have found themselves. They've got 17 pit stops on the board, and I'm intrigued to see which of those were completed by Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel, who was triple stinting it throughout the early hours of this morning. Jumped in at 4:30 and should be... would he be finishing around about now, or finished about 20 minutes ago if he did do those 3 stints?
Well, they've been out for 19 minutes.
Yeah.
So, probably would have finished 20 minutes ago. That's an awkward one because they're going to have to stop again.
Yeah.
But probably in the last half hour of the race.
I imagine Yusuf probably volunteer himself for that because he probably feels like he hasn't driven enough in that 4.5 hour.
Perhaps that was the intention, to give himself that little bit of glory at the end, thinking that they were going to win. Out of the pits come Ike's Icons. They've served their black flag. So we've got pit stops coming up for second, third, and fourth. Fourth will be first of all. We think with that long fuel tank, they've been out for an hour and a half, so they'll probably make at least 10 more minutes. But at this point, it doesn't really matter. You've got one pit stop remaining. In fact, you're probably better off coming in now rather than later, because that takes less time to fuel up.
Yeah, exactly. Just get it out of the way, and then we can just cruise on home.
Yeah, you get fuel to full. By the mechanics, they won't give you just half a tank because there's only half an hour left. You get fuel to full. So where they are now, let's say there's 20% of fuel in there, it'll be quicker for them to get 80% worth of fuel tank rather than run down that 20 and get 95% of the fuel tank. So yeah, people should be pitting now if they've got one pit stop left. Plain and simple. It might mess up with your sharing out your drive time, things like that. But there's a little bit of time to be gained in the pit right now.
Absolutely, there is. So if you're a team strategist, then you're on the comms looking at when you're going to bring your drivers in. We're shouting over the PA, do it now, do it now. Everyone descend on the pits all at once. What could possibly go wrong? No. Yeah, we might see the first few cars jumping into the pits. Black flag coming out for Ringo Kart as well. The Liverpool B squad having a torrid time out there on track. They have caught the attention of the marshals on a few occasions over the last 12 or so hours by the looks of things, so they will have to dive into the pits, find out why they've been a little bit naughty out on track and head back out. Originally wanting to fight for that race lead were the Ringo Kart squad, and of course leading 1-2 with Paul Gokartney early on, so the front runners in the band front running in this race, but a bit of a split. So Paul Gokartney going off doing his own thing, Ringo Kart just falling behind a little bit. So I'm trying to avoid libel.
Paul's doing the best, let's face it. Paul is doing the best for himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's an accurate summary of how the race has gone in general for, as I said, the colloquially known Liverpool Rocket. As 21 just sees their black flag and in they come.
Yeah.
His comms wire is hanging off.
Oh.
That's the reason why he's been called in.
That is unfortunate for that. Looked like that was Tom Roberts in the kart, and they were doing a lot of practice and a lot of thinking about their comm system, I know, but then they had to change cars about halfway through the evening, so for a little while they drove without any comm system at all and waited until the service to get the comms swapped over from their old kart into their new kart.
You don't need a comms unit, do you?
I know, yeah, a few of them aren't actually utilising it, so an unfortunate black flag for the Ringo Kart squad there. But as you say, Jacob, a few drivers now jumping into the pits and getting those final pit stops out of the way. Number 17 Kart jumping in. Gaslight Gatekeep, of course, we mentioned, diving in before. Ringo Kart currently in for the black flag. And we've got John the Man jumping in. Gurney's gang also in the pit, as well as our wooden spoon holders there. BUKC My Life.
Yes. Zed was happy, though.
Of course,
they said they enjoyed themselves. Roy Holloway haven't entered the BUKC 24 Hour for a couple of years now, and certainly from this crop of drivers, it was mostly their first time, if not all of them, their first time in a 24 Hour race. And it's good to just be here. It's good to get a feel for the track. Obviously, they got plenty of go-karting for their money, and they've enjoyed themselves, and they got a nice ceremonial wooden spoon as well to go home and show to their friends and family.
Yeah, I said there's no threat at all of it just being hung up as an ornament. I think absolutely that is just going to be used. That is going to become an important kitchen utensil, despite the graffiti upon it.
Right, it's time. 11 o'clock, we said. 261 votes have been counted and verified, and the winner of this year's best team name, Doin' Your Mum. 159 votes, 61% of the final votes. Doin wins the best team name.
Congratulations there to the number 26 Kart for taking that prized award. They're currently again 21st, but that doesn't matter because you have won best name of the event overall. I wonder if they picked that name or they registered that name whilst Jack Doin was still a full-time Formula 1 driver, and whether or not they should have updated it to Colapinto, your mum. Doesn't quite.
Would have also worked. Yeah, I'd have also worked for that.
Well, who knows? Again, by the time we head into the race going on later today, by all accounts, it could well be Jack Doin once again. So we'll see how that goes. But congratulations to the squad there for taking best name of the day.
Congratulations, UClan. I will give them a message now and let them know that their prize of chocolates is here for the take-in. Who messaged me from those guys? Where did I put that? They did, yes, Lancashire.
Meanwhile, we look on to the fuel bay there, where we can see a hard work going on to get all of these carts fueled back up for their final stint. And this is something that can happen when we enter this kind of phase of the race. A lot of drivers thinking about jumping in, getting fuel back in the cart and heading back out. You end up with a little bit of a queue here in the refueling bay, and it can be detrimental to your race. So I think that's why we often see teams coming up with slightly alternate strategies, maybe thinking, oh, you know what, I'll just lose 10 minutes here or there because I just want to get out on track and I just want to keep lapping. I don't want to be stuck in any queues.
Yeah, now there's an hour and a half left. Should we run through the order?
Yeah, absolutely.
One pit stop left max for each of them.
Do you want me to take it away?
Up to you. Yeah, I don't mind. But I might have another cornflake thing if you're going to do it.
There you go. There's your opportunity to have some cornflakes.
Breakfast time.
So, from 6th on the grid, we are being led by Paul Gokart and the Liverpool A squad there, who lead with 957 laps under their belt, followed by BUKC Motorsports, Never Overtake Sheffield, that's our top 3. Then we have Rexy Racing and the Swansea squad completing our top 5. Coventry are Ix's Icons, Brumdog Millionaire, Team O'Mail Chicken, Yuki Spinoda our top 10. Then we have Senna Squadron currently in the pits, Imperial B, Pod Hub, Mine Guard, Lufton Loaded, Gaslight, Gahey Go Fast, and I Still Have Trouble Reading. Then we have Communism, Ringo Kart, and the Lap Dancers making up our top 20. They are around about 24 laps off the lead of this race. Then we have our team name Victors there, doing your mum running in 21st. Nottingham Smiths Racing, 2 Girls 1 Piston Cup, Lake Breakers Anonymous, Iron Dames Racing, Brumber Kart, Portsmouth, Edinburgh A, Reading Between the Lines, and Edinburgh B completing our top 30. It's George Harrisbin, the Cambridge squad there with the number 28, Plate, Metal Gearbox, Solid Chick Flicks, Leeds Gentlemen, and we have the number 19 car followed by Endurex, Franz Herman from Wish, DM Useless, and John LeMan are top 40. We thought this was a sprint. Imperial A, Burger Kings, Gurney's Gang, Automobile Leadsters, Brumpen Path, the Miles Shelby squad, Spin and Tonic, and Woo is your daddy, number 49. Then we have Joe is your sandwiches, completing the top 50. Edinburgh Napier and BUKC, My Life, with that all-important wooden spoon, about 100 laps down off everyone else. That is our order after just under 23 hours of racing. Yellow flags are being waved out on track once more. I can see plenty of dust, and would you believe it, it's heading into the first hairpin on the lap at the end of the long back straight. That has been a bit of a favourite spot to say hello to some tyres over the race's duration there, as we see a marshal swiftly jumping to action to assist the driver in getting back out towards the circuit in a safe manner, and also giving a quick glance to check over the tyre wall, which has put in an almighty effort over 23 hours of racing to stop drivers from careening across the circuit.
Yep, the yellow flags are cleared. They were at start-finish and the hairpin, but both now in for clear racing for the last 1 hour, 27 and a half minutes. Is anyone close on track? I'm trying to see the shortest gap in between at the moment. If we look specifically at, there's 7 seconds between Minecart, Pod Hub and Imperial B for 12th. There's 7 seconds between Gaslight, Gatekeep Go Fast and Left Unloaded for 15th.
Left Unloaded seem to have always found themselves in the midst of a bit of action throughout the event. Wherever I've been commentating, you always look at Left Unloaded, and they're busy out on track seemingly, which is certainly one way to keep yourself in the zone and keep yourself occupied for 24 hours of racing. I think Jacob spoke too soon with his my hay fever sorted itself out issue.
Yeah,
now.
it's come back. It's got a second wind. Unfortunately, I've been sneezing again. I don't know if you're supposed to take more than one antihistamine a day. Maybe I should just had a whole packet. See what it did to me.
I unfortunately can't offer such pharmaceuticals to you at the moment.
It's only an hour and 26 to go. I will live. Perhaps I'll get someone else to do the commentary though. We'll see. I will put it in the group, to be fair, to see if anyone wants one last guy. I'd imagine most people want to stay with their teams. But
can we solicit antihistamines over the circuit, Tannoy? to Commons Box?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to try and bribe race officials, which I consider myself to be, with antihistamines, do come to the Commons Box.
Make sure
Nasal sprays or citrazine. I don't know, yeah, you're allowed to take different types of antihistamines. I'm not a pharmacist.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't think you can. I don't think
my
you can.
fiance. She's a nurse. She knows these types of things. If she was here right now, she'd just be whipping out a bag and giving me antihistamines. That's why I love her so much. Amongst other reasons, like there's more to her than a bag of antihistamines.
Drugs.
Yeah. That is the reason I fell in love with her, though. There's just the plethora of antihistamines available to her at any one moment. It's very alluring, Reeve. Let me tell you. Back to the racing, though. In the pits, second and third.
Yeah, BUKC Motorsport diving in as well as never overtake Sheffield. That little battle separated by a lap, of course, but a lap can certainly be lost in the pit if something were to go wrong. So we'll see how they both manage to come out. Both have completed 19 pit stops so far, and both very similar times in terms of their stints at the moment. BUKC Motorsport is going a little bit short on this stint. 1 hour 22 completed of this stint before they dive into the pit. 1 hour 24. They have ample fuel to bring the carts home, so never overtake Sheffield. Going for a quick fuel dash before we have one last sprint towards the end of this race.
Yeah, there's another pit stop to come after this for Paul Gokartney. Brexit Racing will be in soon. They've been out for 1 hour and 40, so they'll be in very shortly, you would imagine. And the Swansea grads will be in at some point in the next half an hour, I'd imagine, for fuel up. Once again, I would say fueling up now would be far, far quicker, as Rexy Racing actually take third momentarily from never overtake Sheffield. They were on the same racing lap and have benefited from that pit stop. But I think, in fact, Rexy Racing have now come into the pits themselves, so should drop back down the order as soon as never overtake Sheffield complete lap.
I imagine at this point as well, obviously, I mean, it would be ideal to get into the pits as quickly as possible, but I think a lot of what's at pits for this final stint will just come down to how busy that pit lane.
Then there's no benefit at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be crucial to pick your moment wisely. A bit of prediction going in, perhaps, to decide when to pit. That's what I want to see in the spreadsheets next year. We saw some pace predictors going on, some interesting formulas being built up there, but can we see some predicted fuel stop predictors going on? Maybe that will be a big old macro, I suspect. You'll need a decent laptop to run that, but we might see that.
Yeah, I mean, the data's there. It's not on the live system, but if you go on results, you'll be able to understand exactly when everybody pitted and plot that on a graph. And you could go back through the last decade of 24-hour races and pick hotspots for pit stops. I mean, you'd imagine it'd be around the hour and a half, 40 interval, especially the first one. But yeah, you could pinpoint exactly when the pit has been. It wouldn't take that much effort. Probably more effort than you'd want to go to, and more effort than you would benefit from it, but it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see some interesting spreadsheets coming for next year. Then, if we get some squads wanting to jump on that, I can imagine though. Tricky to run. I mean, I've still got the BUKC spreadsheet of doom, courtesy of Andrew Mather on my laptop, and it has a panic every time it loads it. So interesting to see how that goes. This is how we're keeping you awake, folks. We're talking about spreadsheets.
We had the best spreadsheet competition last night, and worthy winners were Birmingham, but not winners of the name competition. But never overtake Sheffield back up into third place, and Rexy Racing are now out of the pits in the last 10 seconds or so. They're a minute behind, so got the best part, 2/3, 3/4 of a lap to catch up in this last stint, hour and 20 minutes. So if you think second, third and fourth will be run to the end, first and fifth will be stopping again soon, as indeed will sixth. Coventry are. Brumdog Millionaire have just made it up to 7th because Icons have pitted. They are back down to 8th now. We've got a question in the chat. Neptune 101 says, don't suppose anyone knows how to fix heap corruption on the Le Mans game. Yes, reinstall it.
restart your computer and update your graphics drivers as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I keep hearing about this Le Mans. I think it's some grassroots little other 24-hour thing that's happening this weekend that I think a few people are giving their support to because, you know, just
Abroad,
to get them started.
Brexit means Brexit, that's what I say. None of that foreign nonsense here.
You don't want all that French racing. You can have some proper British racing.
Exactly.
No, but I have been keeping tabs on how the Le Mans going. I'm not going to say anything, of course, those who don't want it spoiled, but yeah, looking interesting, particularly if you're a Peugeot.
I'm not myself, but I know plenty of people who are. Let's see if there's anyone else who's closed down one of those 7-second gaps.
Shout out to Neptune in the chat, by the way. They were present at about 2 in the morning as well. They've been pretty.
Wow. Even I wasn't present at 2 in the morning.
I was only present physically about 2 in the morning, I think. But yeah, thank you for the support throughout the stream there.
There's a battle going on for 34th. Cardiff and Edinburgh are separated by half a second. They've just gone past Metal Gearbox Solid, that's one of the Bristol efforts, who are in the pits. But yeah, 34th, the battle is on. Whereabouts on track would they be? I think, if I'm reading the live timing correctly, they'll be coming through the middle part of the lap now. Trying to see out the window exactly where that is, but I don't think the person in the Cardiff card has one of the distinctive personalised Cardiff race suits, unfortunately, which usually makes them easy to spot. And whilst the Edinburgh Bigfoots are very nice to look at, the tards and patterns on them, it's hard to spot from a distance, unfortunately. So yes, those two come into the latter part of the lap now. Let's see if we can pick them out as they come over the start-finish line. Indeed, they are coming through one of these carts. We're looking for 19 and 46 Reeve.
15-1, followed by 32.
There they are, yes. There is no cars between them. The battle rages on for 34th place.
They head through the first chicane now. We're just looking at that first chicane. A great view in this shot. Actually, you can see the start of the lap, and then you can see the run from the 70 mile an hour back straight in to the tricky hairpin there. Great little shot.
Little trip across that second part of the chicane. I've done that before.
Certainly.
We've picked up the lime green of Raxi Racing, have we?
Yeah,
As the leaders are in the pits.
They are,
the
indeed.
time.
Yeah, they've dropped into the pits. This is exactly what they were planning on doing. I didn't want to reveal all of their secrets, but they were doing a small stint to then get a driver in for a bit more of a substantial run towards the end there. So 43 minutes dash of fuel and then just bring it home after that. So they'll be hoping that this pit stop goes well. Not sure what the refueling bay is looking like at the moment. They've got a little bit of breathing room out in front, but nothing that they want to get rid of just yet, I am sure. As we look down towards the end of the first hairpin complex on the lap, there we see that Rexy Racing squad now heading in to the banked corner. That banked corner is going to be a literal pain point on track, I imagine, by this point. Now, everyone's probably got their rib protectors on. If you don't, then you're brave. But after just about 23 hours worth of racing, all the G-forces you carry there, and you lean to the side of the car, that is going to hurt.
Just trying to see who that is at the front of this one. It's Peter Knight in the Reading cart that we are following through. They're just ahead of, it isn't Rexy, it's one of our mixed gangs with the luminous Bigfoots. But yeah, Peter Knight is the one you can see in the blue and white suit at the front of this trio, as we cut to a different trio and back to Peter Knight and then back to the other trio coming down the hill onto the back straight.
Yeah, a lot of tow to be had as you run from the hill in to the chicanes and into the hairpin. There you can actually gain quite a lot of time, particularly if your car's feeling a little bit worse for wear. Or your rivals' cars are feeling worse for wear. You've got to be careful, though, with that extra momentum that you carry, that you don't make contact or find yourself in a bit of an unfortunate position in terms of the braking zone into that first hairpin.
Still not at the pits, our race leaders.
No, I imagine it could be a little bit of
Taking
a
their time, maybe.
Yeah.
Just making sure nothing goes wrong. Don't want to rush things. They got a bit of a gap. Hour and a quarter to go, and there we go. Out of the pits they go.
They do indeed.
Are BUKC Motorsports going to be on the same lap next time round? I haven't seen BUKC Motorsports come by for a while, actually. Who is going to be in that number 47? I wonder.
I think they might still be a lap down as they come round once more. But yeah, the Paul Gocarty squad, they're not the best, not the quickest stop in the world, but certainly not the slowest, so they're just going to have to let it be.
Hey, there it is.
You're welcome, everyone.
So I'm just keeping an eye out the window for the 47. They should be coming round to complete another lap momentarily. I'm intrigued to know who it is at the wheel for the last stint in that car. Is indeed Sam Spinell, big Belgian. And yes, you're right, they are still a lap down on Paul Gocarty. So Sam Spinell has to unlap himself and then catch up a whole lap to Paul Gocarty on the track, should nothing go wrong for either of them. We've just seen third place never overtake Sheffield. Callum Barnett's finishing the race for them, been in for 10 minutes, have Sam and Callum. Callum's got a similar task to hand if he's to finish second. He's got to unlap himself and then catch up a whole lap. So in theory, to catch up to the lead, Callum would have to unlap himself again, and then catch up. It's a tall order for just an hour and 13 minutes.
It is indeed. I'm wondering whether that Sheffield squad was one of those unfortunate teams that found themselves in the group of drivers out in Superpole when the rain and when that damp conditions first hit the track, because they've shown immense pace throughout so much of this race, but qualified 43rd. So qualifying not going their way. They've certainly made amends for it, though, in the racing action, as we say. Find themselves in third, would have a very tall order in front of them to overtake and get into second. But we've seen crazier things happen in the final 70 or so minutes of 24-hour racing. So our leaders will be hoping it's just going to be nice and boring. We're not hoping that. We want to see some exciting stuff happening out on a track. We've had our first share of it over the first 24 hours of this race, and we'll be hoping it continues on as the drivers bring home these karts in the sunshine here at the Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a lovely Sunday, lovely Father's Day.
Oh, so it is, yeah.
In the north of the country. Obviously, Willie Chu mentioned his dad stepping into the comms box towards the end of his stint for a little visit. Yeah, a hilarious little comical moment when Will said, I said I'd better text my dad for Father's Day, and Will said, "Oh, turns out I don't need to text my dad." I was like, "What? Because he's not your real dad?" He's like, "No, I know, because he's coming here to the track." Yeah. Slightly less of a revelation, Will, but never mind.
Things get deeply personal in the.
Imagine if he just said that. Yeah, it turns out he's not my real dad. I don't think you would have got your last stint in. We'd still be going through the deep emotional trauma of a middle-aged man finding out that he's biologically someone else's.
Well, if I turn over this page right now, you can see the lie detector test results.
Yeah. The DNA.
Turns
out I am Will's dad.
Yeah. Wow.
No, that's too much. Turns out JV is Will's dad. Imagine that. Whoa.
Oh.
Life-changing.
Not sure in a positive way, though.
Yeah. Just to confirm, if you've just tuned in, JV is not Will's dad.
Allegedly.
And we'll continue commentating on racing momentarily.
I do have one quick question about the evening's stream. I haven't had a chance to go and watch it back. Obviously, I've been camping in my luxury motorhome, where I had deep tissue massages and I don't know, and dancing girls, etc., etc. But the bedtime story. What was the bedtime story?
I missed it myself. Zed read a bedtime story, but I don't know what he read.
Oh no!
I was going to come in.
That's brave.
Mandate what the bedtime story was, but I left him to it. I have free reign. Don't want to babysit, you know.
Well, we're still live, so It can't have been too bad.
If anyone was around for the bedtime story, please do let us know in the comments. Neptune 101 says, just hope Ferrari don't win again. It's okay. I think Liverpool are going to win.
Yeah.
And no dodgy BOP in the BUKC from OK. I don't know what BOP stands for in that context.
Balance of performance. This other kind of new support series that's happening in France, they obviously have special BOP for particularly that one race in their series to allow all of the other much slower cars the chance to catch up to the Ferraris. And yeah, no such thing here. The only ballast we carry is the lead in the carts to make sure that your 80 kilogram minimum driver weight and your minimum cart weights are being met.
And some emotional weight for some of the drivers
Yes,
as well.
Absolutely.
Some of these highly traumatized individuals. But yeah, according to the laws of physics, that is only theoretical ballast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
It's
not measurable by a weighing scales.
it's expensive therapy, this, but it's good.
Yes. I do my best, you know.
Would you see yourself as the
Oh, yeah.
main
Yeah.
therapist?
Many
I
a
see.
driver has cried on my shoulder, and
Yeah.
I've given them a good, rigorous pat on the back over the years.
Particularly, you were very kind on Mr. Pierce Pryor. I noticed at the final BUKC round of the season, you were very kind and very
Yes.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
you were him. That
yeah.
is just how dedicated you were. You became him.
I put his shoes on, both literally and figuratively. He's got much smaller feet than me, so it quite hurt to do that. But anything for the good of the championship.
Absolutely.
Is, what I always say.
That goes down, I think, as plenty of brilliant. I mean, we didn't stream the full BUKC season this year, but we did get some fantastic action in what we did stream. GYG, I think, was a great day's worth of racing. Thoroughly enjoyed that. But in terms of off-track action, absolute favourite highlight for quite a while has to have been your pieces to camera when you were Piers Pryor. They were brilliant. Someone needs to put together a reel of just those
my
moments.
Piers Pryor impressions.
Yeah.
I tried my best. I did the voice. I didn't. I could try and do a Piers Pryor voice, but
No, if you need to do a Piers Pryor impression, what you need to do is you need to head into turn one using another cart as the brakes.
yeah, he's not got that distinctive voice to do an impression of, has he? I'm not saying like you wouldn't recognise his voice if you didn't hear it, and I'm not saying he's boring by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, he's not like an accented kind of guy that you typically do an impression of, is he?
They're just English. Yeah, you have to say, well, how does he sound? He sounds English.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, which I could do as a Welshman, but I won't.
Yeah, I could do Welsh, but I won't.
Yeah, I haven't got a thick Welsh accent myself.
No.
I've never heard anyone do an impression of me.
Oh.
Have you ever had anyone do an impression of you in front of you? Yeah, wow. I
Yes,
said
absolutely. Yeah, the most Liverpool squad make fun of me because they don't sound Scouse.
that. Okay.
Ish. Some people think I do, some people think I don't.
Yeah, I can't say it's a particularly desirable accent. That's my
Ooh.
excuse for not having a Newport accent, to be honest. But, yeah.
All of a sudden, we're going to see the leading car head into the pit and then have a scrap with you because we're from Liverpool.
Giving
and
up the win of the 24-hour to have it out
have
with
a
me
fight. Yeah.
just outside the comms box.
That is, I mean, we're from Liverpool. That's how we settle things. So.
Yeah, I could take them.
There we go. There's a threat from Jacob Harris there. Fight us.
Right, I said at 11:30 that I was going to give out that special team prize.
Oh yes.
Would you like to hand me the balloon and I'll...
I will indeed. Do we have an inflation method?
I assume you just blow on it.
We need a straw.
A straw?
We have to be
What?
very careful for our radio viewers at this point now. This could sound
How
quite
to
interesting.
inflate foil balloon. Gently insert a straw. Blow straw to inflate the balloon. Remove straw and press the seal. Wow, okay. I'd imagine there's straws up in the cafe, though.
Probably, yes.
Okay, so if anyone from Loughborough is listening over the tannoy, we've got a very special prize for you guys for injuring yourselves. We've got a get well soon present. It's very much a get well soon thing. You bring a balloon to a hospital.
Absolutely,
wouldn't
yeah.
you? So yeah, anyone from Loughborough, come and collect your prize for most injured individuals, most injured teams, most haphazard pit stops. We've got a get well soon prize for you guys.
You do, and you've had the
as well as
funds.
that, UClan and winners of our best Bigfoot commentary. We have prizes for you guys in the comms box as well.
It's quite a big balloon. Oh, it comes with a straw.
It comes with the straw. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
We can blow that up.
We can get blowing.
If our lungs have the capacity. We've got.
They do.
Wow, that's quite a big
That
balloon
is a-
as well. Is it
Oh,
two
it's
balloons? No way. I'm taking one home if there is. No, it's two-parter, I think.
Is that its pants?
These legs?
Oh.
You've never had a self-ascent. Wow. Oh, wow. Look at all these legs. If you've never bought a balloon from Asda, then trust me, this is some complex machinery. Wow. So we've bought this unicorn balloon, and it comes in 3 parts: the torso, the legs, and the other legs.
I'm amazed that this overcomplicated if ever I've seen it.
It's huge as well. I was expecting like a...
Yeah, we can't inflate this in the comms box.
No, I don't think
We won't be able to see.
fold it back up.
Yeah.
Fold it back up. And we're not going to get it back in that little pouch either, are we?
No, absolutely not.
We're just going to have to give it some unfurled. Put that back. I'm going to put... Yeah, just... You take
Somewhere.
Put it back
Yeah,
over there.
There we are.
Hopefully Loughborough have heard us on the tannoy. Loughborough, Coventry and Lancashire. You have prizes waiting for you for Best Bigfoot, Best Team Name and Worst Pit Stop.
Worst pit stop.
Worst pit stop, yeah.
Fantastic.
That's effectively what they get the Get Well Soon gift for.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Hour and 4 minutes left on the clock. 975 laps completed. We do like to get to 1,000.
Yeah, we should do that very easily, aside from nothing going wrong. I actually think if we go back a few years, when one of the Liverpool squad drivers actually managed to roll their car in between stints, went out to go do whatever, and managed to roll over. So that would have well won the Get Well Soon prize, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
No one go trying that. You can't take it at this point. It has been won.
Yes, it's been and done. All the competitions now have been decided.
Yeah.
With an hour left of the race, we can focus on exactly what's going out on track. BUKC Motorsport's 1 lap down on Paul Gilcartney, further 2 laps back to Overtaking Sheffield. Rexy Racing in 4th, just about on the same lap as Sheffield, and it's a further 3 laps back to the Swansea grads in 5th.
Paul Gilcartney looking quite comfortable at the moment. That last lap of 122.5, so not blistering, but by no means slow. A little bit quicker than BUKC and the Never Overtake Sheffield squad are just behind them. But I imagine probably running at around about 90 or so % in terms of pace at the moment. Not pushing on too much, don't want to risk anything, but probably feeling quite comfortable in controlling the race out there. 62 minutes left on the clock. A couple more contact warnings coming in as we say. Keep the noses clean, folks, in the final stint, because there are no pit stops where you can make amends there. And I believe we've got a deserving prize winner entering the commentary box. Oh no, we don't. We have someone forgetting their wallet.
Dom, who kindly stepped in for some commentary overnight, left his wallet here. Yeah, I mean, I've already claimed the snacks here. If I'd known there was a wallet on the side, I'd have... Oh, you're loaded, Dom. I'd have been straight to the bank. My Amazon account would have been...
Yeah, Amazon, yeah.
...on fire this morning. You'd have bought my dad so much for Father's Day. But yes, thank you to Dom Vesely, stepped in at the last minute to do us a bit of commentary in the night when Zed stepped in to do a bit of racing for his team. We made it work in the end. And it's been great. I was saying, Reeve, and from your position of relative experience, we've got quite lucky with the volunteer commentators that we've had step forward today. I think everyone did a pretty good job.
Yeah, absolutely. They put in a tremendous effort, so thank you very much for joining us there. Thank you for taking the time out of your 24-hour events to come and jump on the microphone. We hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's great to see some new faces in the comms box. Great to see you joining the fold and realising just how mental we actually are. Seeing a mechanical flag coming in there for the number 19 kart. That is following very shortly after a contact warning, so I wonder if they might be related there. And an unfortunate skirmish has seen the number 19 kart needing some repairs late on, which again, it's the type of thing you really want to avoid, like your penalties, like your black flags. You really need to avoid in this final stint because you've got no pit stops to really nail and make up for lost ground on. It's all well and good pushing on, but if you're even more laps down than you previously were, then there's nothing too much you can do in the final hour. So we are seeing a couple more drivers jumping into the pits as well. Yuki Spinoda into the pit. Only 2 minutes into their stint, seemingly, so not sure what's gone on there. Maybe they've spotted something that they're not happy with in their kart. Either way, less than ideal. Currently running in 10th. They might be under pressure here from the Senna's squadron just behind. Imperial B not too far behind as well.
Think of our top 10. It's just the Swansea Grads team. Sam Taylor, I think, out on track in his distinctive Welsh helmet and Club 100 tester uniform. I think he's got to pit in the next 10 minutes or so. You can see there 11th to 20th. 20th being our team name of the year winners. Early favourite for Minecart as well. Didn't quite do as well as I supposed. Iron Dames Racing, our all-female team there in 25th. We've got Endurex doing quite well earlier on as well. They're doing quite badly now, considering.
Yeah.
Metal Gearbox Solid as well was a contender for best team name. Not as much a fan with the general public as it was at the track. Spin and Tonic also entered into the first round there. But Brump and Pass haven't done it anywhere near as well as their A team, and there's your wooden spoon. He's 206 laps
200
behind. I don't think you're going to do 206
Are
laps.
they still on
in the
track?
last hour. So yes, Zed, keep that wooden spoon.
They're in the pits at the moment. So
Yeah, they gave up a while ago.
yeah.
And then they gave up a while ago. But they had fun, and if you had fun, then you won. So congratulations to Royal Holloway on their win in the BUKC 2025 24 hour.
The most impressive of the trophies to be taking away there. An impressive trophy given out for Super Bowl as well. Was that well received? I never did ask.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. New award this year. I've given up on the Rob McCubica t-shirts. He's not as much as a celebrity as
He's,
he used to
he's
be.
less of a meme now because now he's just doing very well in
Yeah.
a Ferrari currently.
Yeah, he's not so much of a meme, and limited edition t-shirts are only limited edition if you make a limited amount of them.
Yes.
So if I carried on making them, then it'd be less of a prize. Whereas we've now got a limited edition #1 statue,
Handcrafted each one.
handcrafted by myself. Yes. So yeah, new prize this year. Same with the sheets as well, bed sheets, which were given out for best spreadsheet. New prize again, the XL t-shirts, limited edition if you only make a limited number. So we've discontinued those into a new era of single fitted bed sheets for those who produce the best spreadsheets.
And of course, you would only need a single bed sheet for that.
Because you do not have a girlfriend. Exactly. Or a boyfriend, for that matter. Bromdog Millionaires are in the pits. That's, they weren't going to make it to the end, I don't think. It would have been ambitious for them to make it to the end, so they've pitted. But yes, everyone else in the top 10, barring that Swansea Grads team, should now be going to the finish. Just outside the top 10, Imperial B are in the pits. They've done an hour and a half stint, and we'll do the remaining hour till the end from now. And that's pretty much it. Almost all the way through the field. There's Mine Carter in as well. They've done an hour, and we'll do another hour now. We're not expecting that much pit lane activity almost at all. All the way down to 26th then for Brumbacart, our losing finalists for best team name. We expect to see Brumdog Millionaire come out of the pit soon. They'll be replaced by Brumbacart, and ex-Swansea team will be probably the last of anyone in with a chance of winning it now to either swap drivers or double stint. I know Sam Taylor's only been here since 3 in the morning, so maybe he'll fancy another go. I'm trying to pick him out on track actually. He's normally quite distinctive helmet. Isn't immediately apparent to me. Perhaps he's already snuck into the pits and hasn't been picked up on timing yet. We will see.
Great view here, though, out of the comms box here at T side. We can see so much of the circuit. Just seeing our leading Carter there being driven by Tom Aiken heading around that final corner as we see a whole other fleet of cars there. Looks like the leaders just getting in front of a bit of lapped traffic because there's a huge train following down into that first sector now. A bit of you're quite lucky, I think, if you're just heading down the back straight. Now there's the only real gap out on track. The rest of the track looking very busy indeed, because of course we've got 51 karts out on track, occupying all 2.5 kilometres of this circuit.
Yeah, so Sam Taylor is still in that exit Swansea kart, coming around the hairpin now. This stint that he's on is coming up to 1 hour 35 it'll be at the end of this lap, which is about as far as you'd want to go, really. I get that they're pushing to catch up with the leaders, but at this point I think it's a case of securing a respectable top 5 position. Come in, make sure you don't run out of fuel. Yeah. However, Sam's a far more experienced caster than I am, and will definitely know what's best in that regard. Let's see if he sticks his hand out this time round for the last pit stop. He's actually following the race leaders there.
Yeah.
Surprised I didn't pick him out sooner, given he's getting a good tow from one of the faster karts on the grid. 22.3 for them both last time round, so yeah, perhaps he's quite comfortable in that tow for now as the 22 raises a hand. Not quite sure what that hand signal meant, but we're not expecting them back in the pits at all. Have you enjoyed the first full live stream of the BUKC 24 hour? What have you made of it? We've got 91 viewers, so it's obviously been a hit at home, but what have you thought of the Reef?
Yeah, it's been really good fun. The time has absolutely flown by, to be honest. I wouldn't quite think that 24 hours has passed. Myself and Jake were saying throughout the night, it feels like more like a 40-minute commentary, since it is absolutely flying by, because there's so much to look at, so much to analyse throughout the field here at Teesside. It's quite a nice perspective to be sat here from as well. This is my first time being here at the 24 hour without the threat looming over of driving, and it's actually quite refreshing. It's you just go in, chat about some racing, and then you get to chill out and perhaps watch as some people have some difficult races and just think, oh, I'm glad I'm not in that kart, or just revel in the good fortunes of some others as well. So it's been a lovely day, and I seem to have avoided all the rain as well, because I was fast asleep while that was happening, so no complaints there. I'm well refreshed thanks to my massive motorhome that I've got going on there. We were actually 2 up in it overnight last night, which was impressive. Not in the same bed, I should add.
Good stuff. Yeah, 22 at Liverpool we just saw coming in with a hand raised. That's
George Harris spin.
Specific one is, yes, George Harris spin, which is down the order in 28th.
Another pit stop for the C squad
Who's
at
done
Liverpool.
the most pit stops then? Let's have a look. We got 28th for Napier. That's a decent tally, down in last but one.
A lot of 24s as well, the likes of Harrisburn, the likes of Endurex. Yeah, plenty of 24s.
The record goes to the bottom 2 teams, 27 and 28 respectively. But then, yeah, it's the 25 that Imperial A have done in 43rd. That's probably why they're down in 43rd. A few 24s then. Who's doing the best of the ridiculous number of pit stops? Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast. We mentioned their mishaps in a pit-related fashion earlier. They've done reasonably well considering they're above the 20 pit stops marker. And indeed, if you took 5 pit stops away from them, you could argue that they maybe be top 10. So decent effort from the Bristol guys. The Sam Taylor does indeed come into the pits for the last significant pit stop that we believe will be happening in this race. Brundog Millionaire are still in the pits as well. They've been in for a while, I think, of Brundog Millionaire. But yes, the ex-Swansea team will be looking to get back out in front of Coventry A. We've got a bit of support coming in from the live stream. Nadia Manua says, keep going, last stint, go on David. David will be hoping to catch up with Sam or whoever goes out in that car. They've had some decent pace throughout the race. But yeah, Sam Taylor finishes off with a 22 dead, pulls out an extra 8/10, and they are indeed a lap, 3 laps ahead of Coventry A, so should comfortably come back in front of them and seal themselves a top 5 spot.
Yeah, the pressure's pretty much off for Swansea at this point. They're in sort of no man's land at the moment. Got a few laps of the car in front, got a few laps of the car behind, and they're in those pits. So as long as there's no major disasters that see them maybe needing to steal a balloon from Loughborough, then they should head back out on the track, still remaining in that top 5, and should just cruise it home now for the final 50 minutes in this race. We've got any other drivers late in this, didn't know, as you say, Jacob, pretty much that is the last major pit stop to take place. Brumbercart pretty late in this, as are the Miles Shelby squad. The Miles Shelby squad, a real turnaround in fortunes for the race compared to this time last year. They were, of course, a top 5 contender with the Miles Shelby squad. Now find themselves all the way down in 47th. So could be changes in the driver roster. Could just be downright misfortune there that sees them lower down the run. Qualified 32nd, so not an ideal qualifying, but it wasn't quite able to get turned around in the race.
Yeah. Some teams have done really well. Like you mentioned, Never Overtake Sheffield, started in 43rd. That's a big comeback. 39th. Icons have made up a number of positions. Indeed, 38th was Yuki Spinoda from the start, so a decent effort from those as well. Conversely, not doing so well from their relatively lofty grid positions. Our 3rd place team, George Harris Spin, down in 34th and in the pits. Oh, sorry, yeah, that is George Harris Spin, not what they would have been hoping for from 3rd on the grid. And 8th place overall were two Gills, 1 Piston Cup. They're 23rd currently, having qualified in a lofty 8th position. 4th on the grid were Ringo Kart. Decent qualifying from most of the local teams, but only one of them's managed to convert that into a decent race result. 2nd on the grid, the ex-Swansea team, consistently up there. Our pole sitters found themselves down in 16th place. That's I still have trouble Reading. And who was our 3rd place team on the grid? Have I mentioned them? They are, yeah, George Harrisman down in 22nd. So qualifying, not everything here, although it certainly helps, especially in those early stages.
I still don't think they're quite sure how they manage that. That's the C squad. And George Harrisman found themselves in 3rd.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was CBA, wasn't it?
Yes, it was indeed. Yeah. Which is and that actually echoes what we saw a lot through the BUKC season. Often you'll see, especially after qualifiers, certain teams performing perhaps unexpectedly, shall we say, and you might find your B team running in the Prems and your A team down in the Inters. Yeah, we've seen some interesting qualifying results from today's racing as well. I say today's, yesterday's. Of course, it's been near enough making a difference. 24 hours of racing. Started at 12:30 with that Le Mans style start there, facing the cart, the sprint over before we set off and go racing. Everyone did a pretty good job, I thought, of the Le Mans start at the very start of this race. Didn't seem to see any major disasters, no one tripping over, no one forgetting how to drive on the first lap. It all seemed to be pretty smooth sailing there, but that little sprint, that little dash across the track can find yourself 5 or 6 positions if you absolutely nail it just on that first couple of corners.
Yeah, or if someone tries to get in your cart, someone else tries to get in your cart, or can make a place, as happened at the start of this race.
Oh, really?
Yes, someone they must have got their head down sprinting because they tried to get in the wrong go-kart and just shoved out the way. Lost themselves a good 4 or 5 places, and the people who were blocked lost 1 or 2 as well. That was Dom's team, Dom Bessel, who did some commentary for us. Yeah, no penalty because, I mean,
it's not in the record.
You're allowed to block people.
Yeah, that is not the correct way to. That's not the correct way to transfer universities.
It's a really weird tactic. But
yeah, if you want to transfer universities, speak to
UCAS.
Yeah,
maybe.
Or whoever.
Do they deal with that?
Yeah, no idea.
You're probably better starting there than you are
here.
Yeah.
45 minutes remaining on the clock. Still a couple of contact warnings coming in. Actually, earlier on, a mechanical flag for Brumdog Millionaire, which I seem to have forgotten about, but they're down in 13th place now, still up from 42nd, but not ideal given that they were, of course, in the battle for second earlier on in this race. Around about 12 hours ago, they were enjoying a really strong turn of pace, but just like we saw with the number 15 kart, fortunately, the night not kind to some teams here at Teesside.
Yes, not long now at all. Oh, straight over the second part of the chicane. You see quite a few people go over that second part of the chicane late in the race. Oh, there's a spin. We haven't seen a spin in a while. Good old-fashioned spin.
Camera shyness there, perhaps catching a driver out. Perfect place to do it, though, by the way, because we won't ridicule you or embarrass you in any way, shape, or form.
No, we won't.
Mainly because I didn't see what number it was. So you've escaped there.
Yeah, I think we're following the 42 there, the lime green. And is that Callum Barnett behind them, looking to put a lap on them? It is indeed, yeah. So we got the 4th and 3rd place karts at the back of this queue here. The lime green is your 3rd place kart, and then your orange helmeted Callum Barnett is your 3rd place kart, just at the back of this train of 4 or 5. To the inside go Rexy Racing. Callum Barnett will look to follow them through on the inside if there's a disadvantage for that particular back marker, and indeed he does. So yes, 3rd looking to put another lap on 4th and effectively put the final nail in the coffin of the battle for the podium places. Barely 2 or 3 kart lengths between them as they cross the line this time. We follow them through the chicane. Round down to Road Bend. Coming into your shot at the top of the picture now.
Yeah, the consistency has been really impressive from these drivers. Throughout the field, it must be said as well, we're still seeing mid-low 21s, even as far down as like 25, 26th position there, and that's why they're able to follow so well. One benefit you do have when you are following a kart is, you know, it can be frustrating to not be able to overtake, but you can perhaps learn about what your rivals are doing, see where they might be picking up a couple of hundredths, a couple of tenths here or there through particular corners, copy a couple of braking zones perhaps, and make yourself a better driver for the stint there. So certainly does have its merits following behind, because you benefit from a tow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw Callum Barnett doing that down the straight here. They emerge, and Callum slides up the inside with a little hand gesture from, I think, a Cambridge team, or the Cambridge team. There is only one Cambridge team, but it looked like a Cambridge custom suit waving Callum through there, and indeed he is ahead. Still behind Rexy Racing for now. We'll see them come into shot now at the top of the screen. Yeah, so that pink is the number 7, Ike's Icons. They're also quite a high running team in 7th. Kart number 7 in 7th in the pink. There they are, the green Rexy Racing at 4th, and then the orange helmeted Callum Barnett in 3rd.
Oh, that was a mistake, wasn't it, Reeve?
I'd imagine. Oh, you've melted a Jaffa cake on your own laptop.
I have indeed. I placed the Jaffa cakes on the laptop, and apparently it's quite warm.
Embarrassing, Reeve.
Yeah, poor Jaffa cake strategy from Reeve there. I'm out of practice. It's been a good few weeks now since we've had some other BUKC commentary, where of course we are Jaffa cake experts.
Yes.
And look at me now, just messy Jaffa cakes all over the shop. It is chaos here in the comms box, and I'm going to have to remember to not close the lid on that.
Yeah, you've let yourself down,
I've
Reeve.
covered me carbon fibre in Jaffa cake, which is not a sentence, again, I thought I'd say.
No, lots of surprises this weekend at the BUKC 24-hour.
I'm still going to eat it? Yeah, I'm still going to eat it.
Do it. Go for it. Yeah. And then lick your laptop. Yeah, I'm not sure Callum Barnett will go for the overtake here. I think he'll be quite happy keeping pace with the one kart that he wants to keep pace with, especially being a lap up. I think it could be a different story if they were on the same racing lap. But one lap up, Callum would be happy to sit behind, to take the tow, conserve fuel even towards the end. I don't think it's going to be a particular worry for Callum, although he does have to do another 41 minutes, having done 42 in this stint already, so better to be safe than sorry. But maybe he'll fancy leading this one from in front if he gets the opportunity. to overtake. At the minute, they're quite evenly matched on pace. Even with the benefit of the toe, Callum's not making much of an impression, but they got some traffic to navigate through here in the form of a couple of back markers. It'd be interesting to see how well both the Coventry kart and the Sheffield kart navigate their way through those. They get the toe from the two of them down the hill, and some chopping and changing in front of them. There's going to be an overtake at the hairpin. Indeed, there it is from Rexy Racing. And perhaps a move into the long right-hander as well for both of them. Certainly Callum will be looking to get back past, is that the number 2, the Birmingham kart? Is indeed, I want to say Brumpen Pass is the number 2.
Yep.
Dispatched by both 4th and 3rd respectively. And a bit of resistance from one of the other back markers there as well. As through goes Rexy Racing and never overtake Sheffield.
Yeah, the traffic situation definitely changing here at the T-side. We saw a few laps ago it was a pretty big train with one, maybe 2 gaps. Now everyone seems to be pretty sporadic throughout the track now, so there's no kind of real opportunities to rest easy. There's going to be traffic to negotiate no matter where you are. There we can see our race leader Tom Aiken putting pressure on some traffic just as they start the next lap of the race, but we are looking back towards the highest point of the circuit with our aforementioned drivers dropping back down the track once more to gain all that speed, to benefit from that bit of a tow, as we're going to have some side-by-side action just in front there, but we are looking further down this train as we head into the S's, into that first of the many hairpin braking zones. Once again, lovely technical part of the circuit. Certainly keeps you on your toes, keeps you awake in the midst of the night.
Yeah, speaking of keeping awake, these two need to stay alert. Any late problems in this race could cost them a place in the top 5, the BUKC 24. You'd be happy with the top 5, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Regardless
I'd be happy to make
of who
it to the
you
end of the
are.
race.
You'd be
Given it's me.
exactly.
Yeah.
You'd be pleased though with even the top 10. I think I'd be pleased with. So perhaps some of the better teams would say that that's a mere consolation that you're in that good company, as whoever this is going to get themselves a top 10 finish, parked on the side like that.
But we look on a bit of a dichotomy there. We could see a car's pulled over to the side and pretty much race ruined, but plenty of drivers still continuing on. I should add, by the way, warm Jaffa cakes, delicious. Actually really good. Do you want me to put a couple on for you?
I'll have to disagree on that one. I'm not much of a Jaffa Cake fan in general.
You can't say that in a BUKC commentary box.
I can, because I'm in charge, and I can say with confidence I don't really mix orange with chocolate.
Oh, more Jaffa cakes for me then. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'll stick to the cornflake
Yeah.
clusters.
I've made a habit in this 24 hour of accidentally cooking, or not accidentally, or cooking things on things that you're not supposed to cook on.
Okay.
Me and a few of the Liverpool squad had some lovely sausage and beans cooked courtesy of my engine.
Nice.
That actually worked
Very
really well.
hygienic as well.
It was in a can. It was fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it only cost about a tenner in fuel as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, cheap fuel.
Yeah.
Go to Asda, top yourself up before you go home. How long is it back to Liverpool from here?
Just under 3 hours, so it's not a mad drive.
What's map saying for me? What have I got?
Yeah, I always like it when we come to these more northern-based events because it's a bit of a turnaround to the usual 6 or 7 hour drive that we often have to perform.
4 hours 38 is the same for me, which isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not
because
too
on
bad
the way
at all.
up it was well over 5 hours.
Yeah.
Did it in one go.
Nice, yeah. It's one shot it.
Pow.
Getting a bit of practice in.
I'd say
for
raw
some-
dogging it, but I had podcasts and food and stuff like that. I mean, if I didn't have food and podcasts, I would have claimed to have raw dogged it, but
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily planning on doing so, but again, I'm going to flame them for it again. Liverpool squad left all their steering wheels, so I had to set off quite late, and I just needed to get here. So you're welcome, Liverpool. This win is me. This win is because
You've
of
done
me.
this,
Yeah,
Reeve.
yeah.
they can't win without steering wheel.
No, absolutely not. It's not as if we don't provide them steering
It's
wheels.
black and white. That's
Yeah.
a fact.
Yeah.
You cannot win without a steering wheel.
Yeah.
And here they are, 1 lap to the good. And I've lost track of our fourth and third. Our battle for some of sorts for the final podium place, which isn't really a battle because it was third, looking to put another lap on fourth. They have done. Yeah, look, there's switch positions there. So yeah, another lap between Never Overtake Sheffield and Rexy Racing puts that one effectively to bed with only just over half hour to go. The ex-Swansea team are, I further 4 laps back, so aren't really in the conversation at this point. But yeah, a comfortable lap gap between our top 4 teams now as we approach the 1,000 lap mark. We are 4 laps away.
Yeah, that will be a momentous occasion there to see 1,000 laps completed. Times 2.5 by 1,000 you get our race distance there, which is really impressive. That is
That's
a
at
good
least
number of miles.
2,000, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a huge amount of miles. Some people don't drive that much in a year,
No.
and we're doing it in 24 hours.
In go-karts.
Although,
Around Teesside.
judging by some of the camping setups that I saw in the car park, probably a more comfortable way of doing it than in some of those cars. So, an eclectic bunch in the car park.
Indeed.
Again, favourite camper. Maybe we need the more for that next year. Goes to a Smart 4.2. Actually camping out the back of a Smart 4.2, which I don't know how that's possible.
It's doable. I certainly would not be sleeping in my car at my age. I'm very much attached to having the hotel to go back to now.
Oh, it's brilliant. I thoroughly recommend it. It's so comfortable.
I know. Double bed for me as a minimum.
Is that with the room with the jacuzzi in it?
Ideally, yes. But if they can't get a jacuzzi, I'll take a sauna.
Ah, yeah.
One of the two. And a concierge.
Of course.
Have a concierge. Beyond that, I'm not fussy. So yeah, it's nearly 12 o'clock.
Just over half an hour to go. This time, 24 hours ago, we were seeing an end to the qualifying session and the drivers building up the anticipation to get racing underway. Now we are anticipating the end to the racing action, and what a tremendous job everyone has done out there. Apart from BUKC My Life, who did 22 and a bit hours worth of racing. But thank you for being here at least.
They took part. Yeah, I'm expecting 2 more pit stops. Automobilistas would have to do an hour and 42 stint, which is possible. Maybe they're chancing it, but they are 44th, so maybe not best not to on that one. And there's an hour and a half on the clock for Brumbacart, runners-up for best team name. They'll need to come in and switch drivers, or not necessarily have to switch drivers, but they will need to refuel between now and the end of the race. But that's all we're expecting. So this time I'm not going to force you into it, really. I'm going to run through the order myself just to recap our runners and riders for the last half an hour, the length almost of the BUKC sprint race to the end of the 24-hour. So in the lead we have Liverpool's Paul Gokartney. They are very much in prime position as we approach 1,000 laps. BUKC Motorsports, that's our 2020 champions Coventry, or at least half the team, mixed with Sam Johns from UWTST and BPEC wildcard. Never Overtake Sheffield, that's the Sheffield team in third. Rexy Racing Coventry are in fourth. Swansea grads from a good decade ago now, fifth. Coventry A, the other half of Coventry A, are in sixth. Icons, which are a mix of drivers, are in seventh. Team OC are York, number 52, they're in 8th. Senna Squadron, another mix, in 9th. Pod Hub is Lancaster, they are in 10th. Yuki Spinoda are next, that's the Brighton team, just outside the top 10, in 11th. Imperial B are 12th. Brumdog Millionaire, the first of Birmingham, are 13th. Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, Bristol are 14th. Luft and Loaded Loughborough are 15th. I Still Have Trouble Reading are in 16th. Communism 17th, and Swansea Minecart are in 18th. Then we have another mixed team in the lap dancers, 19th overall, and then Doing Your Mum. In 20th, they won our best team name. They are from University of Central Lancaster. Ringo Kart, another Liverpool kart. 21st, Nottingham Smiths Racing. 22nd, Two Girls, One Piston Cup. The number 36 are from Coventry. They are in 23rd. 24th are Late Breakers and Analysts, the second Loughborough team. Iron Dames Racing, a mix of all female drivers, are in 25th, and Brumber Kart have indeed come in for that last pit stop of the race in 26th. Portsmouth, No Nonsense, 27th. Leeds Gentlemen are 28th. 29th are Cambridge. 30th are Reading Between the Lines. Chick Flicks are 31st. That's another Coventry team. 32nd at Edinburgh B. Metal Gearbox Solid is the second. Bristol team in 33rd, and George Harris Spin, another Liverpool kart, in 34th. Cardiff University are in 35th with 36th. In Durex, the number 27, representing Lancaster, Central Lancaster as well. Franz Herman from Wish is a Leeds Sheffield team in 37th, and Edinburgh A are 38th. John Lamar, 39th overall, the last of the Liverpool teams. 40th is De Montfort, DM Useless. We thought this was a sprint. That's Brunel. They're 41st overall, with Gurney's Gang, another mixed team, in 42nd. 43rd are Imperial A. Automobilistas take that other last pit stop I was mentioning, probably the last pit action of the race, or hopefully the last pit action of the race. Burger King's De Montfort, Nottingham Trent are in 45th. Brumper Pass, the third and final Birmingham team, 46th, while Shelby Squad, another mix, in 47th. 48 is Spin and Tonic, that's one of the Leeds team. Woo's Your Daddy are in the next position, and that's York team, faring significantly worse than their other York team, in 49th. That's probably the biggest gap between teams from the same university. Lastly, show us your sandwiches, as Reeve likes to say. Car number 50 are in 50th place overall. That's the second Swansea team, also quite disparate from their other side. Edinburgh Napier are still going in the last but one position, 51. And BUKC My Life, Royal Holloway, Wooden Spoon winners this year, have given up. They are in the pits in 52nd place, and that is every team in the 24-hour.
Nice work there, Jacob. Give me ample time to complete an entire packet of Jaffa cakes. I don't know how that happened, but it happened.
Nice. Well, I'm going to try and complete these cornflake custards then, just to match you, because I don't like to be outweighed in the eating stakes.
There we go. I have the Jaffa cakes. Oh, no.
Get straight out. There we go.
Fantastic. Getting the photography in, the crucial comms box photography there you can see just who has been calling this race for quite a while. I say who has been. We've had a whole roster of commentators over the past 24 hours. So big thank you.
They're very mutable foods, these cornflake clusters, aren't they? You won't want me to eat one of these on microphone.
Absolutely. That is another benefit of the Jaffa cake, is that you can quite quietly just kind of
slip it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Surreptitiously.
It's a sneaky food item, is the Jaffa cake. Particularly when it sneaks up on you by... Well, I can't blame it for melting. I blame myself there for ruining my computer with some Jaffa cake. But, yeah, Jaffa cake is top comms box snack there. Don't think I've actually had one. Oh, no, I did grab a fuel bowl from the track cafe yesterday, but that's pretty much the only normal meal I've had for the past 24 hours.
I hope they're still doing those by the time the checkered flag falls, because I'm going to be starving. A packet of cornflake clusters isn't enough to sustain a man of my stature for a 4-hour and 38-minute drive home. Got a packet of crisps in the car, but a fuel bowl is exactly what I need, I think. Nice bit of rice and beef.
Yeah, the mac and cheese is very good, I must say.
Ooh.
Yeah, the mac and cheese.
I didn't realise there's mac and cheese going on like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might just ditch you now. You'll be alright with 26 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I wouldn't blame you.
I'll text one of my minions.
Yes, get the staff. Get our
click my fingers at Will to chew and use terminology that I wouldn't use on the stream. Will was terrible. Will swore twice on the live stream.
Naughty Will.
Of all people. Of all people. You
All
said
my-
two things.
All my hard work in not pronouncing or not saying some of these terrible team names that you've all got, folks, all undone.
That's what normally.
Yeah.
Just generic swearing doesn't make me laugh. I'm no longer 6 years old. But yeah, the efforts that the commentary team have gone to over the last 23 and a half hours just to be undone by the founder of the BUKC himself coming in and speaking his mind.
Well, I see that as the swearing door being open for 2026's commentary. No, I'm joking.
Well, but perhaps next year we will stream from the BUKC channel where I'm in charge and I'm a bit more liberal with the vernacular, shall we say. Do what you want. But yeah, those who've watched BUKC streams before, that's like you're professional. You get certain professional freedoms. Nudity, mostly.
I've not
Tune
been
in.
invited to any of that.
Tune in next year. Tune in next year. You wait. There's also a moment where Will said, I'm just going to quickly go on mute and take my top off. Which is, again, another reason to watch back those 2 hours of the stream.
Yeah, we do have the
no-
comms box camera here. I'm glad it hasn't been used at
No.
any point.
But certainly left a visual imprint on my brain. There's a trip to the pits here. We did not want to see that for the 2 Gills, 1 Piston Cup. That's one of the Coventry teams. You can see Finn Ahmed Hamlin down there in the pits. It is Finn this time. I mistakenly called Ewan Ritchie Finn on the grid, and I have since apologised for making such a terrible comparison. But as I said to him, in my brain I had friendly person from Coventry, and they are both very friendly. Finn perhaps a little bit more friendly because he's slightly shorter. Ewan's quite. Ewan's about my height.
It's
and
more dense
there's
friendliness.
a natural intimidation when you're this height, I think.
I feel intimidated.
But Ewan's very, very nice as well. Yeah, sorry again to those guys for mixing them up, but you can see there, 23rd position. They are in the pits with only 23 minutes to go, which isn't what they wanted. But at least it gives us something to talk about because everything else is pretty much settled. There's teams on the same lap. The Yuki Spinoda are 24 seconds behind Pod Hub. And if I know them, they'll be hoping to close that gap between now and the end of the race, but they need about a second a lap, which isn't unachievable. It was 7/10 of a second that they caught up with them last lap around, but they're going to need some supreme traffic management to nick a top 10 here. There's 17 seconds between I Still Have Trouble Reading and Left and Loaded in the battle for a top 15 place, and again 7/10 on the last lap, so Reading might be in with a shout of 15th place here. So there's a couple of battles, 4.7 seconds between Ringo Kart and Do It Your Mum. It's the multiples of 5.
Yep.
10th is up for grabs, 15th is up for grabs, 20th is up for grabs, 25th's not, neither's 5th, but they're close for 10th, 15th and 20th. Going into the last 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and they're certainly not bad positions to finish in when you consider just how many karts we've got running in this field. These teams will, I'm sure, pick up some learnings from the running that they've enjoyed this year and bring those in to next season, where seemingly you won't want to tune into the live stream because apparently it's going to be chaos. Either way, we have crossed the 1,000 lap marker. 1,005 laps our race leader has now completed. As Tom, I can bring it across the line once again for yet another lap. Edinburgh B with a black flag though this late on. Can we see them with any accrued warnings? They had a black flag only about an hour ago. They had 2 black flags about an hour ago with plenty of contact warnings as well. So less than ideal end to the race there for Edinburgh B.
We should clap 1,000 times to celebrate the fact that we've passed 1,000 laps.
Okay.
You first, and then I'll do it, and then we'll continue commentating.
Oh, microphone's off or microphone's on? Because that probably sound quite odd.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
I think it's the show of respect that,
Yeah.
that matters most. Do tune in to the live stream if you are watching around the circuit and you want to keep up to date with exactly what's going on. We've got over 100 people watching, tuning in for the end of this one. Keep your comments coming in on the chat. Any questions for us as we approach race end, do feel free to ask.
What are the plans again? Apologies, just for the viewers' sake, and certainly not for my own. What are the plans at the end of the race? Are we going to a bit of a just podium celebration, and then we'll still be showing them on stream, or?
No, so the stream will come to an end.
Right, okay.
We don't have roaming cameras here today, so we will go and do a podium presentation for everyone at the track. So yes, if you are listening to this over the tannoy, please do gather around the podium where we had the drivers' briefing yesterday at the end of the race for an announcement of the results.
So that does mean then, because my plan would be I could do those 1,000 claps as you're doing your post-race kind of debrief there. Just follow you around, just
absolutely
1,000 times.
Although if you are following me around, it'll look like you're clapping me.
Would you? Is that a problem?
I don't deserve 1,000 because I haven't done 1,000 laps.
I see.
So perhaps a different show of respect for the respect that you feel for me, and do the 1,000 claps at some other point. And
we will bow before Jacob.
We'll
on
figure
Podium.
something out. We will arrange various shows of respect for those who deserve it in due course.
A repeat of that black flag then for the Edinburgh B squad. They've probably just tuned out that warning by this point. They've picked up so many over this last stint. It's becoming a bit accustomed to it. But yeah, less than ideal to see those black flags pouring in this final stint in the race. As I mentioned before, there's no real way of clawing yourself back. If you lose a lap here or there, you can't make that back up in the pit. It's all well and good going and setting 120.6 laps or whatever, but you're not going to close it up in the final 20 minutes.
No, it's about bringing it home now. Keeping out of trouble, staying off the curbs, making sure you don't run out of petrol. Trying to have a little bit of fun. Enjoy your last 20 minutes of karting that you'll do for a couple of months if you're solely a BUKC driver. How are those little battles getting on for the top 10? Yuki Spinoda is still closing in on Podium. For 15th, I still have Trouble Redding, still closing in. They are 14 seconds off left and loaded for 15th. And for 20th, Doing Your Mum is still ahead of Ringo Kart, the 21, in 21st place. Is it just, do you enjoy it when the team number is the same as the team position?
Yeah, no, that's really helpful.
Like 7th place, Ike's Icons at 21. Yeah. And then really annoying when Yuki Spinoda at number 10 and they're 11th place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is less than
It's
ideal.
Not on.
Come on, Brumdog, you got 18 minutes to get yourself back into your rightful position then, based on your kart number.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. They're just too far.
Yeah, it's only a lap a minute. Come on, just set 3 second laps. Put your foot down.
Have to cheat.
Yeah, put your foot down.
Yes, we will keep an eye on these battles as well as keep an eye on our race leader. Where are our race leaders? Going around the back of the track now. Liverpool's first win. This will be in the BUKC 24 hour.
Well, indeed, yeah. They've challenged for it in the past, over the past couple of seasons. They've over the past couple of years, Liverpool's squad have slowly but surely built up a really strong roster of drivers. They've currently got a McLaren GT driver in the seat at the moment. This is, of course, the biggest challenge yet. It's all been building up really to this, and yeah, they've gone from strength to strength. We've gone from being an Inters team that used to kind of just have a laugh and a mess about, really, to a team, as you say, that is now challenging and leading for the BUKC 24-hour victory.
So, tell us a little bit about this Paul go-karting team then. Who have we got in it?
So we've got
what are they about? Who's the star? Who's put the work in? Who's done the most organising? We've got 5 drivers?
Yeah, we do have 5 drivers. We've got Lewis Jackson, we have Tom Aiken, we have Ewan Darlington, Tim Edwards and Callum Pedder are the 5 drivers in that team. Can't believe I remembered them. All joined around about 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say. Now, notably, Liverpool seem to improve dramatically in their performances around about the time that I left, which is just sheer coincidence, I am sure. And as I say, all big racing fans, all had some flashes of some really strong running in the main BUKC running over the past couple of years. It's never really kind of fallen into place, and they've had a really strong year completely. But maybe next year will be that year. I know they've been putting a lot of effort in to get it organised. To be honest, we've all been sat in Discord over numerous nights and thinking about strategies, thinking about important things like your team name. We're following on with Tom Aiken leading the race at the moment there. And yeah, it's all come together. We were rather dejected, probably around about the first 6 hours. It wasn't going too well. They ran underweight early on, and found themselves a lap or so down. But just to show, don't give up hope early. Keep the nose clean. Keep pushing on, and you'll be rewarded with a pretty strong showing.
Yeah. If you had to pick a star of the team,
Oh.
no, I won't
Gonna
make you
annoy
rank them 1 to 5.
Yeah, I'm
but,
going to annoy some people. For my star of the team, I'm actually going to pick Ewan Darlington. Ewan Darlington was around about the time that I was racing with him. He's been here for a number of years. He's a graduate now, and he put in an absolute shift earlier on before to bring us back up into that race leading position. As I say, they've got some really quick drivers there. Tom's doing an immense job out in the lead, but going to give a shout out to Ewan. He's been around for a while. He's made a bit of a return for us. He doesn't obviously race in our main BUKC team, so he's given up his weekend here to put on a good show for us. So thank you, Ewan.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, we don't do a man of the match as such in BUKC, or driver of the day or driver of the race, but certainly Ewan would be a candidate from Paul Go-Kartney. Baguette Motorsport, I think Sam Spinell's been the MVP there, but he's one of the MVPs of British endurance karting in general is Sam Spinell. So strong performance from his team to second place. Never overtake Sheffield. Obviously, you got Callum, who set the fastest lap of the race overall by quite some distance as well. One of 2 people in the 1 minute 20s, and yeah, half a second faster than most of the other drivers, if not, yeah, most 300 other people who are here. So yeah, those guys, I would say, in the conversation for driver of the day. We don't have a public vote like we do for F1. But we do have public votes for best team name, best Bigfoot, and if you want to catch up on all of that, go find yourself the Instagram story. Lots of good content over the past 24 hours to review. Plenty of fun we've had.
It looks to be that Will has just jumped back in the commentary box. I think we haven't had enough swearing over the past hour, so maybe he's trying to get a bit more in for us. But yeah, so no driver of the day here, and perhaps that's the rest because, yeah, plenty of drivers putting on a really good show. The fatigue must be creeping in now. I mean, I suppose you'll have the pick-me-up of knowing that the race is coming to an end, but so many drivers putting on a really good performance here. So well done to every driver, every team member, every supporter involved in the racing today. We have just under 15 minutes to go, seeing the Gaslight Gatekeep and Go Fast squad jumping in to the pit now. Not quite sure why that is. That is less than ideal, though. They pitted at pretty much the perfect moment. They're 1 hour and 90 minutes into their stint. They pitted, as I say, earlier on at pretty much the right time to bring the cart home with a little bit of fuel left at the end. But they've jumped back into the pits now. So with 12 minutes to go, doesn't look like they have any black flags. Not sure what's going on there, but that does not help their position in this race. Currently 15th, and currently 14th, and they might be losing out to the likes of Luft and Loaded. I Still Have Trouble Reading. They're in this battle for the top 15. Just over 10 minutes to go now. Still no change at the top end of the running. Paul Go-Kartney lead from Baguette Motorsport and Never Overtake Sheffield. Our top 3 separated by a couple of laps as well. Never Overtake Sheffield, 43rd up into 3rd on the 43rd on the grid, up into 3rd in this race. Really impressive run from the Sheffield squad there.
I've been promoted.
You've been promoted?
I've got the prestigious honour of waving the checkered flag.
Wow.
I'm the celebrity that goes out and does it like Beyonce does at the end of the Austin Grand Prix.
We're going to see some...
I am Beyonce.
Yeah, you are Beyonce.
The British Beyonce, some might say. The BUKC Beyonce.
The BUKC Beyonce.
The T-side Taylor Swift.
Oh. If we liked it, we should have put a ring on it.
The Middlesbrough Madonna.
Middlesbrough Madonna. Oh, you could probably go and see that show at some rundown theatre, I imagine. Yeah.
I probably wouldn't want to.
No. Well, there we go. We've got a future career for you. Contact warning coming in for our race leaders there. And looking at that last lap, it was a 123.9. I'm still, half of my brain is still thinking about you as the Middlesbrough Madonna, and it's really not helping. But contact warning coming in.
Life is a mystery.
I wondered when we were going to get some singing, and there we go. Life
I
is
said I wouldn't
certainly-
sing, but Will was asking me to sing Sabrina Carpenter to him earlier, and I refused to do.
Please, please, please,
any of
don't.
that. Yes, there you go.
There we go.
There you go.
But yeah, contact warning coming in for our race leaders there. There is some traffic to negotiate. They've cleared that traffic now, but as you start to get a bit more fatigued, maybe a bit more frustrated, you might see the odd bit of contact creeping in there. We don't want to get any more than that, because any more than that, you are falling very much at risk of picking up a black flag. And with just over a lap, really, of distance to the cart behind you, or round about a lap, you cannot afford to be diving into the pit lane to have a bit of re-education.
1,014 laps now for our race. A contact warning. You'd want to stay as far away from other cars as possible if you were 2 laps to the good, 10 minutes left of the BUKC 24 hour. But perhaps that was an avoidable contact there. How are we doing? Yuki Tsunoda are still 20 seconds off of what's happened, Reeve.
Off there into the first hairpin. We're not looking at that at the moment. We're looking at the end of Sector 1. Avoided the tyre wall there. It was going at a decent amount of speed, but I think the driver was quite quick on to the brakes, which is ideal. Yellow flag's been waved through that sector that the race leader is just heading into now. The cart's actually stalled by the looks of it. Need to get those engines restarted. Having some difficulties doing that as well. Where that cart is positioned out on the track, it's not ideal for the marshals to get to. They have got the engines restarted, though, without the assistance of the marshals. Picked a perfect gap to get back underway, and they are continuing on. Didn't quite catch which cart that was, but less than ideal with just under 10 minutes to go. Those yellow flags no longer being waved.
Drama in 14th, 15th and 16th places. Left and loaded, moved to 14th. I still have trouble reading up to 15th. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast are in the pits again.
Yeah.
They love it. They love going through the pits. They love seeing the fuel Bowsers. This is trip number 26 to the pit lane. Our leaders have done 16. Yeah, 10 extra pit stops does not win you this race, lads. Unfortunately for the Bristol team, they are going to come out just outside the top 15, having looked like they were going to finish 14th just a moment ago. I still have trouble Reading are still closing in, and there's less than 10 seconds between them left and loaded, but that'll be the battle for 14th place now rather than 15th. Doing Yuma have 2 tenths over Ringo Kart, who are actually showing ahead of them on the little tracker thing. So that's a very, very close battle between the 26 and the 21 for the places in the top 20. I'll try and see if we can pick those guys out on
They're
circuit.
heading, as I nearly destroy the mic setup there, they're heading into the latter half of the lap now.
Is this them there? It is indeed.
Yep.
And up the inside, there it is, into the hairpin. George Lawrence, I believe.
Yep, that is indeed.
Although they're coming back at him.
Yeah, they are having a look down the inside into that second hairpin. Nice move. The gap was opened up. George not quite nailing the entry into that second hairpin. That opens up the inside a little bit for you there as we run down towards the banked corner now. And George losing some time there, so needing to keep his head down, trying to push, and has a look down the inside as we enter the next hairpin complex there. They can continue that fight then for the position out on track.
Doing your is the Yeti Bigfoot that was in our final. George Lawrence is in the distinctive lime green helmet and blue suit, and is primed for another chance at the overtake, perhaps down into Rib Bend this time round. But there's so many other carts around that this isn't going to be a simple battle.
That lid is great up close, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it, but yeah, George Lawrence's helmet is brilliant. It's got this retro theme to it, and it is pretty impressive.
Yeah, nothing down into the first couple of corners. We pick them up here going up the hill. George maybe thinking of the hairpin, tuck in behind for the slipstream and then dive up the inside. What do you reckon, Reeve?
Yep, he'll be looking to, I imagine, replicate the move that his rival attempted on him heading into that second hairpin, so we'll see what he makes of that. There we go, down into that first hairpin, has the cart alongside, has confidence in the front end that is going to keep the speed up and keep the grip levels high. He works it through, keeps the cart out in front, crucially for the second hairpin this time around, and gets the move done. Back into the lead of this battling duo goes George Lawrence as we head around the banked hairpin once more. A few cart lengths being built up already. Potentially the Doing Squad under threat from the traffic around us, as well as we see down the inside go 2 carts, make that potentially 3, and a really costly entry into Sector 3 for the Doing Squad.
Yeah, they are struggling to stay ahead of these 3 who aren't in this battle for 20th as they go 3 abreast. But George Lawrence is already up the road. I think for Ringo Kart, that's top 20 secured.
It is indeed. I'm going to put that down to the incredible night's sleep he had inside a BMW 3 Series Coupe. Because he was courtesy of hotel. He was sleeping courtesy of Hotel Reeve. He was tonight. So you're welcome, George. Again, just yet another Liverpool drive, which wouldn't have happened, quite frankly, without the amazing work of himself. I lie, in jest, of course.
I think that's all that's to be said for racing for positions this race. Looking back through the grid, and the other closest battle is that 15th, 14th, left and loaded. I still have trouble Reading. That could be a last lapper for 14th place, but other than that, this is pretty much done and dusted. There's 5 minutes remaining of the BUKC 24-hour, 5 minutes remaining. I can see the crowds gathering on the banks here at Teesside. Tune into the live stream if you do want to catch all the action around the track. We've got 141 watching with us for the final part of the race on YouTube. I will be leaving the comms box in 3.5 minutes time to wave the checkered flag.
Exciting.
For Paul Go-Kartney, we think, unless something drastic happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything just yet. I don't want to jinx it.
But yes, with the lap advantage, in theory, they've only really got to go for 3 more minutes.
Very true indeed. And as we approach these final few minutes, you're still in the comms box with us, Jacob. I think now is our one last opportunity. I'm looking to our right here. We can see a few of the gazebos heading down, but crowds gathering to the right of our commentary box. Hello, everyone who's beginning to look in. You can see me. Yes, I'm talking about you there. Get ready for a Mexican wave. Can we do one last Mexican wave in 3, 2, no one's paying attention. Never mind.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Lovely. A few turn heads. Someone waved at us.
That is a crucial part of it. Yeah.
But it wasn't very Mexican.
No.
It was more of a Royal English. Can we have a special request as well for those here at the track? If you are listening over the tannoy, please do not climb on the fence towards the end of the race. It's not been something we've been allowing throughout the race, but yes, please do not climb on the fences at the end of the race.
Stay away from the Armco. Don't want to take away from the racing action coming towards the end of this race now. Just a few minutes to go. 24 hours has absolutely flown by, but it all comes down to these final couple of laps. As we are looking at the moment at some of our drivers heading up through towards the end of the lap. Now the banked corner coming up next. Driver with the neon green helmet there, leading a couple of carts. Pressure building up, a bit of a train, but now we go into a 2 formation. They're heading into that first hairpin. Both drivers looking to attack as we run towards the end of the lap once more.
It's time for me to say goodbye, Ruth. I've done 6 hours this morning of commentary, or coming up to 6 hours of commentary, and I've really, really enjoyed it, despite the hay fever that plagued me throughout the early stint. I've really enjoyed the 24-hour in general. Big thanks to yourself for all the commentary that you've done and help that you've had in bringing through some of the new blood. But big thanks to everyone who's tuned in at home and watched as well. Now up to 146. Haley Christovich says, "Let's go, come on Liverpool." And Tim Edwards uses quite a liberal term to say, "Come on Liverpool" as well. Lots of Liverpool fans tuning in
so shocked
for the crowning glory for this man here in the 20 kart, Paul Go-Kartney, as they come round to complete another lap. They'll only get 2 more.
They will indeed. So soon we're going to see that last lap marker being displayed on the Digi flag. But a big thank you to Jacob Harris, who departs us now. He's not going anywhere. He's just going to wave the checkered flag. That sounded a bit ominous. But thank you for all of his work in setting this up and making sure that we do have commentary for this stream. Now, let's come to our first kind of truly inaugural official BUKC 24-hour stream for this year. We're looking on then to the Paul Go-Kartney squad as they head around in the lead of this race by just over 1 lap after 24 hours as said and done. 90 seconds left on the clock now. Everyone looking on one half of their mind, I'm sure, focus on just bringing their kart home and bringing an end to this race. Yeah, thank you for all of the support pouring into the comments now. We're seeing the viewers really jumping up as they get ready to watch this final bit of racing action. Quick reminder to make sure we steer clear of the barriers if you are here enjoying the racing at the track today. I'm hearing the roars of celebration beginning to build up now as we get ready to start our final lap of this race. Here, and watching on as well, Jacob Harris poised and ready with the checkered flag as he gets ready to declare a race victor here at Teesside. And there we have the digiflag being waved to display that this is the final lap of this race. That is Tom Aiken in the Paul Go-Kartney squad. They're leading this race, 6th on the grid. Were looking like they were going to be fighting for that race. They did it with a couple of their teammates as well, with another Liverpool car joining them. Issues early on in the race, though, put that all in jeopardy, but they kept the nose clean. They kept level-headed, and for the first time, potentially, and it should be the first time now, the Liverpool squad could be rewarded with a 24-hour race win here. Tom Aiken then heads down that long back straight as I can see Jacob Harrick walking past the comms box now, getting ready with that checkered flag. It are BUKC Beyonce ready to bring home our drivers for the final few moments of this race. 24 hours and it all comes down to this, our final lap of the race. Now here is our race leader heading through and on to the banked curve in just a moment. One sector of this lap pretty much to negotiate. There he is, Jacob, with the flag, ready to wave it in just a moment, picking out where our race leader is. Here is our race leader. He's heading in to that final sector. Tom Aiken then, after 24 hours, will be the driver to bring the kart home. We saw him celebrating as he started this final lap. I can only imagine what the celebrations are going to look like as he celebrates to bring it home and take race victory in the 2025 BUKC 24-hour here at Teesside. Congratulations to the Paul Go-Kartney squad, their first to BUKC 24-hour race of victory. It is Paul Go-Kartney with the win. Look at that expert flag waving from Jacob Harris there. It's going really wrong. I know he can hear me. Come on, Beyonce, get it together as that flag is tangled up. That is not really a checkered flag anymore. Oh, can he recover it? I think he can. But in a few moments, we're going to see BUKC Motorsport crossing the line there, coming home P2. A roller coaster of an event for themselves. They've worked their way up from 12th on the grid to take home second. Congratulations, BUKC Motorsport. Then we have a few more coming home as well. The Swansea squad, Coventry are Pod Hub, Yuki Smodo, Imperial B, Brumdog Millionaire bringing them to their race. Never Overtake, Sheffield from 43rd on the grid into 3rd, rounding out the podium. There is Jacob Harris looking back into the commentary box there. I think out of sheer embarrassment more than anything. That's not gone very well at all. But there we go. We bring an end to 24 hours of racing. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying tuned. Thank you very much for all the work going on behind the scenes. The catering, the marshals, the stewards, the race director, the organisers of this event, our team putting our stream together. They've been working tirelessly throughout this event to make sure we can bring this fantastic bit of racing action to you. I'm not going to start my 1,000 claps yet, but I can already hear clapping. I can hear celebrations here at the circuit. And in a bit of a moment, we're going to have a bit of a silence descending on this track. After 24 hours, after 1,022 laps, we bring an end to the racing action. The two Liverpool karts, the bringing it home as Tom Aiken picks up the checkered flag and heads around for a parade lap there. A thoroughly deserved parade lap for the Paul Go-Kartney squad. They didn't win the best team name competition, but they do win the 2025 BUKC 24-hour event here at Teesside. What a way to round out this year's BUKC season. It all kicks off again around about October when we go for qualifiers, but now it is time for some well-deserved rest and some well-deserved celebrations from everyone here at the track. So thank you to everyone for making it a great year for the BUKC. Thank you to everyone, as I say as well, in support of this event. Jacob Harris is jumping back into the commentary box there as his debut on the checkered flag here at the 24-hour comes to an end, and we're watching the parade lap with our race leaders bringing home that aforementioned checkered flag to round out the running here today. How was that, Mr. Jacob Harris?
Oh, vigorous. Did you enjoy that?
That was fantastic.
Doing it good?
Yeah, I mean, I can't be too biased, of course, but
it's pretty good waving of a checkered flag.
Yeah. It went well, didn't it? No.
Yeah, I had a few Harry Potter quotes from the loving crowd.
But either way, we wait for
lap.
Yeah, the victory lap coming to an end in just a moment. We've got the queue of carts forming up to bring all of our 52 carts, or 51 still on track, back in to the pit lane here. And there is a well-deserved parade lap. And that brings an end to our inaugural, official, first 24-hour stream here at the Teesside BUKC 24-hour, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, what a lovely time we've had. You know, I've really enjoyed what was a fantastic 24-hour race, realistically. Very enjoyable for everyone involved, commentary-wise, racing-wise, and otherwise.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Really. Thank you very much for your commentary over the course of the day and your help. And I guess all that's left to do is go celebrate with your teammates.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there'll be celebrations throughout the paddock. So looking forward to diving into that action. But a big thank you to everyone watching along with this stream at home as well. Thank you to everyone watching at the track. And I guess we'll see you next year for some more 24-hour action.
Yeah, see you in 2026. But obviously before then, we've got BUKC main season to come, starting with qualifiers in November this year.
Oh. Just looking into the Mech Bay now. I think we are still live. Oh, yes, of course. We still have some awards to give out. So currently, the Doing Your Mum squad entering the comms box to take the prize for the best team now overall, as it is declared. That one we can just about get away with saying. Some of them that we definitely can't, but I know we're all in good spirits here at the end of the racing. Here is our final race result, scrolling through on your screens for you there, folks. 11th down to 20th there. Then we have our aforementioned best team name victors there, all the way down to 30th on the grid. 1,022 laps we run in the end, around about 1,000 for most of our teams in this racing action. So a big thank you to everyone for tuning in, and I think that is going to bring a bit of an end to our commentary for the event as well. We've got some podiums to go and take part in, to go and celebrate with our high-achieving drivers. So thank you everyone very much for watching. Thank you for staying tuned, and a goodbye until we get some more BKC action later in the year.